Elf Dimension. I Just Want to Play Games Chapter 101-150. Chapter 101 Catalia is visiting Lu Yin, as expected of a famous lady. 1/7. Lu Yin, please come out and pick me up. You are putting out your superpowers now, you can definitely hear my telepathy, please hurry up. This time, don't try to escape. I remember an old saying in the China District Alliance, if you can run away from the monk, you can't run away from the temple. Hearing the voice resounding in his mind again, Lu Yin's mouth twitched, finally making sure it wasn't an auditory hallucination. Mistakes, missteps. Lu Yin patted his forehead, he felt that Catalia could find him, and it had something to do with his revealing world announcement. Fortunately, he now has the strength of a heavenly king, so there is no need to be afraid of this super princess. Wait. Speaking of superpowers, Lu Yin thought that he had superpowers, maybe he could find Catalia to test his level later. As an eldest lady born from a superpower family, she should have a say. Thinking of this, Lu Yin suddenly felt that Catalia came very well. Catalia was anxious and emotional. Lu Yin used teleportation and arrived at the gate several times. Although he now has a mental power comparable to that of a heavenly king level elves, the means of teleportation are still only elementary, and the range is very limited. If he wants to improve, he must either copy the stronger teleportation or explore on his own. Teleportation also involves the issue of space, not just enough mental power to be used at will. Hello. Lu Yin opened the door and found that Catalia stood at the door with a smile, wearing a long pink dress, a pink sun hat, and a pair of pink sandals on her feet. Well, from Catalia's smile, Lu Yin judged that she should be in a good mood now. Hello, Your Excellency Lu Yin, I take the liberty to visit, please forgive me. Catalia held her pink dress with one hand and gave Lu Yin a slight bow. For nobles to meet their peers in the elf world. Amount. Catalia's performance made Lu Yin stunned for a while, and then asked a little dull, you should be able to use teleportation to enter the tower directly. I don't need to open the door. Of course it is necessary. Catalia said seriously, I'm here to visit Your Excellency, of course I have to be considerate. Breaking in without the host's invitation, such a rude behavior, I can't do it. Courtesy. Catalia's answer was completely beyond Lu Yin's expectations, leaving him not knowing how to deal with it for a while. To be honest, Catalia would be so ladylike, which surprised him. He also thought that the current Catalia was the one who was prone to runaways and was somewhat arrogant. Actually, Lu Yin didn't know Catalia. Catalia has always been that. A well-bred eldest young lady who was born in a prestigious family. Her character is a little arrogant now, but that is due to the environment, and it is also due to her unstable mental power. But she is still a kind person, and she is only arrogant, not arrogant, and not very self-respecting. Her arrogance is still on the surface, and if she meets ordinary people, her self-esteem may be frustrated. Lu Yin is not an ordinary person in Catalia's heart, but a similar person, who has also realized superpowers. And now it is a powerhouse with nine-tailed king level. Such a person can naturally gain her respect and make her willing to show her self-restraint. As for others, she needs to wait until she completely overcomes the problem before she can get this treatment. The current she, after all, is not the four heavenly kings of the United Congregation, not even the head of the district. Please come in. Lu Yin made a gesture of invitation. Leah came to visit so formally, and she behaved so politely, how could he receive it first? Under the leadership of Lu Yin, Catalia walked gracefully, very rhythmically followed behind him and walked towards the third floor of Lei Feng Pagoda. During this period, Catalia kept her eyes fixed, she was looking at Lu Yin's back. Of course Lu Yin knew that it wasn't because he had a good-looking back, but there must be something called upbringing. But to be honest, Catalia's walking posture is quite good-looking, and the aristocratic temperament comes out at once. That kind of innate nobility and grace is evident. Brother the pavilion. Master. When Lu Yin brought Catalia to the third floor, Serena had already prepared the dishes and put them on the dining table, and Lily had already sat down obediently. Two saw Lu Yin. They quickly said hello, and then their attention was drawn away by Catalia behind him. In the eyes of the two girls, Catalia is very temperamental, the kind that girls envy and want to have. Especially Lily. He saw the shadow of his mother Rusamine in Catalia. Hello. Catalia smiled at Lily and Serena, and the corners of her mouth curved just right. Hello, hello. Serena hurriedly returned the salute, and seemed a little nervous. Hello. Lily Afin responded appropriately. Seeing the two girls like this, Lu Yin shook his head. Catalia's origin is very good. In some respects, she is really not an ordinary girl like Serena, but she has her own advantages, and she doesn't necessarily have to behave like Catalia. But, Lily, the family is a paradise, and the training and education received from childhood are also not weak. Sit down. Lu Yin took the main seat, then greeted Serena and Lily to sit down, then looked at Catalia and asked, "Want to have lunch together?" "If you invite me, I will not refuse." Catalia smiled generously. "Then please." Lu Yin made a gesture of invitation. Then Lu Yin regretted it. Because Catalia's eating movements are too standard, no matter of raising the hand or chewing, the speed of the food, the standard of movement, etc., all are very particular. Watching him eat, Lu Yin and the three of them felt very uncomfortable. Is this just ashamed of yourself? Meal, lunch ends in torment. Catalia ate happily and thanked Serena specially. It was not until this time that she proposed her intention to Lu Yin. Hello, Lu Yin, this time, I must first apologize for the presumptuousness last time. Secondly, I first ask you to give me the catty dogs. Can you know why you're so obsessed with these catty dogs? Lu Yin asked with a bit of pain, just as the so-called stretch out his hand and don't slap the face. Catalia behaved like this, he is not good at not giving face. But the problem is that the catty dog has turned into a wind speed dog for him, and it is definitely gone. So I have to find another way to deal with it. Of course there's no problem with that. Catalia stroked her body and explained the reason. It turns out that the ones that Lu Yin conquered, catty dogs, are all children born of a wind speed dog and a sun elf, and Catalia has an Ibrahimovich who is also the child of that sun elf. It seems that the mothers of the catty dogs were killed by poachers, so the sun elves hope to find their children, so Catalia volunteered to help, and this time, she sneaked out of Hajong. This it's hard to do. Lu Yin is helpless, let's not talk about whether he wants to or not, he can't come up with all the catty dogs. I can pay enough. Catalia added sincerely. You're too late, girl. Lu Yin was a little helpless. After thinking about it, he suggested, otherwise, I will have a one-on-one match with you. If you win, Catty will give it to you. If you lose. Speaking of this, Lu Yin paused, thinking about what conditions would be more appropriate, and then he heard Catalia take the initiative to say, if I lose, I hope I can work here with you, and then give me a monthly fee. A chance to challenge you, okay. Catalia looked at Lu Yin seriously, not knowing why. The feeling of seeing Lu Yin this time was completely different from last time. She felt that Lu Yin could be the key to her transformation. And she believed in her own intuition. Chapter 102_Catalia's request. Lily and Serena's adoration. 2/7 of Lei Feng Pagoda, where Lei Wen Gym is located. On a very common battlefield, Lu Yin and Catalia stood at one end and looked at each other. Catalia's standing posture is very good-looking, with a faint smile on her face, and her long golden hair is casually draped over her shoulders, giving people an indescribably noble feeling. On the other side, Lu Yin was wearing black trousers and a white shirt. He was tall and straight, with a handsome appearance. If it wasn't for the yawning nine tails on his shoulders, it would be a little bit damaging to his image. But the picture of handsome guys and beauties looking at each other is still very eye-catching. In the audience seats around the venue, Serena and Lily were sitting together with serious expressions on their faces. Well, If it wasn't for the fact that there were still a bunch of snacks in front of them, Catalia, who was still quite serious, swept over the nine tails with a slightly curious gaze, and smiled. This nine tails are so exquisite, just like the six tails, don't they? Is it a special breed? And it makes me feel very comfortable. It's not a special breed. Lu Yin glanced at Jue, reached out and touched its head, smiled softly, and explained, "It is the Heavenly King level elf I conquered, the one mentioned in the announcement." Lu Yin had communicated with Catalia during lunch before, and also knew how she entered the secret realm at the beginning, and how she found herself now. Nine tails of the king level. Catalia's dark green eyes flashed with surprise, and she wondered, but how can it be so small? Her spare time just now, Catalia had already browsed the video of Lu Yin and Anbo's battle on the internet, and the nine tails in the picture were a little bigger than the average nine tails. The way she is now is because she uses her superpowers to control her body, and she doesn't like being in the Pokeball very much. Lu Yin reached out and touched Jue's tail, and the latter suddenly showed an expression of enjoyment. In short, Kyuubi finally doesn't have to be trapped in one place now. 200 years of being trapped in one place has suffocated it. In addition, now that she has a new owner, Lu Yin, she is very sticky. Lu Yin was also happy to carry it, anyway. After Jue made himself smaller, the weight was all lighter. It doesn't matter what the weight is. There are nine tails around to protect them at all times, and if there is a bad guy secretly hurting someone, it can also play a good protective role. As expected of Your Excellency Lu Yin, your nine tails have superpowers. They are really special and charming. Catalia exclaimed in admiration. Thank you. Lu Yin thanked her. The current Catalia's speech is, like the four heavenly kings, but not everyone can be treated like this. Flipping out a Pokeball, Lu Yin smiled and said, "Okay, let's put it down after chatting. Let's do it later. Because it's not a gym challenge, I don't need the venue advantage." The electric gym certainly has its own decoration style, but now it is a private match against Catalia. If you use the advantage of the venue, it will be a little bit bullying. You are a guest from afar, I will send the elves first. Lu Yin looked at Catalia, and then planned to throw the electric dragon's Pokeball as soon as she moved. He knew that Catalia's strongest was a quasi-celestial king, Shadow. For such an opponent, using nine tails would be too bullying, and using a weaker elves would also be afraid of hitting Catalia. Now this Catalia is still the same. Catalia who didn't get up. It's better not to flirt with her casually. A fair fight should be more acceptable. But before Lu Yin could act, Catalia on the opposite side stretched out her hand and smiled. "Please wait a moment, Your Excellency Lu Yin. If possible, I'd like to invite you to use the handsome elf last time to fight against my Shinado." Lu Yin raised his brows and said suspiciously, "You want me to use electric shock beasts? Is that kid called Electric Shock Monster?" Catalia murmured, put her hands together on her chest, nodded lightly and said, "The last time I met it, I thought it was a wild elf, and without the help of your trainer, I would even using the stronger Shinado to deal with her, I always feel like I'm bullying it. Now please give it a fair fight. And the sprite I want to use is it. Miss Gerda, come on stage gracefully and meticulously." Saying that, Catalia threw a spirit. Swish. As a white light bloomed, the figure of Miss Gerda appeared in the venue. With her hands crossed on her chest, she bowed gracefully to Lu Yin and said, "Hello, Sister Song." Name, Miss Gerda. Attributes, Super Energy System features, perceived to be aggressive, but not hidden features. Stepping Shadows has grades, Elite Low Grade 35 qualifications, Heavenly King skills, Slap. Mindfulness. Harmony. Tickle. Phantom Light is coquettish. Mental Shock. Hypnotism. Spiritual Strength. Magic Space. Split Tiles. 100,000 volts. Slightly. Lu Yin used the game console to check Miss Gerda's data and nodded. "Miss Gerda. Have you been subdued and cultivated to this level now? The strength of the elite low ranking is indeed matched with the electric shock monster." Thinking of this, Lu Yin withdrew the electric dragon's pokeball, and then took out the electric shock monster's pokeball and pressed it. Come out to fight, electric shock beast. Swish. With a flash of white light, the burly figure of the electric monster appeared on the field. Shock bang. Across Catalia, and immediately recognized her identity, and his eyes became sharp. Noticing the imposing phone call on the electric shock monster, Lu Yin's mouth curled into an arc, and said, "The electric shock monster, this time is an opportunity for revenge, so you must seize it." Shock bang. The electric shock demon's outstretched hands touched his chest, fighting spirit high. Wow, it's an elves I've never seen before. Serena's big eyes flickered, and she turned to Lilia beside her and asked, "Lilia, do you know this elf, master?" "I have never seen this elf." Lily shook her head, with a strange adoration in her eyes. Maybe it's a new elf discovered by the patriarch's brother. After all, he can discover a new attribute. Yes. Serena nodded in agreement, looking at Lu Yin with admiration and inexplicable emotions in her eyes. At this time, Catalia swept her gaze over the electric shock monster, and suddenly opened her hands. Her voice became louder, changing her soft-spoken state before. "Come on, Miss Gerda, begin to enter into the wonderful time." Using a trumpet trick. Chapter 103 Miss Fame Battle Mode. Gorgeous match. The three girls are suspicious. 3/7 ask for customization. Singer. Under the order of Catalia, Miss Gerda aimed at the position of the electric shock beast, stretched out her hands and kept swinging, and suddenly, a wave of pink energy was transmitted. Shish. The pink fluctuations swept across the electric shock monster almost instantly, and the electric shock monster was unavoidable, and it was directly attacked, and a strange red light suddenly appeared on the body. Swish. Under the influence of the strange power, the special attack ability of the electric shock warcraft has been greatly improved in a short period of time, but immediately after, it was lost in the feeling of this rapid increase of power, and its eyes became blurred. Electric monster has fallen into a state of chaos. This is the touted effect, which increases the opponent's special attack and puts the opponent into a state of chaos, taking the starting advantage in one fell swoop. Good way. Lu Yin couldn't help but secretly praised. In fact, when Catalia gave an order, he could give a response, but these responses are useless. The touted attack range is too wide, and with the current distance between the two, the electric shock monster can't dodge it. As for the use of such a trick, it is impossible to defend against such state-type tricks, and it is a waste of opportunity to use it. Shock bang. The electric monster reached out and slapped his chest with both hands. His eyes were scarlet, and he looked very crazy. Seeing this, Lily and Serena both showed worried expressions, and at this moment, Catalia stretched out her hand again and shouted imposingly, "Use your mind power." Singer. Miss Gerda's eyes stared, and a blue light burst out. At the same moment, a layer of blue light appeared on the body of the electric shock beast, and then the body flew up under the control of Miss Gerda, and was smashed to the ground again. Repeating this twice, Catalia raised a hand very politely, with the gesture of an opera, and shouted, "Next, it's a gorgeous straight down. Miss Gerda, go up to the top with the electric monster." Singer. Miss Gerda's eyes narrowed, and the body of the electric shock beast was immediately driven to fly towards the ceiling of the second floor of the Thunder Tower. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he showed a smile of successful strategy. He took a step and shouted, "Electric shock monster, it's now. Use a plasma bath. Then use ultimate impact." Shock bang. The electric shock monster had long since recovered after being smashed by Miss Gerda for the second time. Catalia also ordered Miss Gerda to attack for the last time because of this discovery. Now hearing Lu Yin's instructions, the electric shock beast's eyes narrowed, and a charged particle suddenly appeared from its body, and then spread around the body. Immediately after, the electric shock monster's eyes changed, and the position of Miss Gerda was fixed, and a powerful momentum began to gather around the body. Swish. Just when the electric shock warcraft was controlled by Miss Gerda's mind power and ascended to the highest point, the momentum around its body was completely condensed. The next moment, a strange layer of electric current suddenly spread all over its body, giving him great power. Bang! The psychic circle condensed by the spiritual force was violently freed by the electric shock beast, and then, it slammed directly towards Miss Gerda with the force of its falling, with incomparably fierce electricity all over its body. Bang! Miss Gerda was unavoidable, was hit by the electric shock beast, and flew out with arcs all over her body. Hit! Serena in the audience was overjoyed and said happily, "Master has a big advantage this time, and the ultimate impact is a general physics-based ultimate move, as powerful as destroying the death light." Serena, it's not just that. Lily shook her head and added, "Did you forget that the pavilion's elder brother used the plasma bath for the electric monster before? This means that any special trick used by the electric shock monster will bring the electric attribute. You can see that the electric arc is still flashing on Miss Gerda. The power of this move is also increased by 50% due to the bonus effect of the same attributes. Isn't that the damage is higher than the ultimate shock? It's too powerful." Not only that. On the battlefield, Catalia glanced solemnly at Miss Gerda, who had fallen to the ground. The electric shock monster falls from the highest point to use this ultimate impact, so the damage is also considered the power of falling. So powerful. Of Lu Yin, this is a peer whose commanding ability to adapt to the situation, and layout are all priorities. But now is my chance. Catalia put her hands together on her chest and said loudly, "Miss Gerda, don't panic, stand up." Singer. Miss Gerda put her hands on the ground and struggled to stand up. But the next moment, Lu Yin's voice suddenly sounded in the arena. Electric Beast. Thunder Fist. Shock Bang. The electric shock demon, who had already adjusted his body on the ground, immediately raised his left hand to gather the power of thunder and lightning, and then rushed towards Miss Gerda. Swish. Before Miss Gerda could fully get up, the electric shock demon had already come to it, punched it out, and smashed it out again. Boom. Miss Gerda's whole body flashed with lightning and flew out, and finally knocked down the steel wall beside it, knocking out a huge pothole. Seeing this scene, Catalia, including Lily and Serena, stood up unexpectedly, with surprise written all over their faces. How could this be? The three women were all puzzled. They didn't understand why the electric shock monster could continue to act now. After using the ultimate shock, the elf's body will fall into a state of rigidity. Isn't this an iron law? That's right, powerful tricks such as the ultimate shock and the destruction of the dead light and the flame of the sun, either need to accumulate energy in advance, or that is, after using it, the body of the elf will enter a state of rigidity. This situation is a kind of self-protection of the elves for their own bodies. After all, too much energy is consumed at one time, which will cause a great burden on the elves' bodies. The well-known information is that only the elves above the strength of the Heavenly King can forcibly overcome the rigidity under the body's self-protection mechanism by virtue of their powerful will. However, generally no trainer would choose to do this, because the elves have the ability to forcibly overcome. It does not mean that the damage does not exist, it can only be said that the control of the will over the body is more in place, which is a powerful proof. And Lu Yin's electric shock warcraft obviously does not have the strength of the king, so why it can continue to attack without being affected after using the ultimate shock seems to have guessed the confusion in the hearts of Catalia and the three of them. Regarding the results of the game, Lu Yin, who had already won the ticket, smiled slightly and explained patiently, "You must be wondering now, why did the electric shock monster use the ultimate shock, but it didn't enter a stiff state, right?" Chapter 104_Catalia. I actually suffered from a lack of culture. 4/7 ask for customization. Why? Catalia asked. Rao is because she received elite training since she was a child, and has a wealth of knowledge storage in her mind, but now she can't think of the reason at all. She is very confused now. How exactly did the electric shock beast not go into a stiff state? Not only Catalia, Serena and Lily are also very curious, because the current situation is completely unreasonable. Actually, the reason lies in the characteristics of the electric shock monster. The characteristic of the electric monster is the electric engine. Lu Yin didn't hide it, because as long as he fought once, he believed that Catalia would soon be able to think about the characteristics of the electric beast when she calmed down. Electric engine, of Dengeki Warcraft. Characteristics are not unique, and zebras and thunder zebras with sufficient talent may also have this characteristic. The electric rat's hidden attribute may also be electrical engine. Electrical engine features. Catalia was taken aback for a moment, but then she came to understand. A helpless smile appeared on her delicate face. I didn't expect that one day, I would also suffer the loss of lack of culture. A background like Catalia, basically, any discovery of the latest elves and unique skills in the elf world can be obtained immediately. And at the level of her superpowers, she can easily learn and memorize these postures. From childhood to adulthood, in the comparison of knowledge reserves, she was the only one who suppressed others, but this time, she felt this suppression. Because her knowledge of electric shock beasts is almost zero. If he had known the characteristics of the electric shock beast before, he would not have shown doubts. So that's the case. In this way, the pavilion's elder brother has the intention of letting the electric monsters use the plasma bath, not just to increase the power of the ultimate shock. Like Catalia, Lily immediately understood everything after hearing Lu Yin's instructions. Only after Serena heard Lu Yin's explanation, not only did she not understand what the situation was, she was even more confused. Electrical engine, what do you mean? It's not that Serena is stupider than Lily and Catalia, but compared to these two people who were born at the top level of the elf world, she is a rich girl who can only be considered okay. There is a lot of information she doesn't know, and also haven't studied. Lily, what are the characteristics of an electric engine? Serena fully spoke with the spirit of asking if she didn't understand, and even though the object of the question was Lily, who was 2 years younger than herself, she didn't think anything was wrong. Electrical engine is a characteristic of electric spirits. Among the known spirits, only zebras and lightning zebras have this characteristic, and now we need to add electric monsters. Even with this characteristic, after attacking the electricity system, as long as the damage of the attack does not exceed the body's ability to bear, then not only will he not be hurt, but he will also be fast. I understand. As soon as Lily explained the speciality of the electric engine, Reina immediately understood, and also understood why Lily said that Lu Yin let the electric monster use the plasma bath, not only to increase the damage. Lu Yin asked Electric Shock Warcraft to use plasma so then the ultimate shock, which was originally a general type ultimate move, will change to electric properties. In this case, the power of this move will not only be enhanced by the attributes of the electric shock beast, but also because it has become an electric elemental trick used by the electric elemental elves, it requires much less power. In addition, after using this trick, the electric shock monster with an electric engine can recycle the excess electric energy, although it cannot increase the speed. It can prevent its body from being in a stiff state. What a calculation! I didn't expect the electric shock monster to have the characteristics of an electric engine. Lu Yin, your elf is really handsome and eye-catching. But I won't give up. After understanding the cause and effect, Catalia instantly calmed down. She first praised the electric shock beast, and then shouted, Miss Gerda, use the rock collapse. Blessing of mind power. Singer. Miss Gerda had already climbed up from the ground, and upon hearing Catalia's command, it immediately stepped on the ground heavily. Boom! A huge rock broke out from the ground, and then rolled towards the electric monster under the push of Miss Gerda. And it wasn't over yet. After the rock rolled out, Miss Gerda raised her hands, and a bright blue light shone in her eyes. The next moment, a layer of blue light appeared on the surface of the huge rock, followed by 4 clicks. Sound sounded, and the huge rock was divided into 5 parts, and then flew directly under the control of Miss Gerda's mind, and pressed towards it from the 555 directions directly in front of the electric monster. Nice combo move. Lu Yin exclaimed. This combination move combines the power of the rock system and the super energy system, and it can be switched between primary and secondary at will. As long as Miss Gerda's psychic power is always acting on the rolling rocks, this move of yours is a superpower type trick with the blessing of the rock type power. And if Catalia suddenly withdraws her mind power, it can become a simple rock type move. Moreover, there is a psychic power wrapped around the rock. If the opponent wants to escape, Miss Gerda can also forcefully control 555 rocks to continue the pursuit. In Lu Yin's opinion, this method is good, and he can learn from it in the future. However, if Catalia wanted to rely on this combination move to let Miss Gerda defeat the electric shock monster, she must have thought too much. Now the electric monster has the blessing of plasma bath, it is easy to do things. High-speed star. Lu Yin gave the electric shock monster an order. Shock bang. The electric shock demon immediately opened its mouth and sprayed a burst of star attacks forward. The surrounding of the star attack was also flickering with strange arcs. Bang. Under the control of the electric monster, the rocks controlled by Miss Gerda were all hit by high-speed stars, and an explosion sounded in the venue. However, what accompanied the explosion was not black smoke, but three-color fireworks produced by the combination of the power of the stars, the power of the electricity system, and the power of superpowers. So beautiful. Serena couldn't help but exclaim. It was a tense battle, but she saw such a beautiful scene. Take it down, it can be used in exhibition competitions in the future. At this moment, Lu Yin's voice sounded again. Electric shock beast, let everyone see what a real lightning flash is. Chapter 105 _ The runaway Catalia is naked. 5/7 ask for customization. Shock bang. When Serena and Lilia were paying attention to the collision of energy like fireworks in midair, in these 555 inches fireworks. Next, a golden electric light quickly slid past and charged towards Miss Gerda's location. Although the name of lightning flash is charged, it is not an electric trick, but a general trick. The reason why this trick has this name is purely because of the speed displayed by the elves when using this trick. And now, when the electric shock monster is still in the plasma bath, this move has become an electric attribute. Under the blessing of electricity, the speed of the electric shock monster is even more outstanding, as if it really turned into electric light, almost in an instant, as if it penetrated the audience, and came to Miss Gerda. Bang! Miss Gerda was sprinted and hit by the electric shock monster, and she was knocked out and flew out, with arcs flashing on her body. Seeing this scene, Catalia finally reacted and clenched her hands nervously. He shouted nervously, Miss Gerda, even at this time, keep calm. Use sleep. The battle has been going on until now. Catalia judged that Miss Gerda didn't have much physical strength. Although the elves will enter a state of being slaughtered after sleeping, they can recover all injuries and physical strength. As long as it succeeds, at least, there is still a chance. But at this moment, the goddess of luck is on Lu Yin's side, or, in other words, being hit by electricity-type tricks in succession, Miss Gerda is paralyzed. Became inevitable. Clap clap. When Miss Gerda closed her eyes and tried to force her to sleep, some electric currents burst out of her body. These electric currents circulated around her body, causing her body to be paralyzed. Lost the ability to move. Paralyzed. Catalia's heart froze, and then she suddenly looked in the direction of Lu Yin, just to see the calm smile on his face. It's over. 3 words appeared in Catalia's mind, and he seemed to have seen the solution. It was at this moment that she heard Lu Yin's voice. The last move, the shock wave. Shock bang. The electric shock monster happened to land on the ground, and upon hearing Lu Yin's command, it did not have the slightest reason, clenching its fists and condensing powerful electricity. Swish. An orange-yellow current formed quickly, shot forward under the control of the electric shock beast, and soon caught up with Miss Gerda, who flew backwards. Boom. Miss Gerda was inevitably hit again, the powerful electricity, she couldn't help screaming, "Sister Song." When the attack was over, Miss Gerda fell to the ground and fainted. "Miss Gerda." Catalya's eyes narrowed, and she moved to Gerda's side instantly, her eyes full of concern. "Are you all right, Miss Gerda?" "Gerda." Miss Gerda shook her head, but she lost the ability to continue fighting, but her injuries were not serious. "You come back first, Miss Gerda." Delia took out the pokeball and took back Miss Gerda. Her expression became agitated. "Great, the master won." Serena cheered happily. "The master of the Enon Pavilion is amazing." Lily nodded in agreement, with a smile on her face as well. But when Catalya heard the words of the two of them, she only felt a little uncomfortable in her heart for no reason, and there was an inexplicable sense of irritability. Under the guidance of this irritability, she found that the mental power in her mind seemed a little restless, and her hair flew automatically under the influence of superpower. I lost. The power brought by a word is very huge. Catalya feels that a fire is rising in her heart, and it is becoming. A raw irritability made her want to use the powerful power at her disposal to destroy everything around her. Damn, I actually lost. A blue light began to appear around Catalya's body, and an invisible wave of power spread around. Swish. Some of the things placed around the field were wrapped strangely, trembling and flying into the air. An invisible wind blew towards the surroundings, directly lifting the skirts of Serena and Lily. Blue yin, one pink and one white. It's all girly, not bad, not bad. Ah. With two screams, Serena and Lily also flew up. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin finally confirmed that Catalya really hasn't mastered the mental power in her mind, and it's not a good thing to have too much talent, because it's not good for control. Catalya is born with strong mental power, which means that it is very easy for her to awaken superpowers and become stronger, but this means that once her emotions fluctuate violently, it is easy to cause great damage. Moreover, once the output of mental power is excessive, it will lead to uncontrollable venting of emotions. Just like Catalya is now, the feeling of suffocation of losing the game makes her start to get angry, and now it is on the verge of eruption. Exactly, let's also test how strong my superpower is now. Lu Yin wiped his eyes, and instantly moved in front of Catalya, and then put a hand on Catalya's shoulder. After that, he released his mental power to fully wrap Catalya's superpowers. Lu Yin wanted to try to see if he could directly suppress Catalya's superpower. If he couldn't, it didn't matter. He didn't go it alone. After all, the nine tails on his shoulders also had superpowers. Swish. Lu Yin closed his eyes and released his mental power with all his strength. He found that, in front of him, the picture has changed, and he seems to have come to a strange world. This world is like a Kobo. Most of the Kobo has been filled with azure blue, but some parts, as they appear in the lake, become dark blue areas. Dark blue is my power. Is azure the power of Catalya? Lu Yin realized quickly in his heart, and then he began to exert his strength, began to output, tried to expand the dark blue 4 areas that he mastered, and released the superpower of the king without any reservations. As Lu Yin began to move, in the lake world, the blue area began to decrease, and was gradually occupied by the dark blue area. The azure blue area is struggling, flapping, and air waves, but nothing can stop the expansion of the dark blue area. Feeling the changes in this world, in reality, the corners of Lu Yin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Very good, my superpower is indeed stronger than Catalya. As the world goes on, in the strange world, the dark blue area begins to become wider and wider, and the azure blue area is continuously compressed. Outside, the aura of Catalya began to weaken, the invisible power began to withdraw, Serena, Lily, and many other tools returned to the ground. A certain moment, 90% of the lake area in the strange world was occupied by dark blue, and in the blue area, Catalya's body slowly floated up from the water. Lu Yin smiled and looked over, and then he was completely stunned, with a kind of urge to flow. Then, he looked at his body, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. No panties, very good and strong. Chapter 106 Fragrant Control. Catalia, you rascal, 6/7 ask for customization. In the strange space, Catalia opened her somewhat hazy eyes, and there was a light of thought flashing in her eyes. Here is. Could it be my spiritual space? It should be, but why am I here? Well, I remember that my mental power seemed to run wild again uncontrollably, and then I seemed to feel another powerful mental power covering my body, and the fire in my heart subsided immediately. Now, I am in Lu Yin's gym, so another superpower should be. So, is Lu Yin's superpower stronger than mine? A few thoughts flashed through, and Catalia quickly understood her current situation, and then looked at the surrounding environment with interest. Then the next moment, as if the elf had been immobilized, her body froze. She saw Lu Yin, who was not far away, and also saw her current state. Cuckoo. In the strange space, ripples began to appear on the lake surface in the azure blue area that had been calmed down, and the movement became louder and louder. Then, Catalia looked down at her body mechanically, with a hint of pleading in her eyes, but the next moment. Click. It sounded like a broken heart. Swish. The blue lake was completely unsettled, and it even felt like it was boiling. Until this time, the opposite Lu Yin finally realized what was going on. He quickly withdrew his eyes with some nostalgia, and there was a flash of distracting thoughts in his heart. It's so beautiful, the skin is actually the same as the clothes I usually wear, it's pink. At this moment, a roar with great anger sounded in the entire space. Lu Yin. Amount. Hearing this voice, Lu Yin raised his head again and found that Catalia was looking at him with a terrifyingly cold expression on her face. Aha! Lu Yin smiled awkwardly and said, I didn't see anything, I'll leave here now. I didn't see anything. Catalia raised her brows, isn't this where there is no silver 300 taels? I really didn't see it, what a bastard with a guilty conscience. Catalia felt that everything about her was seen by Lu Yin, and it wasn't just her body, she felt that Lu Yin's soul was thoroughly seen by Lu Yin. Feels so bad. Calm down, calm down. Lu Yin also knew that the current situation was not very good. Although the cause was Catalia, she was indeed the one who suffered. Men need to take some responsibility at this time. Thinking of this, Lu Yin teleported directly to Catalia, hugged her, and when she didn't react at all, he lowered his head and kissed her. Catalia was stunned. What did Lu Yin do to her? Then, Catalia clearly felt that there was a small movement, and now she finally came back to her senses, and instinctively wanted to throw one slap. But at this moment, Lu Yin was suddenly in front of her, accompanied by a serious and domineering voice. It's all an accident, please don't be angry. Although it was an accident, but... Besides, this happened, although it was an accident, you can only be my woman from now on. Real world, shoo. Lu Yin opened her eyes, she seriously looked at Catalia's delicate face so close to her, a hint of apology flashed in her eyes, but it was more decisive. Some things are beyond his control. But since it happened, we can only face it. Thinking of this, Lu Yin instantly moved away from Catalia's side. Well, give her time to calm down and talk about it. That, you. Lu Yin teleported to Lily and Serena's side, and instructed, I have something to deal with next, come back for dinner at night. Before again, help me entertain Catalia. After speaking, Lu Yin's figure disappeared again. As for Catalia's anger against Lily and Serena, Lu Yin is not worried, because he has already left behind. After Lu Yin left, Lily and Serena looked at each other with some hindsight. The two didn't know what happened to Lu Yin and Catalia in the spiritual world, so they were a little confused now. What are you doing in such a hurry, brother of the pavilion? Master may have really thought of something urgent, but what happened before, how did we fly? This is a superpower, Sister Serena, it seems that the situation is caused by Sister Catalia. Oh, it looks like this, but it seems that he was stopped by the Master, so it seems that he is also a superpower. I didn't expect the pavilion owner brother to be a superpower, too powerful. Yeah, yes, and it's cool to move around. Speaking of teleportation, Sister Serena, I suddenly thought of what we encountered in the kitchen, that feeling. No way. Well, the pavilion's brother is not such a person. So it's still a small nebula. Well, it's still a small nebula. Small nebula's half-blooming smile froze instantly. So, you two stupid women have clearly guessed the truth, and you are still wronging me. Women are really big hooves, and men are big hooves too. At this time, on the battlefield, Catalia opened her eyes again, her eyes sparkling. All kinds of light, her heart is very complicated, what just happened makes her not know how to deal with it. The world that happened in the spiritual world before seemed to have been imprinted in her mind, no matter. Whether you think about it or not, it's all there, lingering. Reason told Catalia that she should seek Lu Yin's trouble now to vent her anger, she should be angry, she should vent. But whenever she had such thoughts, the picture of Lu Yin kissing her lightly would appear in her mind, accompanied by those domineering words. At the beginning, she will be more angry, she wants to destroy, vent her anger, but whenever she wants to act, she finds that she can't mobilize the superpower in her body. This sense of powerlessness and sudden lack made her very uncomfortable. But soon, she discovered that as long as she didn't think about Lu Yin, or as long as she didn't want to be destructive, she could still mobilize her superpowers. After a few times, she understood that it was Lu Yin, and Lu Yin used a superpower stronger than her to put a shackle in her heart. That kiss is, that lock, those words are weights on the chain. If you want to get rid of this shackle. Or, when will you be able to calmly face everything that happens in the spiritual world? Or, use stronger superpowers to hide this shackle in the depths of your memory and never remember it again. Or, find a way to forget to erase this memory, when nothing happened. But the latter two, Catalia found that she couldn't do it now, so she has only one choice now, that is. Persuade herself to choose to accept all this, and then deal with it calmly. Of course, she can also choose not to use superpowers and use external force to deal with Lu Yin. But as soon as the idea appeared, she was directly rejected. First of all, her strength is not as good as Lu Yin. If she uses the power of her family, her pride will not allow her to do this, and it is unrealistic. The most important thing is that she couldn't bear it in her heart, and then the picture of Lu Yin kissing her appeared again. Damn Lu Yin, are you not allowing me to have any thoughts about dealing with you? Catalia quickly wanted to understand Lu Yin's means, and she found that she could only wait for the moment when she was conquered by Lu Yin. The point is that she has no power to change. Lu Yin, you rascal. Chapter 107 Huge Stinger Jellyfish Incident. Bud in distress. 7/7 ask for customization. Hurrah! Outside the Leifeng Pagoda, Lu Yin took a deep breath. The expression on his face was indescribably wonderful. To be honest, what happened before was an accident, but since it happened, he made the most accurate choice according to his character in a short period of time. He doesn't want to turn against Catalia. He is macho and admits that he is possessive. Although beautiful women don't see one and love another, but when something happened with Catalia, then this woman can only belong to her. He has the ability to keep Catalia at odds, fight himself against each other, and fall in love with him over time. He made the move without hesitation. Of course, you must not stay on the scene just after the shot, otherwise it will explode people's nerves, and it will easily screw things up. Next, I'll go to the volcano island to spend some time. According to the rules of the will of the world, it rewards my secret realm, so there must be at least one heavenly king level elf in the secret realm. If this elf is good, I can easily conquer it by using the particularity of the game copy, so beautiful. Thinking of doing it, Lu Yin's thoughts flashed, and a strange crystal key appeared in his hand. This is the secret key that appeared in his hand when the world will announce an announcement, and only he can control it. Using this, he can enter the secret realm anywhere, and the first time he uses it, it will default to the portal location of the secret realm. Taking out the key, Luyin did not rush to activate it, but looked at the surrounding environment. Now his position is the entrance of Leifeng Pagoda, which is definitely not suitable for establishing a secret portal. Soon, Luyin found a location, and he decided to build the secret realm portal in the middle of the Leifeng Pagoda and the West Lake behind it. The place is spacious and halfway up the mountain, so it is very suitable to build a secret realm reception center at that time. Finding a good location, Luyin planned to turn on it, but just as he was moving, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Luyin took out his phone and glanced at it, and found that the caller ID was Lily. "Why did you call me when I left? Could it be that Catalia did something?" "Shouldn't." Luyin was puzzled and dissatisfied with the movement of his hands, and immediately connected the phone. The phone was connected. Before he could speak, Lily's voice came from the opposite side. "Brother, the Master, the Alliance issued a request for help to our gym just now." "Request for help?" A moment, the expression on his face became serious. "What is the specific situation?" "The aid order belongs to the Jage request for aid order, and will only be issued when the help of a trainer of the Heavenly King level and above is required." Speaking of which, Luyin had always forgotten his mobile phone number to bind the backstage of the gym together, otherwise he would be the first to receive the news without Lily's notification. "It's the Elf World." The Elf World for P was hit by a huge stinger jellyfish, and the Kanto Alliance sent a request for help to all gym owners. Lumpel its giant stinger jellyfish. Luyin's breath stagnated, and he immediately understood. Is this what happened in the anime? But in this real world, it is absolutely impossible for this incident to end so simply. It can be done with just a few words from Xiaoxia. "It seems that I need to rush to Lamperkey. Fortunately, I took precautions a few days ago. I have registered the nearest light ball near Lamperkey. Now I can use the map function of the game console to send it there, saving a lot of time. I'm going over now, and I should be able to catch up with the opening of the main play." Luyin looked into the distance, thinking about things in his heart. No matter what. To see Ash and the others, or to experience the plot, or just to see the giant stinging jellyfish, he plans to make a trip to the muddy waters. Regarding the fact that the Kanto Alliance will send messages to all gym owners, including the gyms in the Blue Star world, Luyin is not surprised at all. After all, it is the era of light balls, and everything is connected everywhere. Maybe there is a strong gym trainer in the vicinity of Lamperkey, so there is definitely nothing wrong with casting a wide net. I see. With a decision in his heart, Luyin put away the secret key in his hand and replied to Lily, "I happen to be near the light ball square now, so I'll go join in the fun." That's it. After speaking, Luyin hung up the phone, and then, he communicated with the game console with his mind, and directly opened the teleportation to the nearest light ball square near the teleportation point Lamperkey. At this time, Leifeng Tower. Serena saw Lily hang up the phone, and asked curiously, "What did the Master say? Is she planning to go to Lampolchi?" "If he has superpowers, he should be there soon." Didn't have much gratitude for how strong Luyin's superpower was and what she could do. She just wanted to fall. Luyin could fly, move instantaneously, and should be able to reach Lampolchi very quickly. Lily nodded lightly. "Brother, the pavilion owner said to go and have a look. He happens to be near the light ball. It shouldn't take long for him to get there." "Yeah." Serena nodded, then took out her mobile phone and said solemnly, "Then let's pay attention to it on the internet in real time. With such a big disaster, I hope not too many people are injured." Sighed, Catalia just listened to the two girls for 2 days. After they both took out their mobile phones and read the factual information, she took a sip of black tea from the teacup in front of her, and then took out her mobile phone and edited a certain information for someone. "I accept your invitation. My battle facility, I want to build the appearance of a castle. My only requirement is that the building should be near the Hengcheng Gym." Meanwhile, on the other side. Boom. Bang. Next to a certain building, a girl is commanding a monarch snake to engage several stinger jellyfish. Suddenly, she felt that her vision was shrouded in some shadow. Bang! At this moment, another girl who was obviously a friend of the girl discovered her situation and hurriedly shouted, "Yi, run away." The girl who was called Zui looked up dumbly, and saw a huge building ruins pressing towards him. It was at this moment that she saw an unforgettable scene in her life. The tyrannical carp dragon, destroy the deadlight. Chapter 108 Tong Yan's big breasts Mei Yi's love at first sight. Toko, what the hell? Loli fell in love with Uncle. 1/7 ask for custom. The seaside resort of Lamperchi, a seaside city developed by tourism, has suffered unprecedented damage and disasters. Led by a huge stinger jellyfish about 30 meters tall, a large number of agate jellyfish and stinger jellyfish, as well as many different types of water elves entered the city to wreak havoc. Many high-rise buildings fell into ruins under the attack of these elves. Boom! Run away! These are the water elves crazy. How can there be such a big stinger jellyfish? Damn, why don't we have a gym in Ramper? Where have the powerful trainers gone? Could the Alliance not send someone to rescue? The Alliance has issued a request for help, just wait. What? How is it? And it's just a request for help, even if it's not a battle order, it's an annihilation order. Nonsense, look around, the elves are only damaging, not hurting people, the situation is not that serious, and this time the water elves attacked the city without any warning, the reason I don't know, I can't rashly provoke a dispute. The water elves collectively attacked the human city, which was obviously a premeditated action. They were very measured, only destroying buildings, not human beings. Even if they encountered a trainer, they only defeated the trainer's elves. Their current behavior has not touched the bottom line of the human alliance. If these elves are now wantonly hurting people, then the alliance will not issue a request for help, but a higher-level annihilation order or a battle order. However, with the passage of time, the more powerful trainers in the entire Ramperki neighborhood have gathered, and the trainers temporarily stopped at the position between the city center and the beach. The pace of the attack of the water elves. Fog. The giant stinger jellyfish that took the lead saw that its offensive slowed down, and a ferocious color flashed in its eyes. Its eyes swept over some buildings in front, and finally locked on a restaurant. Swish. The huge stinger jellyfish condensed an orange energy ball in front of it, and then fired it out. Bang! The coarse destruction light was like a powerful laser cannon, instantly destroying the entire restaurant. Smashed, shattered restaurant. Spreads out and falls downwards. At this time, just below this restaurant, a girl wearing a light blue sports top with a black sleeveless top with a ribbon inside, skirt-style shorts and tights is directing a monarch snake and a few stinging jellyfish fighting, 1-to-many, is not at all disadvantaged. The girl has a very well-developed chest, and a doll with a unique brown bun-shaped double ponytail looks very cute. And not far from the girl, there is a very well-dressed girl. The girl's dress is also very simple, a long brown hair is scattered freely, and a limited edition Pokeball hat is worn on the head. This girl has a very straightforward personality. She commanded King Yanwu to fight against a few stinging jellyfish. Obviously, her attributes were at a disadvantage, and she would fight more with less, but she still had the upper hand in the battle. The heroic girl looked at the head of another lovely girl, and the next moment, her blue pupils shrank suddenly, and she hurriedly shouted, "Yi, hurry up!" And at this moment, the girl who is called Yai is around. Her vision suddenly darkened, and she seemed to be shrouded in some shadow. She heard the shout of a heroic girl not far away, and she found a huge ruin pressing in her direction. Seeing this situation, Mei Yi was stunned and froze. It seems that he sensed the crisis of Mei Yi, and somewhere in the void, a figure flashed by, as if planning to make a move. But before she made a move, someone made a move. The tyrannical carp dragon, destroy the deadlight. Roar. Along with a roar, Yai watched helplessly as a huge orange light beam shot from behind her, hitting the ruins directly in midair, annihilating them all. It wasn't until this time that Yai reacted from the sudden situation. and instinctively looked back, wanting to see who saved her. Then she saw it. On the head of a domineering and cold flash carp dragon under the sunlight behind him. Because of the sunlight, Yayi couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly, but she could feel that it was a man's gaze, and he looked down at everything around him like a king. There is also a powerful aura emanating from the master of the figure, as if he can control everything, giving people an extremely calm and reliable feeling. It's just a momentary thing. A child like Yayi found that she fell in love with this feeling, she fell in love with that man's temperament. She was madly infatuated with that kind of the calm temperament that Uncle gave Loli. But just when she looked up and wanted to see the man's appearance clearly against the sun, the black Tyrannosaurus moved, bringing the man left May's line of sight, and went directly to the area where the water elves and the trainers had the most intense fights. Seeing the back of the man leaving under the leadership of the black Tyrannosaurus, May instinctively wanted to catch up to see what happened. But before she could act, the girl on the side, the heroic girl rushed over, hugged her, and asked nervously, "Yai, are you alright? Are there any injuries?" It's alright, Tuko, I'm fine, It's alright. I heard May finally say, The voice, Tuzi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, It's May's mouth fetish, and she only calls it when she's in a good mood, relaxed, or wants to emphasize something. Now May is habitually saying, Let Toko make sure that she is really alright. But in the next moment, Tuzi had doubts about his conclusion. Torrent. Yayi fluttered with big eyes, and the cute doll's face was flushed strangely. She shook her big breasts, looked at Lu Yin's back with blurred eyes, and said very firmly, I think I find the one I want to be together the most. Man, The sense of security this man gives me is overwhelming. I want to pursue him. I must become his woman. Tuzi. This woman is sure that her brain is not broken. Tuzi thinks that she must be dreaming. She has always felt that Yayi has never grown up, and likes to rely on her character. It is estimated that her children will be able to play soy sauce in the future, and this woman may not even be married. Mei is too naive and simple, and it is estimated that in a few decades, she will still have the same character as she is now. She was very worried about this girlfriend. Result, this best friend now has a love at first sight. Moreover, she also became crazy about Tuzi and said she couldn't understand it. Of course Tuzi wouldn't move. She had no idea what kind of attraction an uncle had to Lolita. May has a childlike face with big breasts and double ponytails, but she is not a loli. But if her heart does not experience a major change, it is estimated that she will always be a loli. As for Lu Yin, although he is not very old, but the combined experience of 2 lifetimes and the accumulation of knowledge, it is not wrong to say that he is an uncle. What's more, he also has a powerful king-level aura of control. To sum up in one sentence, Lu Yin is the nemesis of Yayi, her exclusive poison. It's good if you don't encounter it, once you meet it. And now, with Lu Yin's wave of heroes saving the beauty, Yayi has already taken this poison deep into the bone marrow. Chapter 109 Lu Yin of the town. Tuko and May's Q&A. Toko, pills ~2/7 please customize. Good guy. It's big enough. The black tyrannical carp dragon came all the way to the front of the crowd, and if he saw an elf with no eyes along the way, he would reward a dragon's tail. Lu Yin stood on its head and looked at the huge poisonous thorn not far away with interest. Jellyfish. Name, Stinger jellyfish. Attributes: water poison. Features: hinging body, has slurry, no hidden features. Rain tray, has level, Heavenly King level 69. Qualification: champion skills, mirror. Attribute: tight, poison needle, ultrasound, winding, tight, acid bomb, foam rays, barrier, poison attack, salt water, screeching sound, solution, poisonous, waves of water, alone. A little special explanation: this is a little elf that has mutated for special reasons. Relying on its powerful body, it can exert its strength far beyond its level. Heavenly King. I can still play a strength far beyond my own level. Is it a champion or a master? Seeing the strength of the stinger jellyfish, Lu Yin froze in his heart. Originally, he guessed that the stinger jellyfish could be persuaded by Xiaoxia so easily, and the mutation was the result of an accident by Team Rocket. Relying on its huge body to cause damage comparable to that of a king-level elves. This is his previous estimate, and it is also his courage to come here to prevent the disaster. But now there is an accident. This stinger jellyfish actually has the strength of a king, and has already understood the meaning. But after careful consideration, this situation is also correct. After all, this stinger jellyfish can control all the stingers in a short time. Jellyfish and agate jellyfish, depending on the scene, there are some other water elves, maybe it is the leader of the group of stinger jellyfish. It's normal to have that power. In this case, I need to change my strategy. Lu Yin touched his chin. Originally, he planned to defeat the stinger jellyfish and conquer it, but he couldn't drive away the giant stinger jellyfish with a tie, and he could just be a hero. But the current situation is that he may not be able to beat him, so he needs to change to a more secure approach. Fog. Mist. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about countermeasures, several stinging jellyfish came to him, all condensing orange energy light balls in front of him. Finding this situation, Lu Yin smiled. Is this staring at me? I happen to think of a way, but the premise is to make the movement a little louder first. Then, the tyrannical carp dragon, destroy the dead light, and swept across. Electric dragon, electric shock monster, come out and say, I'll give me a trial of 100,000 volts. After Lu Yin commanded the elf in his hands to start, the other side. Yi, you are not serious. Tuzi looked at Mei Yi with a face I can't understand. She really couldn't understand the brain circuit of this girlfriend. Could it be that he suddenly grew up joking? Seriously, serious can't be serious, Yi nodded heavily. Her sapphire-like pupils were full of seriousness. She reached out and grabbed Tuzi's arm, and said a little excitedly, Tuzi, do you know? That kind of feeling, like an arrow in the heart. The first time I saw him, I felt like an arrow was pierced through my heart. He is so handsome, so temperamental, so cool. Tuzi is really speechless. She and Yi have known each other since she was a child. She never thought that one day she would be able to see such a nympho on Yi. Speaking of which, she thought it was difficult for Mei to find the other half in her life. Not that Yi is not good enough. She's excellent, there are many men who like her. When traveling together, Tuzi has met a lot of her suitors, but the feeling that Yi usually gives her is that she will never grow up. Totally have no idea. In Mei's life, apart from acting like a spoiled child and eating delicious food, there are only elves left. This woman suddenly said that she has a sweetheart now, and she kept saying love. Tuzi wanted to say, this style of painting has changed too fast. Hey, after sorting out the thoughts in his mind, Tuzi asked in a very methodical manner, Yi, it's worth thanking you for saving you, but don't talk about love so easily. Do you know him? Do you know what his name is, what kind of work he does, and how is his personality suitable for you? Mei's cute smiling face suddenly wrinkled into a ball, as if very distressed. At this moment, there were bursts of cheers with surprises all around. Look, there is a real strong shot. Wow, the black Tyrannosaurus is so handsome, so cool, who is the person standing on its head? And that electric dragon and an elf that I haven't seen before, they're all curious, and they swept away with one move. That person is so familiar, I always feel like I've seen him before. When you say that, I feel familiar too. Idiot, this person is Lu Yin, the heavenly king Lu Yin who only appeared in the world announcement yesterday. No one doesn't know what he looks like. It's him. It's really King Lu Yin. I watched the 2 games between him and that Shahian and he yesterday. He is very strong, and he has a heavenly king level elf. He has realized the aura of the heavenly king. He's a high-ranking king. That's great, With King Lu Yin, this matter should be resolved today. As Lu Yin rushed to the front of the crowd to fight the incoming water elves, many trainers recognized his identity. After all, only yesterday Lu Yin showed his face in front of everyone because of the power of the announcement of the will of the world, and he also showed his powerful heavenly king-level strength. The famous geniuses and strong people are well known. And his appearance is also like a dose of cardiac potion. It entered the hearts of everyone and calmed the originally flustered situation. This is the power of the heavenly king-level powerhouse. It has nothing to do with age. As long as the strength reaches the heavenly king level, the status and ability in the minds of the trainers are completely different. Hearing the discussions around, May's eyes suddenly lit up, and she was excited about the number said. Wow, May, I know what you said now, Mum. I didn't expect this person to be. Yesterday we were still talking about Lu Yin. He is Lu Yin, his profession is a gym owner, he looks handsome, and is about the same age as me. He must be a good person. He can find everything he likes on the internet. As for his personality, it doesn't matter, I believe me. My own feeling, and I also think that he will also like me like this. After all, I am so cute. Saying that, Mei also showed a cute expression. Tuzi. Well, she is. For example, let Mei think about this matter seriously, and she answered it seriously. I just want you not to be so hasty. What are you doing and where did your confidence come from? At the same time, the information about Lu Yin's actions was also uploaded to the internet by some people at the scene. Dr. Damu, who was sitting on the back of a fast dragon, received the news and heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, a trainer who can control the market has arrived. Chapter 110 _ Toko compromises. Anbo vomited blood and died. 3/7. Lamperkey, Lu Yin and the water elves started a battle, but the process was very short. 100,000 volts. Bang. Another end. The quasi-king level water elf led by the team was knocked to the ground by the electric dragon. Swish. Due to the large-scale reduction of leading elves, the momentum of the water elves attacking the city was greatly curbed. Roar. The black tyrannical carp dragon under Lu Yin's feet suddenly let out a furious roar, and the vicious aura spread out, followed by the intimidation characteristic. Under this roar, some timid and weak water elves did not dare to move for a moment, and a few tyrannical carp dragons mixed in the water elves' camp had a flash of fear in their eyes, and then they all came to the black tyrannical carp dragon tremblingly. Bent down slightly to show submission. Oh roar, not bad. Lu Yin watched the black tyrannosaur with great interest. He didn't expect that his tyrannical dragon was actually a king elf. The king elf is always a very special existence in the elves. Every elf group may be born. Once born, it will definitely become the king of this group. As long as the strength is enough, it is definitely not just empty words to rule the whole clan with one roar. When acting collectively, the king elf has absolute command over the group. This is the iron law of the natural elf world. Even the tyrannical carp dragon that evolved into a lone ranger will not be an exception. There is no such thing as a weak carp dragon. Those who can stand out from the carp king and evolve, the worst is also a high-level strength. A few tyrannical carp dragons fell into battle. Jay and Lu Yin commanded the electric dragon before they solved a lot of leading elves. The leaders were all gone, and the momentum of the water elves' attack completely stopped. The giant stinger jellyfish, who had been standing at the back of the water elves, also discovered this situation, and an icy cold light shot out from the huge eyes, and his eyes locked on Lu Yin's body. Fog. Giant stinger jellyfish roared and walked towards Lu Yin with slow steps, but because its body was too huge, even if it was just slow, it could go a long way. After a few breaths, it came to Lu Yin not far away, its huge eyes staring, and it lowered its head to look down at this. A powerful human trainer. Lu Yin slowly raised his head and looked at the giant stinger jellyfish. There was no fear in his eyes. A powerful aura burst out from his body, almost condensing into substance. The scene quieted down for a while, and all the water elves seemed to have received some kind of signal. They all retreated behind the giant stinger jellyfish, and looked at Lu Yin and the trainers behind him from a distance. The difference was clear. Huh. The scene, the trainers of, suddenly felt the heaviness of the atmosphere, but this time, they were not afraid. Many people looked at Lu Yin's back with hot eyes, and hope emerged in their hearts. So handsome. When Lu Yin didn't come before, the battle situation was almost one-sided. The giant stinger jellyfish created a huge tsunami at the very beginning and didn't take action, but the water elves always had the advantage in the battle, and the city was knocked down in the second half. Although many trainers have stood up, the trainers who are fighting each other are still unable to stop these. The part of the water elves' attack can only be delayed in the end, because they lack a strong trainer to come to town. At this time, Lu Yin appeared, and with his powerful strength, he attracted several more powerful beings among the water elves. After defeating these powerful individuals and instigating the rebellion, so many people were unable to stop the large-scale attack of the water elves and stopped just like that. Too powerful. Is this the king-level trainer? This kind of aura, this kind of strength, is our trainer's lifelong pursuit. I found that my heart has been captured by King Lu Yin. Yeah, although there are very few heavenly king-level trainers, there are some, but there are a few as handsome as Lu Yin's audience, and so young. There were bursts of discussion in the crowd, accompanied by words of worship. Be honest, in the face of this situation, let alone Lu Yin, even a champion trainer would not be able to hold back. Can only be said that Lu Yin is smart. He judged that the attack of the water elves is not for war and aggression, and there is room for negotiation, so as long as they show enough strength, the war can be suspended. As for the result after the suspension, it depends on his actions. But ordinary people don't know or guess these things, so these people began to worship Lu Yin crazily. Like, ah, so handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Yi grabbed Tuzi's arm and shouted excitedly, see, my Lu Yin is so handsome. Ah, how can you be so handsome? Quote. Seeing the performance of his own trainer, the monarch snake on the side showed a disgusting expression on the originally cold face. To be honest, with the arrogance of the monarch snake, if it hadn't been clear that the trainer, Mei Yi, had a hand in commanding the battle and the trainer elf, it would have fled. I really can't help you. Also speechless was Tuzi. She stretched out her jade hand to hold her forehead, and looked at Yi who was constantly beside her. She was completely clueless as to what you called Lu Yin, but to be honest, Lu Yin is handsome, young, capable and strong. Also has aura, and is the master of the gym. Well, this is indeed an excellent man. Tuzi felt that it was okay for Yi to like Lu Yin, and she didn't want to persuade her anymore, anyway. Seeing the current situation, no matter how she persuaded it would be unnecessary. However, as Yi's best friend, Tuzi decided to help Yi to observe Lu Yin, although this man's condition is good, but it is not necessarily suitable for Yi. If Yi really had contact with Lu Yin or even chased after him, she would help to check it out. It's true that Yi's performance is too unreliable now, but Tuzi doesn't know, her observation, she has put herself in. At the same time, Lu Yin is the first the gym master who appeared in the Rampolki town hall, a heavenly king-level trainer. The news quickly spread online. Many people who were following this matter got the news at the first time. The Blue Star World, China District Alliance, Hengcheng, in an aquarium, and Bo is scolding the prep apprentices in front of him with very ugly words. And Bo was venting his anger, and he was holding a fire in his heart. At this moment, a man like an assistant walked up to Anbo with a tablet and said, Lord Anbo, we've got news about the Black Tyrannosaurus. What? Anbo's expression froze for a moment, followed by his eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, where? Here. The assistant handed the tablet to Anbo and said, this black tyrannosaur was subdued by Lu Yin. What? Anbo's still unfinished smile suddenly solidified on his face. He turned his head blankly and glanced at the computer screen, and saw some short videos and photos on the internet. When he saw the majestic picture of Lu Yin standing on the black dragon head, he suddenly raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. PFF'd, God, you are biased. You are biased. Filled with unwillingness and anger, Anbo fell straight with blood in his mouth, eyes open. On this day, news came out that Anbo was so angry that he died. Chapter 111_Anning also vomited blood. The much-anticipated Lu Yin. 4/7. Poof. Anbo spat out a mouthful of blood unwillingly, opened his eyes wide, and fell straight to the ground. His heart was full of anger that had nowhere to vent, and in the end it all turned into a mouthful of blood. He is angry. Why is Lu Yin's father so much younger than him? But he was the first to become a Heavenly King level trainer, and he is not even one of the masters of the Hengcheng Gymnasium. He is angry. A year ago, he gave his old face joined the Rockets, finally with the help of the Rockets to death. Lu Tong and his wife became the puppets of the Rockets. He was angry about how much he spent half a year ago and how much favor he owed to advance the gym master trial by half a year, but was caught off guard by Lu Yin's decision to inherit the gym. He was angry. At the beginning, he comforted himself that he would challenge the gym after at least half a year. He thought it would be much easier to plot the Lei Feng Pagoda, but he didn't want Lu Yin to become a Heavenly King level trainer. He couldn't beat it. He's angry. Now the Rockets don't care. He did, and abandoned him as a pawn. He was angry. He met a flashing tyrannical carp dragon with Heavenly King level qualifications, and when he thought his luck finally got better, this tyrannical carp dragon was taken by someone at the last moment. And this person is actually Lu Yin. The boundless anger accumulated in Anbo's chest, and finally turned into a mouthful of blood. Grandpa. When Anbo saw his grandfather vomited blood and fainted, he quickly helped him up and kept asking about the situation. Seeing that Anbo did not respond, Anning was extremely nervous, and immediately shouted at the people around him, "Hurry up and notify the hospital, hurry up." Yes. The whole aquarium was in a hurry. Ambulance arrived quickly, and Anning followed Anbo into the ambulance. Until this time, he had no time to pay attention to the information that Anbo had read before. He wondered what news could make Anbo so angry. Opening the tablet, Anning soon saw that there was a lot of information about Lamperkey, most of which were photos of Lu Yin. It turned out to be Lu Yin, and it's about the black carp dragon. Anning hated his teeth all of a sudden. He finally understood why his grandfather was so angry. It turned out to be the bastard who pitted his grandfather. Wait. Suddenly, Anning paused, flipped through the information, and a photo appeared in his eyes. This elf. This elf. It turns out so. Lu Yin, bastard. PFF'd. The ambulance, Anning looked up and spat out a. The medical staff in the car were so frightened that they were in a hurry. For this reason, someone accidentally touched the instrument on Anbo's body. Wait until the ambulance comes to the hospital. Anbo has lost his life form. After this day, news came out that Anbo was furious, and for some unknown reason, he was so angry that Anning, Anbo's grandson, also became a vegetative person. But these, Lu Yin doesn't know. He also didn't know that the girl he rescued before was Yayi, and when he came to the scene, his attention was completely on the huge poison sting on the jellyfish, and used the game console to check its data. He just did what he did to save Yayi, and naturally he would not have thought that his casual behavior could win a girl's heart. And meanwhile, a high altitude in the Kanto region, Dr. Damu, who was riding on the back of a fast dragon, hung up the phone in his hand and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yin has arrived. That's good. The situation should be under control for the time being. Judging from the current situation, the strength of this giant stinger jellyfish is not very strong, and it does not mean to be a complete enemy of humans, so Lu Yin should be able to calm the situation. But when it comes to the giant stinger jellyfish, is this thing made by Grandma Jin? I remember that she built a luxury hotel at the Yuding Pier in Lamperkey. That area involves the ecosystem of agate jellyfish and some water elves. She couldn't approve it at first. It was she who used her connections to move around in the alliance, and finally got it from Chrysanthemum's head. If it's as I guessed, then it's going to be troublesome. No, it would be better for Lu Yin to solve this matter. After all, he is not the Quantung Alliance, or even a trainer in the elf world. Dr. Damu's eyes flashed with wisdom. He patted the fast dragon under him, and said with a smile, "Old man, work harder. If the human side lacks real combat power, the negotiation will not be equal." Saying that, Dr. Damu took out his mobile phone and paid attention to the information on the internet. I don't know how the negotiations between Lu Yin Kid and the giant sting jellyfish will be. At the same time, at the foot of Baiyan Mountain, Yulongdu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, who was going to the China Alliance through the light ball here, received an internal call from the Alliance. Stopped. The giant stinger jellyfish invaded with a large number of water elves. I know, I rushed over with the fastest speed. How is the situation now? I know Lu Yin of the Blue Star World. Blue Star World, Hengcheng, Lifeng Tower. Lilia and Serena looked at each other, and then discussed excitedly. Serena, it's the pavilion owner's brother who arrived. The master is so handsome, just look at the comments, he calms down the scene. Sister, now the whole world should be paying attention to the incident of Ramparty. That's right, after all, there hasn't been such a large-scale conflict between elves and humans in 20 years. Everyone must be paying attention now. The 2 women were very concerned about this incident, not Lu Yin, especially the owner of the museum, nor did they have any doubts about the time when Lu Yin could appear at the scene so soon. But unlike them, Catalia frowned slightly. How can he be so fast? Even if he has superpowers stronger than me and can move very far in an instant, it can't be so fast. This man is still hiding a secret. Do you want to? Catalia blushed, and then bit her lip unhappily. Lu Yin, you rascal, how many times do you want to kiss me? As Lily and Serena had guessed, the incident of Rampolchi this time was too big, attracting the attention of countless regions and people in the 2 worlds. And Lu Yin naturally became the focus again. At this time, under the gazes of countless people, a layer of blue light suddenly appeared around Lu Yin's body, and then he flew up to the same height as the eyes of the stinger jellyfish. I'm sorry. Lu Yin smiled at the stinger jellyfish. I don't like to raise my head and talk to others. Then, let's talk about it. What's going on this time? Lu Yin's subtext is that he doesn't like to look up to others. If you want to talk about equality. Ask for leave. Chinese New Year. The author is too busy today, so I can only maintain 5 updates a day for the next period of time. There will be one more update today. Sorry everyone, there is a 7th update today. If there is time in the past few days, I will add more updates to make up for these 2 updates. Finally, thank you for your support. I wish you a happy new year. Stay away from epidemics, and stay healthy. Summer reading is fun every day, and you can charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Chapter 112 Taruko who was beaten by Mei, who was blown away. Monarch Snake. Stupid woman. 5/7. Hey, pinch me. What's wrong? What's the matter? Lu Yin Tianwang is flying. What a fuss, didn't you see that blue light? This is superpower. But the pavilion owner Lu Yin didn't release the superpower spirit. Zhu Wei was sleeping in Lu Yin's arms, so no one saw it. Oh, that's because Lu Yin's patriarch used his superpowers himself, and this is again. Fuck. Understood, Lu Yin Pavilion Master is still a superpower. The crowd below was stunned, and no one thought that Lu Yin, who had already been wearing countless halos, was still a superpower. In today's internet information age, most people have only envy and admiration for superpowers, and will not be hostile to looking at monsters. Superpowers, to put it bluntly, are just like some beautiful women who are more beautiful than ordinary people, and taller handsome guys. They are just outstanding in terms of mental power. As long as it's not the kind of sky-defying, it can only be regarded as an advantage. Ya Tuzi, did you see it? Yi shook Tuzi's arm excitedly, and exclaimed excitedly, my Lu Yin is still a superpower, that, Great. In this case, if I have a child in the future, I will also be a superpower. Amazing. Toko. I said, how did Luyin become your home? Sooner or later, The last mouth fetish shows that May thinks so from the bottom of her heart, not a joke. So how do you feel about yourself? Now that you're so good, I'm not calm about whether Luyin is good or not. The point is, why do people like you? Tuzi felt that it was necessary for her to let Yayi recognize the reality. Forget about the nymphomaniac. What is the matter with the self-confidence? However, Yayi's focus was obviously wrong. She asked excitedly, hey, now you think Luyin can be with me? Are you together? Tuko said he wanted to die. Who can save the hopeless nympho around her who turned into a hopeless narcissist in just a few minutes? Answer my question first. Oh. Yayi's big eyes flashed. She was cute, and she asked, I'm not cute, tender, and beautiful, am I not excellent? Toko. Tong Yan with big breasts, you said that she is not cute, tender, excellent or not. Tuzi silently looked at her figure. This girl is definitely not hitting herself. I see the answer in your eyes. Yayi smiled and then said, so, what man doesn't like a woman like me? I don't want Luyin to be the only woman in my life. Lori played very well with Uncle. I think my heart and his heart are a match made in heaven. I just want to be one of his women. Is it difficult? After speaking, Yayi became confident, and then continued to stare at Luyin in the sky in a daze. Toko. She was speechless. Wait, when did Yayi have such a clear brain circuit? Is it usually pretending to be dumb and cute? Thinking back to the days when she was a mother and a best friend during her travels in the past 2 years, Tuzi suddenly realized that she was the stupid one. Tuzi's face, and the corner of his mouth raised a contemptuous arc. His inner thought was, a stupid woman, a trainer recognized by the queen, will be stupid. In a tall tower building, a girl with orange hair nervously looked at the situation outside, and couldn't help but worry. Why is this happening? How could the sea elves attack humans? I hope Luyin Tianwang can solve this matter and stop letting humans and ocean elves hurt each other. This man looks so powerful. Next to the orange-haired girl, a boy with a mark on his cheek's side, and I always feel like I've seen it before. Idiot. The orange-haired girl punched the boy, and then said in an adoring tone, he is the heavenly king Luyin. The heavenly king who is not yet 18 years old, and the master of 2 gymnasiums. The orange-haired girl introduced for a while, but the boy obviously didn't listen. He just said excitedly, hey, this is also a gym trainer. Then can I challenge him? The young man's words immediately aroused the disgust of the people around him. Just kidding, can you challenge the trainers of the heavenly king gym at will? Challenge the gym apprentice. If you want to challenge 100% of the masters of the king-level gymnasium, you must have 4 permanent badges of 44. Xiaoji. Xiaoging was a little embarrassed, so he called him and said, have you forgotten this Luyin is? The one who defeated the little red one in your mouth. Ah, it's him. Xiao finally came to his senses. He didn't have a very clear concept about that. But he has always admired Xiaoqi, thinking that Xiaoqi is a powerful trainer. So how powerful is Luyin who can defeat Xiaoqi? It turns out that it is him. The difficulties will be familiar. Xiaoji suddenly realized. At this time, outside, the giant stinger jellyfish confronted Luyin for a while, and with a flick of the huge arm, a meow was raised in front of him, and the control said, human, you want to talk to me? Yes, I want to know why you are attacking our human city. Luyin nodded. A blue light appeared in his eyes. Originally, his powerful mental power had spread, and he planned to get in touch with the mental power of the giant sting jellyfish for telepathy. I just didn't expect the giant stinger jellyfish to still control the talking meow meow, so it's better to talk directly, so that everyone can know the truth of the matter and facilitate his subsequent actions. Because you humans destroyed our homeland first. The giant stinger jellyfish controlled Meow Meow and said, originally, your human activities have caused great ecological damage, but we have the power to change all of this, so it doesn't matter. But this time, you directly occupied the deep-sea coral area that originally belonged to us, destroying our homeland. We also want you humans to feel the pain of losing your home. Meow, under the control of the giant stinger jellyfish, spoke so loudly that many people heard it. The incident cooled many people's originally angry expressions. The age of elves, most humans and most elves lived in peace. If the giant sting jellyfish said the truth, everyone would understand. The culprits, then, are the people who want to destroy the stinger jellyfish's home. Chapter 113 Lu-Yin, you stinger jellyfish are very bad. Talk about collapse. 6/7. So it is. Lu-Yin nodded. He already knew the truth of the matter. The reason why he asked the stinger jellyfish to repeat it, just wanted other people who didn't know the reason to know the reason. This way, he can pave the way for his later plans. Then what are you going to do now? Lu-Yin continued to ask, are you planning to destroy the entire city? Everyone's hearts were drawn to the question of Lu-Yin, and they were very curious about the answer of the giant stinger jellyfish, because it was related to the development of the next gaffe. That's right. The huge stinger jellyfish's answer was decisive and made everyone's heart tremble. I just want to destroy your human homeland. The stinger jellyfish, waving its tentacles, with a hideous expression on her face, controlled Meow Meow and continued, our homeland was destroyed and occupied by you humans. We're already planning to move. But before that, we must get our revenge back. Hearing the crazy speech of the giant stinger jellyfish, many people who are following this side through the internet also became nervous. Yulongdu, Kenna, and some gym masters, who were a little relieved because of Lu-Yin, were rushing to the scene, and the Alliance masters raised their hearts again. Everyone knew very well that if the giant stinging jellyfish was really determined to destroy Rampolki, with his huge body and the presence of the water elves, even Lu-Yin's presence would not be able to stop it. Speed up. Everyone gave orders to speed up to the spirits under their feet. Hee. Unlike most people, Lu-Yin felt a little disdain in his heart when he heard the words of the giant stinger jellyfish. This should be your crazy revenge after you can't achieve your goal, not your goal, right? You are fooling the ghost. You stinger jellyfish is very bad. Otherwise, why don't you hurt anyone else? Why do you have time with me now nonsense? You are a big man and you are very smart. You know the truth of asking for a lot of money and paying back the money on the spot. But, I like it. Lu-Yin was overjoyed, and he also hoped that the giant stinging jellyfish had a plan, so that he could also get the benefits of his plan. If it wasn't profitable, Lu-Yin wouldn't just rush to the front line just for a so-called hero title. I think we can talk. When everyone's hearts were raised because of the declaration of the giant sting jellyfish, Lu-Yin remained calm and said with a smile, you should know that revenge cannot solve the problem. If you really do what you say, there will always be people who don't want to let you go. Humans and elves have lived together peacefully for so many years. Do you want to cause disputes because of you? It's you who are going to cause a dispute. Giant stinger jellyfish said angrily, you humans forced us. We can apologize and compensate for this. Lu-Yin said very simply. Anyway, it won't be him who apologizes, and it won't be him who compensates. He's here to make money. Maybe Lu-Yin was too direct, and the giant jellyfish didn't react for a while. In fact, not to mention the giant stinger water, that is. Many humans have not reacted. Some people even wondered if Lu-Yin was admitting cowardice. But soon, they heard Lu-Yin continue, we humans will find the person in charge of this matter, ask her to apologize, and ask her to compensate you. This kind of person who destroys the friendship between us humans and your elves should not only apologize and compensate you, but also have to compensate you for the loss of your destruction of human buildings. Amount. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly reacted. That's right, this thing will happen today, it seems to be provoked by some people, and it has nothing to do with them. Originally, everyone was living peacefully, and there was no contradiction. Now that this happened, of course, the culprit must bear everything. Stinger jellyfish didn't hurt anyone either. As long as the compensation is in place, it doesn't seem to matter after all. So, under the guidance of Lu Yin's 3 words, everyone pointed their finger at the culprit who caused this incident, that destruction, the people who are home to the stinger jellyfish. In fact, even the giant stinger jellyfish feels fine. As long as the wrongdoers are punished, and they are compensated, then what are they insisting on and not really going to war with humans? All elves are peace-loving. Okay, thinking of this, the giant stinger jellyfish thinks this is okay. As long as the humans who have done wrong apologize and return to their homeland, this matter can end here. But it didn't wait. It said yes, and a bomb flew on it and exploded. Boom. The power of the bomb was great, and the huge stinger jellyfish that exploded shook all over and felt the pain of death. Ha ha ha, mother-in-law's attack hit. On the ground, a short old woman standing on a military tank shouted proudly, "Bastard stinger jellyfish, how dare you destroy my hard work? Granny! I'm going to kill you all. Mother-in-law." Saying that, the short old woman shouted to Lu Yin, "Hey, the kid over there, mother-in-law. Hurry up and do it for me. Mother-in-law. Don't worry, I know a lot of strong people, and there will be support here soon." The little elves also dare to provoke humans. We must teach them a profound lesson. Mother-in-law. Grandma Jin, are you here? Seeing the short old woman below, a strange light flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. That this person is here. Before, he was worried that the play would not go on. Okay. Missed. Giant stinger jellyfish let out a roar, and the bomb didn't cause it much damage, but the dignity it felt was greatly challenged. And now that someone is attacking him, does it mean that Lu Yin's words are not credible, or is this a complete set of human beings? Thinking of this, a burst of anger filled the heart of the giant stinger jellyfish. He felt deceived, and it felt that it still underestimated the shamelessness of human beings. Missed. Giant stinger jellyfish raised its huge tentacles and swung towards Lu Yin. He wanted to vent his anger on the destruction of the nearest human being. Seeing this scene, everyone, and the people who were paying attention to this in front of the internet finally responded. Damn, what the hell is an ugly old woman? Tianwang Lu Yin managed to dissuade the situation, and it seems that he is about to reach an agreement with the giant sting jellyfish. What is she doing? Could she be the one who destroyed their home to the stinger jellyfish? She must be right. She must be a bastard who uses power for personal gain. It seems to beat her to death. Master Lu Yin, run away. Everyone with him was insulting Granny Jin, and at the same time worried about Lu Yin. But no one knew that Lu Yin had a smile on his face now. Fine, everything is ready. Then start the final steps. Superpower release, space locked. Regional space secret realm copy. Electric Dragon, it's showtime. Chapter 114 _ Kill the giant stinger jellyfish in seconds. Conquer. A new ability for consoles. 7/7. Regional space secret realm copy. At this moment, the blue light in Lu Yin's eyes was very bright and dazzling, which was his performance of mobilizing the superpowers in his body to the extreme. Without being able to feel it, Lu Yin's powerful spirit has spread invisibly into all the space within a 1,000-meter radius. Just after Lu Yin spread his spiritual power all over these areas, an icon on the game screen in his mind lit up. Ding! It is detected that the host has a 1,000-meter orientation of God's perspective, and a temporary secret realm is generated. Ding! The temporary secret realm is generated, and the copy is formed. Ding! The copy is successfully formed. After waiting for the sound of the game console to end, Lu Yin showed a relaxed smile and thought, login. Electric Dragon. Thunder. After Lu Yin made a choice and issued an attack order, the electric dragon's eyes changed, and his body was filled with strange rules. The next moment, under everyone's attention, the electric dragon raised his hands without warning, and a powerful current flashed all over his body. Yo-yo. The orange-yellow electric current rose directly from the electric dragon into the dark clouds in the sky, and the next moment, a thick blue-yellow electric current fell from the sky and shot directly at the body of the giant stinger jellyfish. Boom! The giant stinger jellyfish was wrapped in a thick electric current, and a huge pain struck, causing it to raise its head and let out a tragic cry of pain. But his previous movements did not stop, and the huge tentacles had already swung towards Lu Yin's location. Many people closed their eyes when they saw this scene, but there were also girls like Yayi who desperately opened their eyes, hoping that Lu Yin would be fine. Then, those who opened their eyes saw that at the moment when the giant stinging jellyfish was about to touch Lu Yin, his figure suddenly disappeared. Swish! The attack of the giant stinger jellyfish was completely defeated. Then everyone saw a scene they will never forget. Crack! The electric dragon's attack was over, and the giant stinger jellyfish flickered with electric lights all over its body, and the momentum was astonishing. When the electric lights dissipated, in the disbelief of everyone's eyes, the giant stinger jellyfish fell straight backwards, fainting. Past! Bang! The huge stinging jellyfish weighed an amazing amount, and it fell to the ground with a sudden explosion, and this explosion made those who closed their eyes open again. Then, these people and those who had kept their eyes open before saw that, from the position on the head of the giant stinger jellyfish, a heavy ball with a gray appearance, specially used to conquer the huge elves, fell from the sky. Crack! The heavy ball touched the body of the giant stinger jellyfish, and emitted a red light. The red light enveloped the body of the giant stinger jellyfish, and then inhaled. Crack! Heavy closure fell to the ground, in many bets. It stopped after shaking for a dozen times. Successfully subdued, a layer of blue light appeared around the heavy ball, then flew high into the sky, and finally fell into the hands of a person. Everyone looked up and found it was Lu Yin who disappeared at the last moment. Lu Yin subdued the giant stinger jellyfish. Everyone was shocked. Lu Yin actually had this strength, hiss. After a moment of silence, the sound of the air conditioning constantly sounded. This, what happened when I closed my eyes? Yeah, how did King Lu Yin dodge the giant stinger jellyfish? Why do I feel like the whole world has changed when I open my eyes? It's understandable that Lu Yin Tianwang was not hit. After all, he has superpowers and can move instantly, but the giant stinger jellyfish was killed in seconds. How strong is the electric dragon of the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion? Is it already the king level? But it's not realistic to kill the giant stinger jellyfish in seconds, even if it's a king level electric dragon. Yes, judging from the momentum displayed by the giant stinger jellyfish, its strength is also heavenly king, but its body is huge and amazing, and its physical strength must be terrifying. How could it be killed in seconds? Unbelievable. It's incredible. At this moment, everyone was shocked, including the ordinary people who followed the situation here through the internet, Dr. Damu and others. At the same time, another doubt appeared in their hearts. If Lu Yin actually has such strength, why would he have to talk to the giant stinger jellyfish? Wouldn't it be fragrant to defeat it directly? Lu Yin said, of course it's not fragrant. A giant stinger jellyfish can only pay for his appearance at most. As for performance fees, of course, have to be calculated separately. Very good. Touching the pokeball in his hand, a smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yin's mouth. Of course, the power of the electric dragon has not yet broken through to the heavenly king level, and even as some people said, even if the electric dragon really has the strength of the heavenly king level, according to normal logic, it is impossible to kill the giant sting jellyfish in seconds. However, now it has actually happened. So the answer to why the electric dragon can kill the stinger jellyfish is naturally because Lu Yin cheated. This ability is good. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. On the way from Hangcheng to Lamphulchi before, Lu Yin planned to use the time on the road to play games for Kathy to train and level up, so as to improve the skill of teleportation as soon as possible. However, after he put his consciousness into his mind, he found that there was another icon on the screen of the game console. The ability of this icon also came directly to his mind. The duplication of regional space secrets. The so-called secret duplication is one of the original functions of the game console. The game machine captures small stable secrets for duplication, and provides them to Lu Yin. It can be entered in real body or in game mode. After owning the copy, Lu Yin can get God's perspective through the game console screen. The range of this God's perspective is 1 kilometer in a radius. But now, after Lu Yin awakened his superpower, he has the ability to reverse. As long as he releases his mental power and has a God's perspective within a kilometer of a certain area, he can let the game machine lock this area. Once the console locks this area, it can be cloned. And the copy space can be turned into a game in Lu Yin's game console. That is to say, in reality, it is unrealistic for the electric dragon to defeat the giant sting jellyfish, but in the game console, the gap of 10 levels is in front of attribute restraint. Not worth mentioning. So, everyone saw the incredible scene of the electric dragon killing the giant sting jellyfish. But now, after conquering the giant stinger jellyfish, Lu Yin obviously thought further. It takes too much mental energy. Every time you use it, no matter what, time will maintain the city, and the mental power will be pulled away. Fortunately, I copied the meditation of the 9 tails, which can restore mental power super fast, so it is not a problem. If it is replaced by Catalya, it is estimated that it will take several days to recover. Speaking of which, I have this special ability in the future. Wouldn't it be very easy to kill divine beasts or something? And if you want to quickly improve your level in the future, it's not limited to dungeons. Just like now, the electric dragon killed the giant stinger jellyfish in seconds, and the strength finally reached the king level. Speaking of which, if I use this ability when fighting against people, wouldn't it be shameless? Chapter 115_Yayi Online, S. Husband, Mother-in-law Jin's backer. First change. Tisk tisk. Lu Yin seemed to see a picture of himself in the air in seconds. Playing games is just so cool. But now his strength can't do this. After all, the strength of the elves in his hands is not too strong. Even if the attributes are dominant, it is not enough to cross the 2 realms to kill the opponent in seconds. These seconds. Therefore, it is necessary to gradually increase the strength. Speaking of which, if I want to cooperate with Zhao Grado and Kyogre, as long as they cooperate with me, they can kill each other in seconds or even split the empty seat. It should be very thoughtful. An idea suddenly popped into Lu Yin's mind, but in the end he still rejected it. The bottom line of the cooperation between the 2 powers is that the difference between the strength of the 2 powers is not large, and he can find these with his current strength. Top-level first-level gods, then wait for them to become tools. These things don't matter. It's time to play. Based on my analysis of the character of this Granny Jin, she shouldn't be able to resist it. Thinking of this, Lu Yin vaguely looked in the direction of Granny Jin. This ugly short old woman will open her mouth exaggeratedly. Obviously she was frightened by the scene of Lu Yin subduing the giant sting jellyfish. This is indeed something that looks very bizarre in the eyes of ordinary people. But after she reacted, she immediately shouted at Lu Yin, "Hey, since you can defeat this giant sting jellyfish, why didn't you take action earlier?" Grandma Jin's voice attracted a lot of attention, and many people were puzzled when they heard it. Yes, since Lu Yin can defeat the giant stinger jellyfish, why didn't he take action earlier? Why did he do it? Of course, no one thinks that Lu Yin has a conspiracy or is a bad person, just can't figure it out. Hearing Granny Jin's words, Lu Yin smiled, thinking that this is really a good actor to cooperate with the performance, and answered if he asked. But there were others faster than him. Yayi was unhappy when she heard Granny Jin's words, and shouted, "Hey, stinky old woman, what are you talking about? My family, Lu Yin, has made a move since Mingming, okay. Now, isn't it all because of his blessing that the water elves stop attacking?" Toko. Smelly old woman, this is the first time in Yayi's life that she has swears. Like a person can change so much. It's so scary. If Yayi knew what Toko was thinking, she would definitely tell her in a cute way, it's not called liking, it's called love. Hearing a girl speaking to him, Lu Yin was not displeased because his role was robbed, he was curious about who this girl was. He actually said, "Lu Yin from my family." Lu Yin, a brain-dead fan, looked in the direction the voice came from, and was shocked. "Yi, Tuko. There is still a game in this world." Lu Yin recognized the identities of the two women at once, but after recognizing them, he was afraid that he would recognize the wrong person. Maybe they just look alike, but they also have big breasts, and that. The iconic hairstyle and the elf like the monarch snake, plus that dress, there are too many coincidences. At this moment, there was a burst of sound in the crowd. Discussion sound. "Hey, it's Mei and Tuko. It's really them, the two semi-finalists of the Chengdu League last year. I heard that they are all from Hezhong, and they achieved the top 8 in the first year of travel. They are talented and beautiful girls." Yai is right, King Lu Yin has stopped this matter from getting worse. Okay, that old woman is disgusting, she deserves to question King Lu Yin. By the way, who is this guy, so arrogant? Yai and Tuzi are also celebrities. Their debut performance is not as good as Xiaoqi, but because both of them are beautiful girls, and they are also partners, so their fame is bigger than Xiaoqi. Now the two women have been traveling for 2 years, and now it is the 3rd year, and their fame is not limited to one area. Sure enough, it's Mei and Tuko. The last confusion in Lu Yin's heart disappeared. He also heard the voices of the audience, and the appearance of Yai and Tuzi was a stone hammer. After the confusion was gone, Lu Yin felt that the situation was a little interesting. Yai actually said that I was his Lu Yin. Fun. Damn. Granny Jin felt that it was shameful to be questioned by Yai, and she was jealous of Yai's youth and beauty. She was unhappy. She picked up the bazooka beside her and pointed it at Yai, shouting, "How dare you speak ill of mother-in-law? Mother-in-law will punish you, mother-in-law. Stinky girl, apologize to me." Granny Jin always behaved very arrogantly, because she had nothing to fear. In Kanto, she admits that she doesn't shoot anyone, because when she was young, she and her sister once helped a man named Kikuko. Now this chrysanthemum has a pivotal position in the Kanto League. And Granny Jin is one of the few people who knows that there is some subtle relationship between Kikuko and Dr. So in the eyes of Grandma Jin, she relies on Grandma Juzi and Dr. Damu, and does not need to fake anyone or anything. As long as she doesn't offend anyone who really can't afford to offend, Grandma Jin can walk sideways in the Kanto Alliance. Grandma Jin's confidence, Lu Yin didn't know, but even if he knew, he had nothing to fear. With his current strength and the new capabilities of the game console, even if the mother-in-law Juzi might be a champion trainer, he was not in vain. As for Dr. Damu, he didn't take action to personally bring about such a scourge as Granny Jin, and he has already given Granny Chrysanthemum face. Shoe Snake. Monarch Snake's eyes narrowed, and her figure flashed before Mei Yi. With her pride, it was impossible to watch others hurt her trainer. "I won't apologize to you," Mei said without giving up. "You are the one who should apologize." Lu Yin raised his brows, then smiled. Well, the oral addiction has come out, and this Yai is the one she knows. Shizui, don't apologize, smoke him, then let mother-in-law teach you a lesson. Grandma Jin is really careless, or she has been lawless for too long, and she doesn't know how to restrain herself. She raised her bazooka at Mei Yi, and actually planned to attack in front of everyone's eyes. Stinky girl, let mother-in-law teach you a lesson. With the protection of the elves, you will certainly not die. At that time, as long as I insist that I was frightened by your monarch snake, and then spend money to buy some witnesses, I will be able to make the alliance let me go. Humph. Grandma Jin has not lost her mind yet. At this time, she has developed a set of inherent thinking patterns, thinking that these things can be settled by him. But unfortunately, this time she encountered a real iron plate. Swish. Grandma Jin tried to pull the trigger in her hand, but no matter how hard her fingers were, she couldn't move. What's the matter? Grandma Jin wanted to see if it was a bazooka, accept the problem, and found that she couldn't move her head. Only at this time did she realize that a layer of blue light appeared around her body at some point. This is superpower. Mother-in-law, I said. Lu Yin slowly descended from the sky, stopped a little above Granny Jin, and looked down at her. What do you want to do in front of me? Chapter 116_Dr. Damu. What is Lu Yin going to do? The second. Did you take action against others with my consent? Lu Yin looked down at Granny Jin, his eyes a little cold. I'm curious why you're acting so daring. At the scene, you dare to do it when people are watching like this, when everyone is blind. I'm very curious. I have clearly stopped the giant stinger jellyfish from continuing to move. Why do you want to take action at this time and cause the situation to change again? I'm really curious, so can you please tell me why? Lu Yin asked 444 questions with one face, and each question made the look on Grandma Jin's face even more ugly. Many people who heard Lu Yin's question also suddenly thought about it. That's right, compared to the question that Grandma Jin asked Lu Yin before. The question with no technical content, Lu Yin's 444 questions can be said to be thought-provoking and straight to the point. Everyone realized that Granny Jin was not simple. Everyone is wondering, what kind of person can, after a Heavenly King-level trainer stop the disaster, will recklessly provoke the giant stinger jellyfish and hurt an ordinary trainer in the public eye. Everyone is not stupid, plus Lu Yin's kind reminder. I figured out the crux of the problem at once. It must be her, she must be the culprit of this disaster. Yes, she is so arrogant, she must have a backer in the alliance. Do you need to think about the stinger jellyfish? Their home must be in the restricted development area of the alliance. If there is no one behind it, how can it be developed? Haha, so, this disaster is the result of one person's greed for profit. It looks like this. That old woman is relying on her connections to watch the construction, and in the end, everyone suffers along with it. Absolutely can't let her go, punished severely, must be severely punished. After everyone understood the truth of the matter, there was boundless anger in everyone's heart. Everyone is innocent, and the sea elves are also innocent, but the innocent existences of the two sides are fighting because of the greed of a bad guy. It's okay if everyone didn't know about the situation before, but now it's absolutely unbearable. Apologize. Compensation. Hope Alliance severely punished. Immediately, slogans were shouted out by the victims at the scene, and even, seek the truth, appeared on the internet. Severe punishment. Slogan. There are even some people who want to know the protective umbrella behind Granny Jin. Of course, these voices are relatively quiet. Somewhere on a high-rise building, under the high-speed flight of the fast dragon, Dr. Damu, who had arrived at the scene, listened to the voices around him, and looked at Lu Yin seriously. What the hell is going on, boy? It's right to get the culprit out of Granny Jin. I want to punish her severely, but why did they arouse public anger? Could it be that his goal is Juicy, the alliance? As a gym owner, he doesn't have to. Just do it. What the hell is he trying to do? Dr. Damu couldn't understand the meaning behind the hidden operation. At this moment, the fast dragon beside it looked up and looked in a certain direction. Dr. Damu noticed the movement of his fast dragon, and immediately turned his head to look in that direction, and found that a small orange dot in the distant sky was rapidly magnifying. Soon, a fast dragon with a man in a cape appeared in his sight. It's a fairy. Dr. Damu suddenly realized that with the speed of a champion-level fast dragon in Yulongdu's hand, it would not take long to traverse the entire Kanto Alliance under the full force of flight. Dr. Big Wood. The fast dragon stopped above the roof where Dr. Damu was sitting, and Yulongdu jumped off its back and asked straight to the point. Doctor, how is the situation now? The problem between the sea elves and us humans is under control. Dr. Damu nodded at Yulongdu, and then said, but now there may be bigger problems. It all depends on whether Granny Jin is smart enough. Grandma Gold. Yulongdu glanced forward, and what caught his eyes was the picture of Lu Yin controlling Granny Jin. Did she cause what happened this time? Yulongdu asked a question, and then without waiting for Dr. Damu's answer, he continued, I have already told Tianwang Juzi. Some people can't help. Do you? Dr. Damu opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he held back. Of the 4 heavenly kings in Kanto, although the other 3 are not weak, they are still a bit worse than Yulongdu. Yulongdu couldn't do it in 1 hit and 3. If Yulongdu wasn't so jealous, he would not have been the Dragon King of Guangdong, but one of the 4 kings' champions. Kikuko, Dr. Ogi can't say anything. But after this time, Juzi shouldn't have any contact with this mother-in-law Jin anymore. Humph. Yulongdu snorted coldly, intending to return to Kuailong's back since he was a child, and it seemed that he was interfering in this matter. Seeing this, Dr. Damu stopped him and said, don't rush to show up. Otherwise, the relationship between Chrysanthemum and you will be even worse. Looking at what Lu Yin is going to do now, I always feel that this kid can handle this matter better. Lu Yin. Yulongdu looked at Lu Yin not far away, pondered for a while and then clicked, okay. And at this time, Granny Jin was not stupid, she wouldn't be so rich if she was stupid. Hee hee, mother-in-law is rich, but she can't do anything she wants to do. Grandma Jin laughed wildly, mother-in-law wants to buy any props, just throw money at it. Mother-in-law wants a piece of land, but she still spends money on it. Mother-in-law is, how about robbing the homes of these sea elves, where can I make more money for my mother-in-law? Grandma Jin said these words very loudly, obviously to the scene, and there are many people who are paying attention to this matter, but after saying this, she said with a sneer. Said in a voice that only she and Lu Yin could hear, boy, wait for your mother-in-law, and I will find someone to take care of you. Tianwang level trainer, it's nothing. Is it? Lu Yin didn't take it seriously when Grandma Jin smiled, but a blue light flashed in his eyes. If Granny Jin didn't threaten her, she didn't know that she wanted to retaliate against him, and considering that she was going to slap her hard later, Lu Yin didn't intend to trouble her. After all, there is no conflict or hatred between the two of them, and Lu Yin can still make a lot of money by relying on Granny Jin. But now that he threatens, I'll give you a small present. Lu Yin sneered, he left a package of spiritual seeds in Granny Jin's mind. After a week, this spiritual seed will explode. With good luck, Grandma Jin can continue to live and become an idiot. If you are unlucky, you can only be in a vegetative state all your life. Ha ha, Lu Yin has never been a good person. Chapter 117 _ The drama is possessed by the body, and the domineering Lu Yin highlights the moment. First change. Wow, this guy is so arrogant. She admits she did it. The rich can do whatever they want. Just kidding, in the age of elves, without strength, everything is empty talk. If you have money and you can hire the strong, you can be considered powerful. But it's just a loft in the sky, this old woman is too arrogant. Hee hee, this mother-in-law looks like a fool with a lot of money, thinking that it is enough to have money. Look at the weapons she uses in her hands that were eliminated in the old era. This kind of person must be severely punished. According to the Union Act, she must be guilty of bribery and endangerment of public safety and harming elves, and she will be punished a lot. That's right. Grandma Jin's speech pushed herself to the head of all evil, and the flames in everyone's hearts were focused on her. She is so arrogant, it seems a little brainless and a little stupid. But it's not the case, this is her genius, she knows very well what her biggest strength is, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. So no matter how brainless she is, she won't say anything about someone above me, and she won't bring out the mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Granny Jin was just too confident in her trump card. It was not the first time she had encountered such a thing, and she was already familiar with it. It's just that this time it's the biggest trouble, but she feels that with mother-in-law Chrysanthemum behind her back, at best. Spend more money. And something like money, she will naturally be able to earn it back in the future. Pity that she doesn't know that she has offended someone who can't really offend. Then you just wait for the league to sue. Lu Yin squinted his eyes and said with a smile, now this matter, the alliances of the two worlds and all regions are watching, and I believe that the Kanto alliance will give you the most fair trial. I hope you can still laugh then. You. Grandma Jin's heart twitched, and she finally felt Lu Yin's intentions. Other side, Dr. Damu shook his head. This time, Granny Jin is completely finished. I feel pretty good. Was a smile on Yulongdu's tall, cool and handsome face. It's useless even if the King Juzi wants to intervene, and he might put himself in, I hope she's stupid. Said, Yulongdu jumped back onto the fast dragon's back. Dr. Damu, farewell, I'm going to the Blue Star World to fight for the first place to train the elves to the Heavenly King level. Voice fell, and the fast dragon accelerated and flew in the direction from which it came before. This matter, there is no need for Yulongdu to do anything. At the same time, in Ziwan Town, Kanto, somewhere outside the elf tower, an old woman with a cane had a gloomy face, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a bit. Okay, really good. Is it me, Chrysanthemum, who hasn't moved for a long time, is it all me? For some special reasons, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum has a very extreme personality. Her people can make mistakes, but only she can educate them, not others. Wrong, it's all wrong. This time, the meaning of Lu Yin's words came out, and it was obvious that he was putting pressure on the Kwantung Alliance. Although Lu Yin didn't say it clearly, everyone understood the meaning. Although the alliance is the same alliance, there is a competitive relationship between the two world alliances and each regional alliance. And the Kwantung Alliance, as the headquarters of the alliance, the birthplace, is also the facade of the wizard world. If the credibility of the alliance is questioned by the whole world, then it will be a joke. Therefore, Grandma Jin will definitely be caught this time and be severely punished. So this time, Grandma Jin must be finished. This is also the reason why Yulongdu went so simply. This matter, there is no need to do, you. Grandma Jin opened her mouth wide, with an exaggerated expression on her face. She stared blankly at Lu Yin. She didn't expect Lu Yin to say such a thing. She's not stupid, she can understand the effect of his words at will. Seems unintentional, it seems emotional, but it is actually a lore wrapped in public opinion. I will never let you go. Jin's eyes became extremely resentful. She knew that she was done, and she hated Lu Yin in her heart. Thinking of the future she might face, her heart filled with anger. She would never make Lu Yin better. She decided to let Juzi help her with the last thing. She must have ruined Lu Yin. Even now, he can't make it easy. Hee, don't you just say it nicely, mother-in-law. Granny Jin looked at Lu Yin without giving an inch, and said in a contemptuous tone, before, you were obviously able to fight against the giant sting jellyfish. Granny. You can obviously persuade it directly, why don't you do it, mother-in-law? You don't just want to make things worse, and then come forward as a savior, you just want to be a bigger hero. Granny. So if your mother-in-law sees you, you're a hypocrite. Hypocrite, this is definitely an insulting expression to someone. But when they heard Granny Jin's words, many people's eyes changed towards Lu Yin, and they secretly doubted the possibility. After all, Lu Yin's electric current has the power to kill the giant sting jellyfish in seconds, so there is no relationship with the other party at all. Necessary for negotiation, is it bad to directly rein in it? Poochie. Lu Yin smiled, and the laughter was full of irony, which made many people shudder. I said, you not only and now, you seem to have no brains. Lu Yin took a step forward and said lightly, first of all, I arrived at the scene, and after that, I immediately took action and stabilized the situation. What you said will be self-defeating. Otherwise, I can totally wait until the human trainer is broken, and one person can pull back the madness. Isn't it? Lu Yin's question went straight to the bottom of everyone's heart, and some doubtful people suddenly felt guilt in their hearts. That's right, this topic has already been answered before, but they still doubt it. It really shouldn't be. As for what you said, why didn't I deal with the giant stinger jellyfish? Lu Yin sneered and asked, of course I am for the true peace of elves and us humans. When I arrived at the scene, I discovered a strange phenomenon. All water elves only destroy buildings, not human beings, not a single one. Then it's clear that these water elves have no intention of actually fighting humans, they are purposely destroying buildings. After discovering this situation, of course I want to get the truth, and the giant stinger jellyfish is naturally the best person to ask. Isn't it better to ask if you capture the giant sting jellyfish? Grandma Jin has some questions and answers about broken jars. Stupid. Lu Yin shook his head and asked, let me ask you, if I capture the giant stinger jellyfish, these water elves will really riot because they are not restrained by it. Or, they interpret my actions as a declaration of war and start a full-scale offensive, leading to a real war. Who can shoulder this responsibility? It's ridiculous, this one looks like it's with your rubbish behind it. Am I stupid enough to sacrifice my life for the benefit of someone like you? Ridiculous. Chapter 118 Behind the layout, Lu Yin showed his fangs. The second. Grandma Jin was speechless when questioned by Lu Yin. When the people around him heard Lu Yin's words, they all woke up. Right, Lu Yin took control of the scene as soon as he arrived. You definitely won't have the sinister intentions that Granny Jin said. No reason for Lu Yin not to accept the giant stinger jellyfish elves, it's just for everyone's consideration, for the overall situation, and for human beings and elves. Of course, this kind of thinking is not something that can be imagined by a person like Granny Jin who harms others in selfishness. But why are they being led astray? At this moment, no one felt guilty for the emotions and doubts about Lu Yin that had arisen in their hearts, because they were too superficial. It's because they don't have Lu Yin's pattern. So handsome. Yi stretched out a pair of small hands to hold her little face, her eyes were full of sparkling love, and one of her hearts had been completely taken away by Lu Yin. I really. Ziyi put her hand on her forehead, she had completely given up the idea of persuading Yi. This girl is either not a nympho, this nympho is simply. However, she is really handsome. Tuzi gave Lu Yin a deep look, and nodded secretly in his heart. If Lu Yin knew the thoughts of these people and Tuzi, he would definitely give himself a pair of thumbs up and sigh to himself. Oscar owes me a trophy. In fact, there is a loophole in Lu Yin's remarks just now. The giant stinger jellyfish is the leader of the water elves who attacked Ramperky this time. As long as they are captured and released, they will definitely be able to command all the water elves. Forget the scene where the black tyrannical dragon stuns other tyrannical dragons. There are still some differences between the social composition of elves and human society. But this part, under Lu Yin's deliberate guidance, no one can find out. No, Dr. Damu may have seen it, but he can't stand up and explain, because there is no evidence, he has no reason to do so, but he is very curious. Lu Yin took a lot of time to do so much. Why? A deep curiosity flashed in Dr. Ogi's eyes. Lu Yin can completely defeat the giant stinger jellyfish as soon as he makes a shot and then take it down, then he can control the situation faster, and then release the giant stinger jellyfish to inquire about the situation. And he can also find the culprit, Granny Jin. Isn't it unnecessary for him to go around in circles now? If Lu Yin knew the thoughts of the giant sting jellyfish, he would definitely tell him. It's not unnecessary at all. This matter can of course be dealt with like this, but what kind of reputation did Lu Yin gain from the giant stinging jellyfish, and then there is no such thing. Lu Yin is from the Blue Star world. Can he expect the Quantum Alliance to reward him with some honorary titles and titles at most? He prefers real income. Giant stinger jellyfish, come out. Lu Yin then threw out the heavy ball and released the huge stinger jellyfish that he had just captured. Fog. The giant stinger jellyfish's huge eyes showed confusion, followed it to reflect, and looked at Lu Yin's electric dragon with dreadful eyes. Just now, it felt that the electric dragon's thundering trick didn't even comprehend the profound meaning of electricity, but when it attacked, it carried incredible power. This incredible power makes it impossible to resist. Now, the giant stinger jellyfish is really convinced of the electric dragon and Lu Yin, and it has no doubt that if the electric dragon uses another thunder, he will still be instantly killed. Stinger jellyfish, now, you should recognize my strength. Lu Yin asked the giant stinger jellyfish. I have such strength but I don't need it, but negotiate with you. This is my sincerity. Fog. The giant stinging jellyfish nodded heavily. It lost its mind when it was provoked by the provocation of the mother-in-law Jin, and now it has calmed down. It's over, are you still going to leave? Lu Yin asked again. Fog. The giant stinger jellyfish nodded first, then shook his head again. It seems that the meaning of his expression is a little unclear. The giant sting jellyfish glanced down, and his eyes finally locked on Meow Meow who had just woken up. My head hurts, Meow. Meow Meow scratched his head and stood up. It didn't wait. It figured out its own situation. A huge tentacle wrapped it again, and a familiar touch came, and then it reacted all at once, with a desperate expression on its face. Meow is coming. Swish. Meow Meow was held up by the giant stinger jellyfish and placed in front of Lu Yin, becoming a microphone again. Huge stinger. Master, I have been conquered by you, and I will definitely follow you in the future. I decided to stop here for revenge this time, but I don't trust my clansmen and want to take them to the ocean to find a new home. I'll find the master after I find my home. I don't know if it's okay. The eyes of the giant stinger jellyfish flickered with hope. To be subdued by a trainer, one must obey the trainer's instructions. This is the iron law for the stability of the elf world. Under normal circumstances, no trainer or elves would violate it. Of course there's no problem with that. Lu Yin smiled at the giant sting jellyfish, indicating that it was all right. The latter immediately wanted to thank him, but heard Lu Yin ask again, but I have a good proposal. I don't know if you are interested. At this moment, Lu Yin finally showed his fangs. Lu Yin knew very well that in today's incident, what the giant stinging jellyfish wanted most was an equal opportunity for dialogue. A negotiator can only be done by someone with sufficient strength and weight. Otherwise, the water-type elves are stupid, just listen to your words. As for Xiaoxia, well, the protagonist's halo is awesome, but now it is reality, it must not be so simple. To be honest, today's incident is actually a mistake for the mother-in-law Jin by order. Lu Yin is not so good. His goal has always been the sea hotel that Granny Jin is about to develop. Once the matter of Granny Jin is exposed, it can be a mess. Lu Yin wants to accept all this, naturally, not because he is merciful, but because he thinks it is profitable. Grandma Jin spent a lot of money to build it. It was expensive to build, but now it's destroyed. It's a pity that Lu Yin wants to use the waste. I don't think you and your clan need to go. Under everyone's attention, Lu Yin opened his mouth and said seriously, this time your water elves and the residents and tourists of Lamperchi are all victims. Neither of you should pay for this. I believe the Alliance will order Granny Jin to compensate for the loss this time. And you, too, can stay. I will help you build the coral area into a more suitable place for you to live. The place belongs to you. You can stay here to help your people. What do you think? Chapter 119 Lu Yin's business experience is rich in fame and fortune. The third. Is it okay to fog? The giant stinger jellyfish asked suspiciously. Of course. Lu Yin smiled slightly and said, well, you are my elf, I will do something for your clan. That water hotel, I bought it and built it into a semi-open building suitable for you to live in. How? The fog listens to the master. Giant stinger jellyfish nodded immediately, controlled Meow Meow and said, as long as it is not a last resort, who would want to leave his homeland? Lu Yin is now his trainer, so he will definitely not cheat it, then he will definitely build it as promised, come up with a new building suitable for their tribe and some water elves to survive. At that time, everyone will be very happy. Then you will lead your clan and other elves to retreat first. Lu Yin nodded towards the giant stinger jellyfish. He was not in a hurry to take this big guy away. This was the core of his plan. Fog. The giant stinger jellyfish nodded to Lu Yin, and then called out to the surrounding patches of agate jellyfish, stinger jellyfish, and some other water elves. Hearing the cry of the giant stinging jellyfish, the water elves did not hesitate at all, and all evacuated in the direction of the sea, like a receding tide. Soon, the real water elves left Lampolchi, and the giant stinger jellyfish also dived into the sea. Until this time, the people around have completely recovered and sighed. The incident is resolved. I didn't expect that this time the truth of the matter was actually like this. This grandmother Jin must be severely punished by the Alliance, and everyone who has lost in Lamper will definitely be compensated. That's right, that Granny Jin is very rich, so compensation is not a problem. Am I the only one who wants to thank Heavenly King Lu Yin? Do you want to thank everyone? Lu Yin Tianwang has done a great job and has made great contributions to the peace of humans and elves. He also helps the agate jellyfish rebuild their homes. This should also be counted on Granny Jin's head. Scene, including the discussion on the internet and the fishing reels, were completely one-sided, and everyone had the same idea. Thanks to Lu Yin was great, and punished Granny Jin severely. In the eyes of others, Lu Yin suddenly became the biggest and only project. Organize the conflict between the water elves and humans. Finding Granny Jin is helping the development of Lamperkey, and he is helping the agate jellyfish and stinger jellyfish to improve their lives by promising new buildings. Lu Yin maintained the relationship between humans and the sea elves. In the eyes of all people, Lu Yin is a good person with selfless dedication, burning himself and illuminating all the victims. He's garnered a reputation for being well received. But the fact is, Lu Yin had a plan early in the morning. I can totally rely on this new type of water traveler to earn Doic. Lampor was originally a holiday resort, and now it's known to the world after the giant stinger jellyfish. This is a huge wave of advertising. Advertising represents traffic, traffic represents chi, and popularity represents money. Speaking of which, this grandmother is stupid. Why do you want to build a hotel with a good environment? Can't you cooperate with the stingray jellyfish and make a fortune together? It's stupid to have to do it so extreme. A look of contempt flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. He is a smart man. He has always felt that as a gym owner, how can he not have his own property? And this time, through the act of rescuing Lamperkey, he will first get the gratitude of the people of Lamperkey, the recognition and favor of the general public. Second, he taught Granny Jin a hard lesson. Thirdly, under his design, for example, Grandma Jin would pay for this disaster and could not escape, then Lu Yin would have won a water hotel for nothing. Fourth, Lu Yin intends to make this water hotel high and open, that is, the underwater part is suitable for human sightseeing, suitable for the life of water elves, and the water part provides accommodation and entertainment for human beings. In short, Grandma Jin's building does not need to be changed much, as long as the underwater part is changed into a circular passage and turned into an aquarium. At that time, after the reconstruction of Lamperkey was completed, the number of tourists was even higher than before. Lu Yin only collected tickets for aquariums, earned hotel accommodation fees, etc. He could make money every day. And he can also discuss with the stinger jellyfish and propose an agate jellyfish capture project. Time, counting money until hand cramps will be the easiest daily routine. The most important thing is that Lu Yin's doing this is equivalent to having a stronghold of his own in the elf world, but there is no hidden danger. He left the giant stinger jellyfish here, in fact, in the town. Elf whose strength is comparable to that of a champion with such a huge body. Whoever dares to be presumptuous, others should not try to rob Lu Yin. After all, the people's heart is with him, and his strength is also with him. The giant sting jellyfish has already been captured by it. Subdue. Others can only envy. Great harvest, really great harvest. Lu Yin couldn't help but smile. as if he had seen a bright future. Ramparch's affairs soon came to an end. People from the Kwantung Union were, timely, within half an hour after Lu Yin resolved the incident. Arrived, these people obviously knew how much impact the incident had this time, and they were all businesslike. Just an hour later, an announcement appeared on the homepage of the Alliance's official website. The official website identified Granny Jin's guilt, and the specific sentencing was left to the Union's Ministry of Justice. For compensation issues, the Union ordered her to make full compensation and was enforced by the Union Bank. All the frightened situations received various compensations, and the owners of the destroyed buildings also received compensation. This time, Lu Yin won the hearts and minds of the Ramparki people even more. Finally, the water hotel was also given to the stinger jellyfish family by the Alliance's compensation, which was equivalent to giving it to Lu Yin. Of course, these have nothing to do with Lu Yin for the time being. He is very relaxed about the giant stinger jellyfish. As for whether there will be criminals because they are interested in its huge body to catch it. First of all, we must consider the strength of the giant sting jellyfish, and also consider the distraction of offending Lu Yin. The most important thing is that it is easy to arouse the nerves of the people. I believe that there will be no such thing in a period of time. As for the future, the game console is in hand. In the near future, who will Lu Yin imagine? That, I said too, do you really want to go to the Blue Star World with me? Lu Yin looked at Yi and Tuzi in front of him and asked with some distress. Although, it seems like a sweet distress. Recently, because of the epidemic, people are panicking. The author has been very busy these 2 days, but now all relatives in the family have cancelled each other's New Year greetings. After the work is done tomorrow, the author will have time to restore the state of the 4 guarantees and the +1 from the day after tomorrow. Hope you will continue to support. Chapter 120_May's request. Meet Xiaoji for the first time. Yes, can't you? Yi took the initiative to get in front of Lu Yin and asked with big eyes. I haven't been to the Blue Star World yet. It would be nice to have a chance to check it out. Lu Yin raised his beautiful brows, realizing that Yi's decision was serious. This is a little embarrassing. Not that he doesn't want to take Yi and Tuzi to the Blue Star World. The main reason is that if he takes the 2 girls, he can't use the ability of the game console, nor can he use the ability of the appliance to go back to Hangzhou directly, but he needs to travel slowly to Baiyin Mountain. You can only return to Hangcheng from the Light Ball Plaza. This takes a lot of time. But after thinking about it, Lu Yin felt that with such 2 beautiful girls accompanying, it took a little longer to travel, and there seemed to be no problem. Thinking of this, Lu Yin decided to agree. However, Tuzi, who was beside Yi, noticed Lu Yin's previous embarrassment, so he said understandingly, Yi, we still have to challenge the Kanto Alliance. You can go to the Blue Star World, but you have to wait until you have collected the badges. This. Ya showed an embarrassed expression. She really wanted to hide from the Blue Star World with Lulu. She was very curious about what Lu Yin's hometown was like. She was very curious about how Lu Yin's daily life was like. She was very curious about Lu Yin's living environment. In short, she was very curious about everything about Lu Yin. She wanted to know. Then, after understanding, she can prepare herself in advance, like what she likes more, and learn to adapt to what she doesn't like. Yi stubbornly believed that she would definitely be able to come together with Lu Yin. So her way of thinking about the problem has become, how to be Lu Yin's daughter-in-law in the future. That's right, Yi is so sensible, so aware of her own feelings, and she doesn't look back when she hits the south wall. Just like the author's wife, Yi. Tuzi stretched out his hand and pulled Yi, and said in a low voice, if you act stubborn and cause trouble for others, be careful to leave a bad impression on people's hearts. Leave a bad mark. Yi's hesitant expression suddenly turned into a bitter face. She definitely didn't want to leave a bad impression in Lu Yin's heart. Tuzi found her new weakness. I don't want to go. I still have to collect badges, and when the badges are collected, I will go to the Blue Star World Hengchang to play with you. Yi said to Lu Yin very seriously, but the expression on his face was very struggling. Especially those big eyes, watery and watery, almost as if they were about to cry. Speechless. Tuzi put her hand on her forehead. This is the third time she has done this action today, more than the previous week. She found that she couldn't understand May's brain circuit more and more. If you are like this, you won't be afraid of being sold. If Yayi knew what Tuzi was thinking, she would definitely tell her, I have nothing worthwhile, how much can Lu Yin make from selling it? Well, say she's stupid, she's actually. Okay. Lu Yin looked at Yayi and couldn't help but feel that she was really cute, and she was sincere, and she showed everything on her face. Rejecting such a beautiful girl would be a crime, and Lu Yin felt that he should not hesitate. If you two have ideas, I will go to Blue Star Hangzhou as a guest. I should have time to entertain the two of you. Shish. Heard Lu Yin's words, Yayi's big eyes suddenly lit up. With a surprised expression on her face, she stepped forward and asked with concern, Hey. Of course. Lu Yin smiled slightly. May's current performance reminds him of Xianglin when he met Sasuke. This kind of woman is quite cute and silent. Tuzi sighed. She understood that this matter was settled, so she bowed to Lu Yin very solemnly and said, Then I'll disturb you later, King Lu Yin. Yayi can act very casually, but Tuzi can't do it. Lu Yin's previous performance is still vivid in her eyes. The Heavenly King trainer badge on her shoulders is also shining in the sun. For Tuzi, a young king who seems to be approachable is a real big man, and he is a powerful big man. There should be no less respect. Don't be so polite. Lu Yin smiled from Tuzi, then threw the black tyrannical dragon's pokeball and said, Then let's go. I will take you, it will be faster to walk by water. Okay. Yayi's eyes lit up, the appearance of the black tyrannical carp dragon was so cool, she liked it very much. That's right, May is different from ordinary girls who like pretty fairies, he likes cool and handsome ones. Let's go. A smile hidden in Lu Yin's eyes, he planned to let Yayi and Tuzi experience the feeling of teleportation. But before he could act, someone found them. Little hidden. A slightly familiar voice came from behind Lu Yin. He turned his head to look, and found that Dr. Damu came with 3 people. And Lu Yin, the 3 people who were with Dr. Damu, all believed that there was Xiaoji with the word logo on his face, and a Pikachu was standing on his shoulders. With orange hair in braids. The girl wears a brace, denim shorts, and looks very youthful. She is the next gym owner of Wallen Gym, Xiaoxia. However, Xiaoxia seems to be a little scared now. She is hiding behind the third person, showing half of her head and looking at the black tyrannical carp dragon beside Lu Yin. Her legs are still trembling, and the third person is naturally Nibidao, the owner of the museum, Xiaoging, has black skin and narrowed eyes, which is very iconic. Jue, who was sleeping in Lu Yin's arms, opened one eye slightly, looked Xiaoging up and down, then wrinkled his nose, and closed his eyes again, not paying attention. Dr. Damu, hello. Lu Yin stepped forward and said hello. I think Lampuki is not far from the new town, and you should be there by now. Thanks to you for this incident. Dr. Damu walked over to Lu Yin and patted him on the shoulder, then said with a smile, If it wasn't for you, this incident might become more troublesome. Hearing this, Lu Yin glanced at Xiaoji and the 3 of them, showing a meaningful smile. It's really hard to say about this. Feeling Lu Yin's strange look at him, Xiaoji felt a little strange in his heart, but he still said hello politely. Hello. I'm Ash from True New Town. Xiao Kai is my big brother. I heard that you defeated brother Xiao Kai. You wait for me, I will avenge him. Dr. Damu, Xiaoxia and Xiaoging, Yi and Tuzi. Pikachu glanced weakly at the tyrannical carp dragon behind Lu Yin, trying his best to restrain his heart to Xiao Kai Lai made an impulse of 100,000 volts. I beg you to be an ordinary person. Dear friends, the author started to have a cold and runny nose this morning. cough and dizziness, and his physical condition is not very good. I hope the author does not have that, and everyone is the same. Come on, come on, come on, everyone. Chapter 121_news from Oki. The power of Kanto. Bang. Xiaoxia was annoyed by Xiaoji's somewhat mindless performance, and reached out and punched him in the head. Stop embarrassing me. Xiaogang and I also saw you as pitiful, so we gave you a temporary badge, and you still dared to challenge the Tianwang Taoist Hall. Don't laugh at people. It hurts. Xiaoji reached out and hugged his head, a crystal teardrop dripped from the corner of his eye. Pi Pikachu. Pikachu silently gave Xiaoxia a thumbs up. If possible, it is willing to give Xiaoxia 32 likes. Kidding, just the one next to it. The black carp dragon looks so scary, so don't fight against a trainer with this kind of spirit. What should I do if I get abused? My big skin god doesn't need face. Lu Yin looked at the somewhat familiar scene in front of him speechlessly, thinking that Xiaoxia's violent factor was really reflected in Xiaoji's body. Hee, don't be so excited. Lu Yin raised his hand, looked at Xiaoji seriously and said, every gym owner will not refuse the challenge of a trainer. When you have this strength, I welcome your challenge. It was a very ordinary sentence, but it came out of Lu Yin's mouth, but it made several people present with awe. After all, a young genius like Lu Yin, a young king, faced a foolish newcomer like Xiaoji, and completely ignored it. It doesn't matter. A word, the two are not on the same level at all. And everyone could hear that Lu Yin didn't say this because Xiaoji had Dr. Damu beside him. He was really looking forward to Xiaoji's challenge. Xiaoji heard Lu Yin's words. He was greatly inspired and said very seriously, I will definitely work hard to become stronger, and when my strength is enough, I will definitely get your badge. I'll wait and see. Lu Yin smiled indifferently. Of course, he would be happy to fight the future Master Ji, but if it is the current, stupid thing, then forget it. It's not worth fighting, it's a waste of time. Okay, Xiaoji, work hard. If you want to challenge Xiaoyan, wait until you surpass Xiaoqi. Dr. Ogi stood up and said something, which made Xiaoji's flame that was rising at once extinguish most of it. Why does everyone have to stand up and tell him how weak he is, Xiaoyan? Dr. Damu didn't care about Xiaoji's thoughts. He looked at Lu Yin seriously, the expression on his face became very solemn, and said, this time, you are a little bit reckless. Originally, you can stop this incident and leave it alone, the person behind Granny Jin, you. Dr. Damu didn't say more about what happened next, but everyone present understood it, followed by a sigh in the heart, and Yayi looked at Lu Yin with a little more worry. There really is someone behind this golden grandmother. Moreover, this person is actually an existence that Lu Yin, a heavenly king-level trainer, can't afford to offend. What kind of person would that be? A champion trainer whose two worlds don't add up much. The doctor is talking about mother-in-law Kikuko. Lu Yin smiled and looked very calm. If it was before yesterday, he was still a little bit afraid of mother-in-law Juzi, and if the situation was bad, he could only rely on the ability of the game console to escape. But now, he has awakened his superpowers, his powers have become much stronger, and he also has the ability to make copies of regional secret realms. Really want to fight? You can't tell who will bully who. You know. Dr. Damu's face was stunned for a moment, then he quickly reacted and said, did Granny Jin threaten you? Haha, that's what goes with her character. Rely on Chrysanthemum, do whatever you want. Dr. Damu's voice was very unpleasant, but his words undoubtedly affirmed that the backer behind Granny Jin was Granny Chrysanthemum. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. A few people in Yayi were stunned. Xiaogang reacted the fastest, and asked in surprise, is that the mother-in-law of the four heavenly kings in the Kanto region? That's right, it's her. Dr. Damu nodded. He didn't seem to want what would happen between Lu Yin and mother-in-law Juzi, so he explained, Juzi is an extreme person. But she's not a bad person, and she loves elves very much. She will help Granny Jin because she encountered a very difficult thing when she was young, and for some reasons, she owes Granny Jin a lot of favors. So after Chrysanthemum grew up, Grandma Jin relied on this relationship to develop her prestige. Now that Juzi has become a champion trainer and one of the top officials of the Kanto League, this Grandma Jin is even more unscrupulous. However, she is not stupid. She never offends some powerful people, nor does she go out to develop in the Kanto region, so she can develop steadily until now. But this time, she really went too far. Speaking of this, Dr. Damu shook his head, and after hearing his words, May and the others were shocked. Not surprised by the relationship between Grandma Jin and Juzi. They were surprised that Grandma Juzi was actually a champion trainer. Grandma Juzi, who served as the 4 heavenly kings in the region, was actually a champion trainer. Isn't this not overkill, Dr. Bigwood? Yayi was even more worried about Lu Yin, and regardless of whether she was familiar with Dr. Damu, she asked directly that mother-in-law Juzi is a champion trainer. That's right. With a smile on his face, Dr. Ogi said lightly, only people who don't know much will think that the Kanto region with only 4 kings of the 44 regions is weak, but this is not the case. Our 4 44-day kings in the Kanto region, if any of them are taken out, they can go to other regions to become the champion of the 4-day kings. It is precisely because the 4 of them are too strong that we have never had the 4 heavenly kings champion in Kanto. But Guangdong is the headquarters of the alliance. Damalanchi is in charge of himself, and there are people who can manage them. Yayi and the others suddenly gasped. They thought that the news that mother-in-law Kikuzi was a champion trainer was shocking enough. However, it never occurred to me that the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto were all champion trainers, although champion trainers were divided into lower champion trainers who only mastered champion elves. Mastered more than 1 champion level elves, and the trainer also mastered the median champion level trainer with more power than the aura. And mastered more than 6 champion level elves, and the trainer has more power than the aura. Top champion trainer. But for ordinary people, the title of champion trainer is already powerful enough. I didn't expect that there are 4 44s in the Kanto region. At the same time, a long-standing doubt in their hearts was lifted. No wonder Yulongdu, the champion of the 4 heavenly kings in Chengdu, is only the first of the 4 heavenly kings in the Kanto region, and he still sits all the time without resigning. Champion level trainer, I'm not afraid. Lu Yin smiled indifferently, and then asked Dr. Damu with great interest, but I'm curious about one thing. I don't know, Dr. Damu, do you know, where are the 4 kings of Kanto and the champions of the 4 kings in the championship? Chapter 122_Champion Level Power. Lu Yin's advice. Ask for customization. Of the alliance, the Kanto region is recognized as the strongest alliance, and naturally has confidence. If someone despises this regional league because it doesn't have the regional 4 heavenly kings champion, then that person is really stupid. Yulongdu is very strong and is the 4 heavenly kings champion in Chengdu, but he can only be one of the 4 heavenly kings in Kanto. This is definitely not because Yulongdu does not want to become the champion of the 4 heavenly kings. If he can, he will give up the position of the 4 heavenly kings champion in the Chengdu area and also wants to become the 4 heavenly kings champion in the Kanto area. Because the champion of the 4 kings of the Kanto region not only controls the 4 kings of the Kanto region and the masters of each avenue, but also has the honorary title of the league championship. 3 kings of the Kanto alliance, Grandma Juzi, who grew up in the same era with Dr. Damu, Uncle Lu, and Damalanchi, are definitely not weak, and have a lot of trump cards. Shiba, this is a person who has trained his body to be able to fight against the quasi-king level big rock snake, which is even more difficult. The last Kona, let's not say anything else, she is a champion trainer specializing in ice, and if she wants to fight Yulongdu, she has a great advantage in attributes. So, whatever. What level of champion trainer are Juzi and Granny 3? Yulongdu wants to beat them all and become the champion of the 4 heavenly kings after defeating them all, but he can't do it. You ask me what their strength is. Level. Dr. Damu's expression froze for a moment, followed by a smile and shook his head. if I know, I don't mind telling you. But to be honest, I really don't know. You don't even know the doctor. Lu Yin was a little surprised. Xiaoji, Xiaosha and the others didn't know the other identity of Dr. Damu, but he knew very well. The patriarch of the strongest family in Kanto, the Omu family, and one of the several master-level trainers in the elf world, such a person should be well informed. But Lu Yin could feel that Dr. Damu did not lie. I don't know, it's weird. Dr. Damu asked with a smile, and the expression on his face suddenly changed. He became serious, and he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Do, Kikuko, Shiba, Kona, Daigo in the Fangyuan area, Hyerna in the Sheno area, Adek in the Hejong area, Karuna in the Carlos area. There is Furuno in your China Area Alliance, Longs, Smith of the American Empire Alliance, etc. These guys are top performers, growing every day. I do know when these people entered the championship level. I also know a few elves that need attention, but I don't know their strength. After all, there are a few people in this world who can make them fight with all their might. So, no one knows where their full strength lies. What I can tell you is that these champion trainers have never lost and never used their full strength when taking on a challenge. Having said that, Dr. Damu paid attention to the big expression, and found that Mei, Tuzi, Xiaosha, and Xiaoging for all showed shocking expressions. And Xiaoji has only a little understanding. Only Lu Yin's expression on his face is always calm. Is it emboldened, or is it the fearless expansion of the ignorant? Dr. Damu noticed Lu Yin's expression, became interested in his heart, thought about it, and said, but about Juzi, I can reveal some information to you. About 2 years ago, Team Rocket sent a lot of people to try to capture the legendary elf, a third-level god-level flame bird by illegal means. At that time, Chrysanthemum was sent by the Alliance to support, and sent a champion Gengar, a champion Dream Demon, and a champion Gala Gala. And, she has already realized the will that belongs to the ghost type. Will, a special ability that can only be understood by trainers above the aura. Oh. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, and said with interest, so, this mother-in-law Juzi was also a median champion with 3 champion elves at least 2 years ago. It's been 2 years now, and it's definitely stronger. Tisk tisk tisk, this is interesting. Interesting. Dr. Damu wondered where Lu Yin's confidence came from, and asked curiously, you are not afraid of her coming to trouble you? Don't be afraid. Lu Yin shook his head decisively, and then smiled. Dr. Damu, you don't seem to understand. Dr. Damu was stunned for a moment, and Mei and the others also cast suspicious glances. You missed an important point. Lu Yin said with a smile, I am from the Blue Star world. In the elf world, I can use tools to go back to my world at any time. And due to the limitations of the rules of the world's will, now the elves that the 2 worlds can bring to the other world are still the Heavenly King rank that was promoted to me because I conquered the 9 tails. If mother-in-law Chrysanthemum wants to trouble me about my affairs, he will only be able to use Heavenly King level elves at most, which means there is no overwhelming advantage. Do you think I will be afraid? Don't forget, I'm still a superpower. And even if we don't talk about this, our China Alliance will watch a champion trainer from the elf world bully his own gym owner on his own territory. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum is fine if she doesn't go to trouble me. If she goes, it will become a political issue. The trouble will come from President Damalanchi and Dr. Damu. Spoke. Lu Yin also showed an expression of schadenfreude. The fact he said was one of the reasons why he was not afraid of some threats when he hadn't discovered the new capabilities of the game console. Of course, it is impossible for him to tell the real trump card to let Dr. Damu know these. Dr. Damu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. It seems to be the case. With your kid's strength and the particularity of having superpowers, Kikuko can't kill you in one blow, and you can leave at any time with the power of a tool. When you reach the Blue Star world, it's even less likely that Juzi will hurt you. You boy, it seems that I worry about you for nothing. Yes. Lu Yin twitched the corner of his mouth and said in a teasing tone, "What the doctor has to worry about is that Granny Juicy is smart enough not to add political trouble to you." And, speaking of this, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly became very sharp, a tyrannical aura burst out from his body. "As far as I know, mother-in-law Kikuzi and Dr. Damu seem to be related to you. Then I ask you to bring her a piece of advice. Don't despise me, don't mess with me, don't be my enemy. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving Dr. Damu your face." At this moment, even in the face of Dr. Damu, who is one of the top of the human battle power pyramid, Lu Yin is still showing his sharp edge. He was already standing in the invincible realm, but after he has the ability to fight against the champion, he is no one at all. Chapter 123_6 Girls Meet. Lu Yin, Asura Field. Bang. Bang, bang. Good, good, good. Wife, I have lived for such a long time, and even a yellow-mouthed child who has not reached the age of 20 and 20 dares to threaten me. It seems that I haven't moved for a long time. Some juniors don't even know the weight of my champion. In a slightly dark room, a short blonde hair, wearing a purple and white apron, and a gloomy wife, leaned on the crutches in her hand, poked the bottom of the floor, making an unpleasant friction sound. There is a computer on the table opposite the old lady, and the figure in the computer is exactly the request received from Lu Yin. Dr. Damu, who brought a piece of advice to mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Then the identity of this old woman will be revealed. Chrysanthemum. Computer. Dr. Damu couldn't help showing a worried expression. He never thought that he would take the initiative to contact this person again, and it would be in such a situation. In fact, Dr. Damu is very clear. According to his understanding of the person of mother-in-law Juicy, he will give Lu Yin's advice. Communicate it, it will make things worse. Originally, if mother-in-law Chrysanthemum had only a 30% chance of dealing with Lu Yin, now the chance has definitely risen to 80%. But knowing this situation, Damu still took the initiative to give this old lover, who had not been in touch for many years. He made this call because he felt a dangerous aura from Lu Yin. This danger was not caused by Lu Yin targeting Juicy, but Dr. Damu's instinctive feeling. Lu Yin brought a sense of danger. A trainer who has stepped into the master level, feel the danger. Because of this, although he does not regret his determination when he was young, how much? Dr. Damu, who has some guilt, still gives Kikuko called, hoping to persuade her. Juicy, listen to me and stop interfering in this matter. You have done enough to help Granny Jin and the others over the years, enough to repay the kindness of the year. Hee, I didn't intend to interfere in the first place. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum smiled coldly and said, I am grateful to Juicy, but it doesn't mean that I will be foolishly obliged to repay. In these years, except at the beginning, do you think I've made a move? If someone had cleaned them up, they would have been cleaned up long ago. Dr. Ogi. Your first shot was not enough. Juicy doesn't know how ruthless she is. There are a few people who are willing to take the risk of offending you to engage with Granny Jin and the others. Juicy seems to have realized this. Because you actually called me for this, I can promise you not to act rashly. But if I happen to meet him in the future, I can't bear it, old lady. That's the best. Dr. Oki breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Yin took Yai and Tuzi across the Light Ball Plaza and came to number 2, Hengcheng Light Ball Plaza. Is this the Blue Star World? Tuzi looked at the surrounding environment with interest. This was her first time in the Blue Star World. Well, this is a tool in her hand, and she could feel that as long as her mind moved, no matter what. In the Blue Star World, you can be the first to go to the square at the foot of Baiyan Mountain. It's so amazing, Yai, you murmured a few words, and Tuzi planned to talk to Yai about her feelings, but after seeing Yai's current performance, the expression on her face froze. No way, I don't want this girl anymore. In Tuzi's field of vision, Yai stretched out her hand and hugged Lu Yin's arm tightly. That's right, she had already taken the initiative to hug Lu Yin's arm, still rubbing and rubbing. In fact, Lu Yin had already withdrawn his hand in a reserved manner, but he didn't. So he can only, reluctantly. The sticky man who received the bud. Yai. Nah. Brother Lu Yin, your Hangzhou city is so beautiful, it is indeed your hometown. Tuzi. Oh, your sweetheart is naturally good. I tell you, I'm not a casual person, but, do you know the magnet? You are the positive pole, I am the negative pole, everything will attract you involuntarily, Tuzi. Hee, I can flirt with men, I admire it. You looked so handsome and domineering when you talked before, Dr. Mudamu was scared by you. Tuzi, it's quite domineering. Ah bah, it's not self-contained, Brother Lu Yin, in the next few days, you will take me and Tuzi for a good stroll in Hangzhou. Tuzi, I thank you for remembering me. In this conversation, Lu Yin released the wind speed dog again, jumped up to its backhand at the first time, and Yai was consciously behind Lu Yin hold him. Tuzi is holding Mei Yi at the end. The figure of the wind speed dog suddenly turned into an afterimage. Until this time, the people near the light ball plaza couldn't help but talk. It's the owner of Lu Yin Pavilion, so handsome. As expected of the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion, he is also the best with 2 girls by his side. Tianwang Lu Yin became a great hero in the elf world. He really gave us Hangzhou City, the China District Alliance, and the Blue Star World. Yes. This is the master of Lu Yin Pavilion. I'm going to challenge Hengcheng Pavilion. Just you. Just me, what's the matter? I have 4 permanent badges of 44 and 3 temporary badges of 3. It's no problem to challenge Hengcheng Jim. Ah, admiration, of course there is no problem. Half an hour later, Lu Yin returned to the entrance of Lei Feng Pagoda with Yai and Tuzi. At this time, the atmosphere inside Lei Feng Pagoda was a little subtle. In front of the dining table, Sister Boar looked at Serena and Catalia, her eyes flickering, she didn't know what she was thinking. Today, she originally wanted to give Lu Yin a surprise, so she completed the assessment ahead of time and came to Lei Feng Pagoda, but she did not expect that when she arrived at Lei Feng Pagoda, she found out that it was Lu Yin who gave him a huge surprise. The first is Serena, who keeps saying that she is Lu Yin's apprentice, but her appearance and temperament are outstanding. If such a girl is only an apprentice, it would not be a wasted girl named Catalia. This girl looks different. If it weren't for the fact that the elf world didn't have a big room, a second room, and the division of wives and concubines, Bauer felt that her position as the first lady of Lu Yin would be unstable. Now Bauer still feels fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, I gave myself to Xiaoyan last night, otherwise it will be fine for the first time. At this moment, Lu Yin walked in with Yai and Tuzi, and said with a smile, I'm back. Suddenly, the eyes of the 4 women in the house all turned to Lu Yin. Then, the 4 girls turned their attention to Mei and Tuzi. Finally, the 6 girls looked at each other. Tuko, what's the matter with this feeling? I don't know anything. Chapter 124_Lu Yin. This world is so nice. Explore the secret realm. 4 quarters ask for customization. Cough, why don't you talk? Main table, Lu Yin was sitting there, looking at the 3 girls sitting beside him, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. What kind of atmosphere is there? Shira field is rushing, but when they heard Lu Yin's words, the 6 girls still didn't speak, they just looked at each other there, thinking of their own little Juju. Zhang Bauer. Well, this guardian, it seems that Leah and Xiaoyan have found something. The eyes are wrong, you have to check it carefully. I hope it is not the eldest lady with some princess disease, otherwise it will not be conducive to the harmony of the big family. Lily's little girl is fine, but she is very young and needs my help to discipline her. I don't know this Serena's girl yet, but since Xiaoyan has recruited her as an apprentice, there should be some merits. I will observe at that time. This Yai seems to be very sticky to Xiaoyan, and has always been. Confessing to Xiaoyan, not hiding her affection for Xiaoyan at all. With a childlike face and big breasts, she looks quite obedient. No surprise, she should be a sister in the future. This girl named Tuzi is very cold. I don't know if it's because of her personality or because she's not interested in Xiaoyan. I also need to observe. When Bauer initially analyzed the girls as the eldest sister, Lily had only one thought in her heart. I'm still young, I don't understand anything, I'm hungry and want to eat. Serena, my master is too powerful. Could it be that these are what the future master said when she said that Sister Boar looked at me in the eyes? Catalia, this Lu Yin is really a stinky hooligan, and his relationship with so many girls is unclear. But if there are so many girls around him, does that mean he is very good? Damn stinky hooligan, used superpowers to trick me, I can't do anything, it's really nerve-wracking. Yayi, well, my decision was right. These girls have the same eyes as me. I hope they get along better. I just need to be with Lu Yin. Tuko, it has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with me, it has nothing to do with me. Well, let's eat first. Everyone sat silently for a while, and Bauer, who was in the first position on the left, took the lead and said, it's late at night, I believe everyone is hungry. Okay, listen to Sister Bauer. Mei Yi was the first to raise her hand and acted very well behaved. Bauer nodded secretly in her heart. Mei's personality was just as she had guessed, she was a well-behaved type. Then I'm welcome, thank you for your hospitality. Catalia very elegantly took off the pink gloves on her hands, and then picked up the silk scarf she was carrying and held it in front of her neck. Then she picked up the chopsticks beside her and slowly picked up a shrimp. Thank you. Lily originally wanted to start eating directly, but when she saw Catalia's actions, she instinctively remembered what her mother taught her when she was a child, so she folded her hands obediently before starting to eat. This time, Yayi and Tuzi can only follow suit. As the dinner started, the atmosphere of the scene jumped up. Bauer is the absolute master of the atmosphere, and she is the main guide for topics and the like. Yayi knows her relationship with Lu Yin, so she admires her very much, and she also shows off her cuteness from time to time. Because Catalia's posture is too elegant, and every move has its own norms, it seems a little out of place at first glance. But it's not the case. The girls don't need to take care of her when they chat, she will speak some words at the right time, and they can often get everyone's approval. Serena doesn't speak very much, she is the kind of slow-burning type, because everyone is not familiar with it now, so I don't know how to illustrate. After Boa found out about this situation, she took special care of her. Lily is the youngest, but she is the most calm one. The only thing that may be a little uncomfortable is Tuzi, but because of Mei Yi, she also showed a feeling of being out of place. This dinner, everyone ate. It was a pleasure for the host and guests. The end, because it was Boa who was cooking, it was Lily and Serena who cleaned the dishes together. A young lady like Catalia would definitely take part in this kind of thing. Toko and Mei were guests, so Boa was there to accompany them. Chat. The picture is still very warm. Well, after being the head of the family, Lu Yin felt a little relieved when he saw these. Thinking of making the girls familiar with each other, he used teleportation to open the entrance to the secret realm determined during the day. Then, let's enter the secret realm now. Lu Yin took out the secret realm key and used it silently in his heart. Shoo! The crystal-colored key glowed brightly, followed by a circular light hole slowly appearing in front of Lu Yin, which finally grew to a diameter of about 3 meters. After the circular light hole was completely formed, the light above the crystal-colored key disappeared, and it turned into a beam of light and disappeared into Lu Yin's mind. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he found that he could clearly sense the existence of the key in his mind. With the power of the key, he could open the portal of the secret realm, and he could also pass in or out people who were within 1 kilometer of the portal. Provided, of course, that these people do not refuse to be teleported. Interesting, this may be the reason why the Alliance never thought of letting the owner of the secret realm hand over the secret realm directly. Lu Yin flashed a glimpse of enlightenment, and he realized that the key had been bound to him and could not be transferred or used by others. This is equivalent to saying, whether this secret realm is open to the public is entirely within Lu Yin's thoughts. Give a thumbs up to the will of the world for the setting of this secret realm. Lu Yin smiled, then a thought moved, and he chose to enter the secret realm. Shish. The surrounding environment changed. Lu Yin found himself appearing on a sandy ground, and a heat wave hit, indicating that the temperature of this secret realm is not low. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Drop. Sensing spatial fluctuations, start typing. Ding, the secret realm of Fire Island. It takes an hour to complete the formation of the copy, please keep the host. An hour. Lu Yin smiled indifferently, and looked at the surrounding environment with interest. The time and daily life in the secret realm are not all the same as the outside world. Although the outside world is now dark, the sky in the secret realm in front of you is still bright day. Is this an island, the one in the center? The smoke is a volcano. Interesting, I don't know how many Heavenly King level elves exist. Wait. Victini's elf egg actually reacts. Chapter 125_Victini Hatching Point, 2 Challenge Books. 1/5 Ask for Custom. The secret realm of Volcano Island is a very special secret realm. The surroundings of the secret realm are the same as the general secret realm. The inside of the mist-covered secret realm is a huge island surrounded by the sea. If you look down from the top of the secret realm, you can find that the outermost part of the entire island is a circle of huge sandy land, and further inside is a circle of huge rocky land. And the center of the island is a huge volcano, and the crater has a steady stream of hot air, which causes the temperature of the secret realm to be not low. At the easternmost position of this island, there is a piece of about 2 kilometers in diameter, a circular oasis, which is also the only oasis in this secret realm, with green vegetation and fresh water. At this time, Lu Yin sat on the back of the wind-speed dog and rushed to this oasis. On the way, the closer he got to the oasis, the more he could meet some wild elves, and Lu Yin did not waste and directly take out Casey and other elves to level up. Oasis. Lu Yin looked at the surrounding environment with interest, and secretly calculated in his heart. This secret realm must be taken out and opened up at that time. When the time comes, I will use the open quota to ask the Alliance for a few secret realm entry quotas in exchange. With the game console in place, this business is a steady profit without loss. But before that, I still have to conquer the Heavenly King level elves in this island. This is one of the greatest treasures of a secret realm. Of course, before opening, I still have to check this island carefully. If there are special items or minerals produced in this secret realm, it can't be cheap for others. With a decision in his heart, Lu Yin put away the idea of placing the built-in portal in the secret realm in the oasis. Secret realm owner must choose the secret realm's own exit and exit. The secret realm location where Lu Yin came in before is just a certain safe location for the secret realm to judge. Through this period of observation, Lu Yin can confirm that the oasis in front of him is a gathering place for wild elves in this secret realm. If the entrance and exit are set here, wouldn't it mean that the wild elves in the secret territory will be sent out to subdue Lu Yin to show that he is not so stupid? He decided to set the entrance and exit on the other side of the volcano opposite to the oasis, so that, if someone wants to reach the oasis after entering the secret realm, they either choose to cross the volcano or walk halfway around the volcano. And it all takes time. This guarantees his interests, at least. You may make a small profit, but I will never lose. Make a decision. Lu Yin took a sip of clear water from the oasis to drink, then put it on the back of the wind-speed dog again, and directed it to rush towards the location of the crater. Just before, the game console in his mind suddenly sent him a message. Type of elf egg. Victini qualification. Master level 2nd god. Incubation cycle. 10 years evaluation. This is a legendary elf's elf egg caught in the free fire element, and now it starts to continue the energy. The appearance of the information is to tell Lu that the spirit of Victini has changed after entering this secret realm, and has begun to accumulate energy. When he first saw this message, Lu Yin was very pleasantly surprised. After all, this is the elf egg of a divine beast that can hatch. Divine beasts are naturally close to the profound meaning and rules. And the divine beasts have their own unique skills and abilities, and have many wonderful special powers, which must be very wonderful to cultivate. The most important thing is that this is a mythical beast that was cultivated from the elf egg. For a trainer, it can cultivate tacit understanding to the greatest extent, and the value is inestimable. But after seeing that hatching cycle, Lu Yin almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. It's okay for 10 years. When Victini is hatched 10 years later, I will definitely have more powerful and powerful elves. The current Victini is still a meal, a delicious overlord meal. If this is put in the future, wouldn't it be just tasteless? Wait. Fortunately, there is no such thing as an invincible way, and Lu Yin quickly realized that this matter should not be so simple. My luck feels that beauty is so good, and this is the first time I have been rewarded by the will of the world. You can get a secret realm that can be used to cultivate Victini. Quote. There must be something special about this secret realm that is suitable for Victini elf eggs. After some thought, Lu Yin noticed that the information provided by the game console mentioned that the core element of the incubation of Victini elf eggs, the special fire factor. The Victini elf egg did not enter the secret realm of Volcano Island to accumulate energy for hatching, but absorbed a power called fire factor. This kind of power is definitely not unique to the secret realm, but also exists in this secret realm. Then Lu Yin thought of the volcanic island in the center of the secret realm. He had a hunch that the incubation of the Victini elf egg was related to this volcano. Just to verify this conjecture in his heart, he rode on the wind speed dog and went straight to the I rushed to the volcano and passed through the oasis area along the way. But now Lu Yin has confirmed the guess in his heart, because the incubation time of the Victini elf egg keeps shortening as he gets closer to the location of the volcano. Example, in the current position, the game console shows that it only takes 5 years for Victini's fairy eggs to be captured, which is twice as fast as in the first 10 years. The location of the oasis is still quite a distance from the volcano. Lu Yin believes that when he arrives at the volcano, the displayed incubation time can be shortened a lot. While Lu Yin was on his way to the volcano, Bauer on the other side a total of 6 people came to the top floor of Lei Feng Pagoda by organizing Mei, Tuko, Lily, Serena, and Catalia. While overlooking the surrounding scenery, the 6 people chatted about interesting topics, and they were constantly familiar with each other. Yayi beeped, and habitually sold a cute one, and then said, Brother Lu Yin doesn't know what he's doing, and he disappeared again. I heard from the pavilion owner brother that he is going to explore the secret realm of the world will reward in advance. Fiddling with the gym work phone in her hand. Ah. Yayi suddenly looked angry. What, you don't take me with you to explore such fun things as the secret realm of the new life? Brother Lu Yin is too bad. All girls. Mr. Yayi, can you consciously point out that you only met Lu Yin today? It's not more than a day. How could they take you to the secret realm? You think everyone is like you. It fell in love at first sight, and then digging out his heart and lungs. Hey, this is it. At this moment, Lilia suddenly let out a light attracting the girl's attention. What's wrong? Catalia asked with concern. That, the gym has received a challenge book. The one who challenged the calligraphy masters to compete with each other. That's right, and it's too. Chapter 126 _ Elite Duck Build Fire Dragon. The Heavenly King Vulcan Moth is now. 2/5 ask for customization. 2 gym challenge books. Girls suddenly became interested and gathered around Lily to watch. Even Catalia, a famous lady who paid attention to appearance and behavior, was no exception. They were still talking about it before, and I don't know if there will be many trainers who come to challenge the Hengcheng gym in the future. I didn't expect that the trainer had not come to challenge yet, but a gym has launched the challenge first, and there are 2 at the beginning. I see. Boar took the mobile phone from Lily's hand and read with interest. The challenge book is sent by the gym in the elf world. One is the Dryleaf Gym in Kanto Alliance's Dryleaf City, and the other is the Electric Gym. One is the Raven Gym in Raven City of the United Alliance, and it is also an electric gym. Hey, the challenge is all the electricity-type gymnasium, and the challenge is also Luyan's Thunder Pattern Gymnasium, which is interesting. Wow, these people are so bad. Yi pouted in dissatisfaction and said, Brother Luyan is famous now. He is a trainer with a Heavenly King-level fire-type elves. They deliberately challenged Luyan's electricity-type gym for the sake of fame. Hello. Tuzi said speechlessly. I know you defend Luyan, but you can't talk nonsense. That Withered Leaf Gym I don't know, but we have met Miss Camisley of Raven Gym. She is definitely not such a person. And she is a famous model in the world, the former Queen of the United States. Would you definitely challenge Luyan because of your fame? Okay. May wrinkled her nose and thought for a while before she nodded her head and said, well, Miss Camisley is not such a person, but that. The master of the Dryleaf Gym must be. Never mind. These. Serena held her beautiful chin and thought for a while, and asked a question. What do you think Miss Camisley is trying to challenge the master? Yes, I'm curious about that too. Catalia nodded in agreement and recalled. I met her at a banquet once. This is a gym trainer with great character. He doesn't cling to the powerful and has his own perseverance. The whole thing seems to be shining, showing a dazzling brilliance. She can be said to be well known in the elf world. Even in the Blue Star world, she has gained a lot of fame in just half a year. Why did she challenge Luyan? I have a bold idea. Lily blinked her eyes and whispered, you guys said, could it be because of the name of the gym? Numerous women. Such a dazzling and successful woman, risking her fame to challenge other gymnasium masters, it seems a little strange to all the women with just one name. But thinking about it from their point of view as a woman. And it seems, it's possible. Women, sometimes it's, as simple as that. It's okay to say superficial and boring. Here we are. While the girls were discussing why the two gyms were needed, the latter finally arrived at the volcano at this time, and had already arrived at the crater, observing the high-temperature gas that was constantly spewing out in front of him. It really is a dormant volcano. I don't know if it will become an active volcano. There are 3 types of volcanoes, namely, active volcanoes that are erupting periodically and intermittently, and extinct volcanoes that have stopped erupting and have no signs of erupting, leaving only volcanic remains. In front of Luyan, a dormant volcano that is usually steaming but not erupting, but may revive and resume eruption activity at any time. Since it is a dormant volcano, I have to be careful in the future. Vigilance against the dormant volcano in his heart, Luyan decided to temporarily enter the dungeon mode to explore the volcano, thinking that the time to enter the secret realm has already exceeded an hour, it will be much safer. Then let the flame chicken explore. The volcanic zone, with its jumping power, is more suitable for the job than the flaming monkey and the wind dog. With absolute certainty in his heart, Luyan chose to land on the flame chicken in the game console, and then controlled it to jump directly from the crater and landed firmly on a raised rock below. The walls inside the volcano are not smooth, but large and large. Rock bulges exist, all the way to the bottom lava position. Boom! When the flame chicken was halfway forward, an elf appeared in front of Luyan, making his eyes light up. Name: Duck-billed Fire Dragon. Attribute: Fire feature. Flame body has hidden features. Motivation has level. Elite middle grade 49 qualification. Elite intimacy. Skill: Spark. Stare. Cloudy fog. Smokescreen. Clearing smoke. Kick down. Flame vortex. Fire fist. Smoke, Iron Tail inheritance. Luck at last. After reading the data of the duck-billed fire dragon, Luyan's eyes became brighter. Since entering the secret realm, the duck-billed fire dragon in front of him is the first elf whose aptitude is at the elite level, and the first elf whose strength has reached the elite level. Although this is because he rode the wind speed dog to the volcano in a straight line, but it is also worth the joy. And the duck-billed fire dragon in front of him is good enough in Lu Yin's view. First of all, it has both characteristics and hidden characteristics. Not only that, but this duck-billed Pattaya also possesses genetic awareness. The most commendable thing is that the strength of this duck-billed fire dragon has reached the elite middle rank, which is very rare. In the world, the duck-billed fire dragon is not very popular. It is better than the little Lotta, the pangolin and the like, and even Bobo can't compare. The reason is that the duck-billed fire dragon, like the electric shock beast, is still only an elf capable of two-stage evolution in the eyes of many people. The evolutionary types of these two elves, duck-billed fire dragon and electric shock warcraft, have not yet been discovered. In addition, in the world, few people have cultivated duck-billed fire dragon to the elite level. After all, no one knows how to help it evolve, even they all. I don't know if this elf has an evolutionary type. Duck-billed fire dragons are generally elves only used by poor trainers. And now, the strength of the wild duck-billed fire dragon in front of him actually depends on the strength of the elite mid-rank, so if you help it evolve, I seem to see a main fire elf beckoning to me. The corner of Lu Yin's mouth evoked a satisfied arc, intending to command the flaming chicken to leapfrog the duck-billed fire dragon. In game mode, this is not a problem at all. But at this moment, the magma inside the volcano suddenly changed. No, is the volcano going to revive at this time? Lu Yin's heart froze, and he planned to put the flaming chicken into the game console. But the next moment, he stopped the movement in his hand. Fog grass luck can't stop it. It's actually a Heavenly King level Vulcan moth. Chapter 127 _ The overbearing game mode. Take it easy, treasure. 3/5 ask for customization. Swish. Under Lu Yin's gaze, the magma inside the volcano moved suddenly, and just when he thought the volcano was about to revive, a fiery red voice flew out from it and came to the back of the duck-billed fire dragon. That looks similar to a moth. Its eyes are very conspicuous, and it is a strange blue color. A pair of red tentacles surrounds its cheeks. Its body is very full, the center of the abdomen is black, and the outside is light blue. The upper body is surrounded by a circle of white fluff, and there are 444 feet. The most striking thing about this elf is the 3 pairs of orange-red wings on the back, which indicate the identity of this elf. The wings represent the sun, and there are black spots on the outside of the wings and abdomen, representing sunspots. Legend has it that when the ground is turned by volcanic ash, when it is pitch black, the flame of the Vulcan moth will replace the role of the sun. It is considered to be the incarnation of the sun, appearing in the severe winter to save the timid elves who are frozen. Legendary elves do not represent divine beasts, but divine beasts must be legendary elves. Are divine beasts is because they have mastered the profound meaning from the moment they were born, and they are destined to step into the championship level in the future. Looking at the data of Vulcan moth with the power of the game console. Name: Vulcan moth. Attribute: Insect fire. Features: Flame body has hidden features. Insect premonition has level. Heavenly King level 6 qualification. Heavenly King level intimacy. Carrying items. Volcanic stone increases fire attack by 10%. Skills: Butterfly dance. Of fire. Storm. Angry fans. Hot air. Flash charge. Make a fuss. Instant amnesia. Insect chirping. Flame wheel. Fire. Absorb. The wind blows. Flame vortex. Blow away. Silver whirlwind spinning. Genetic: good, good. Seeing the data of Vulcan moth, Lu Yin shouted luck in his heart. This time, his goal in entering the secret realm was to find the Heavenly King level elf that must exist in it first. But because he accidentally discovered that the Bictini elf egg could be hatched, he temporarily changed his goal. Never wanted to hit the wrong way, he directly found the Heavenly King level elf in this secret realm. Grumble. The Vulcan moth did not attack directly, but waved its wings and made a sound similar to a warning. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin immediately gave an order to the flaming chicken. Flaming chicken, lead the duck-billed fire dragon and the Vulcan moth out of the volcano. The strength of the flaming chicken is only the low-level elite, and even in the game mode, it is impossible to defeat the Vulcan moth, so Luyan thought of changing the venue, and then letting the appropriate elf on it. For example, the powerful nine-tailed black carp dragon with dominant attributes. Ow! The flaming chicken immediately followed Luyan's order. It first provoked the Vulcan moth and the duck fire dragon, then showed its speed and strong jumping power, and jumped towards the crater. Seeing this scene, duck-billed Vulcan moth looked at each other. Grumble. Vulcan moth is the overlord elf in this secret realm, and the duck-billed fire dragon is its #1 master, that is, the younger brother. Now inexplicably, a strength seems to be very weak. The flame chicken provoked, Vulcan moth suddenly burst into anger, greeted the duck-billed fire dragon and chased after the flame chicken. Soon, the three elves came to the outside of the volcano. However, when duck-billed fire dragon and Vulcan moth came outside the volcano, they discovered that their opponent was not a flaming chicken at all, but a black tyrannosaur. After long, the duck-billed fire dragon came to the black tyrannical carp dragon for the first time, with sharp eyes. Other side, Vulcan moth didn't put his sight on the black Tyrannosaurus dragon, it was observing the 9 tails beside the tyrannical dragon. The powerful premonition of the insect elves reminded Vulcan moth that the 9 tails are stronger than it. Then, start the subjugation battle now. Luyan ticked the corner of his mouth and directly started the game mode. It's not to fight against others when everyone is watching. There are simple methods in hand, and only fools will fight with you slowly. Swish. In the next moment, Vulcan moth and duck-billed fire dragon only felt that their bodies were wrapped by a powerful unknown force. But this feeling came and went quickly, and it didn't seem to do any harm to them. Right here, Luyan's command sounded. 9 tails, hot wind. Tyrannosaurus, water cannon. Shish. 9-tailed and Tyrannosaurus immediately began to brew their unique skills. The face of these two attacks, if it was normal, the Vulcan moth and the duck-billed fire dragon could avoid it, but now, they found that their bodies were a little sluggish, and they could only watch. Bang! Trick hit, the bodies of Vulcan moth and the duck-billed fire dragon trembled at the same time. The duck-billed fire dragon only felt that the power in its body disappeared in an instant, and a strong sting hit, it fainted directly to the ground. In the game mode, the duck-billed fire dragon with the same level of strength as the black carp dragon is directly killed in seconds. On the other side, the Vulcan moth, which was hit by the 9-tailed hot wind, was not much better. Most of the power in its body was consumed in an instant, and a strong sense of weakness struck. Following that, the Vulcan moth felt his body. Shang Muzang's shackles disappeared, and he immediately acted, using the storm trick. Shish. This time, the 9 tails and the black tyrannical carp dragon were sturdy and received a move that could not be avoided, and most of their stamina was consumed in an instant. But neither elves lost their ability to fight. It's over. Luyan smiled proudly and gave an order. 9 tails, hot wind. Tyrannosaurus, use the water cannon. Another round of attacks passed. No accident, Vulcan moth was directly knocked down. Seeing this, Luyan immediately threw 2 Pokeballs and easily captured the 2 Pokemon. This is the domineering place of the game console in the game mode, so that the sprites on both sides are in a turn-based state, and under normal circumstances, they cannot escape. And Luyan will definitely be the first to attack. As long as the elf attribute has an advantage, he can earn a great advantage in the early stage. Huoshinmith, duck-billed fire dragon, hello, I am Luyan. Your future trainers, please give me more advice. After successfully subduing the 2 elves, Luyan released them as soon as possible, and greeted them to get acquainted. The initial intimacy of the elves captured by the game mode will not be low. Luyan will still get to know each other with the newly captured elves. After all, they are real creatures, not a bunch of data. Grumble. After long. Obviously influenced by the game console, as soon as the Vulcan moth and the duck-billed fire dragon appeared, they greeted Luyan intimately, without feeling unfamiliar. After Vulcan Moth greeted Lu Yindai, he also called out to him and flew into the crater again. K. Is there any treasure in the volcano? Chapter 128 _ There are special props under the magma. Lu Yin. What the hell, an artifact. 4/5. Is there any treasure inside the volcano? Seeing the performance of Vulcan Moth, Lu Yin couldn't help showing an expression of anticipation, and then his eyes narrowed, mobilizing the superpower in his body, establishing telepathy with Vulcan Moth, and asking, Vulcan Moth, what is inside the volcano? Treasure. Master. It's me, I have superpowers and can telepathically communicate with you. Hello Master, yes, there is a very good thing under the lava inside this volcano. I want you to go and see it with me. I can't get this thing out. Can you tell me what it is? I don't know about this either, I just know that staying by its side will make my body very comfortable. Body will be very comfortable. Lu Yin frowned. What Vulcan Moth said would have a wide range of references. But is there something under the magma? After thinking for a while, Lu Yin decided to go in personally, but to be on the safe side, he still asked Vulcan Moth, is that place dangerous? Master, it's not dangerous there at all. You can fly down with your superpowers, and there's actually a smaller space under the lava, space, where there's no danger. There is still a cave inside this volcano. Lu Yin was slightly startled, followed by a look of interest. He remembered that he had seen some scholars' research on secret realms before, and finally came to a conclusion that these secret realms were all stripped from the elf world in ancient times. What unknown change happened in the elf world in ancient times, which caused some places to be directly peeled off, forming a unique small space with one. These small spaces are under the control of the will of the world. It has become a secret place after another. Interesting, could it be that something has been to the ruins? If it's true, it's worth it. A trace of undisguised fiery flashed in his eyes. Lu Yin nodded towards Vulcan Moth. Then you lead the way, I'll take a look with you. Yes, Master. Vulcan Moth nodded, then flapped its wings and flew into the volcano, and the duck-billed fire dragon next to it jumped down after seeing it. Seeing this, Lu Yin only used the game console to put away the 9 tails, the black carp dragon and the flame chicken, then wrapped his body with his superpower, and flew into the lava behind the Vulcan Moth. Soon, Lu Yin came to a position about 3 meters above the lava in the volcano. Looking at the lava below from a close distance, it was obviously more spectacular. Closer he got, the more he could feel the temperature rise around him. If it weren't for the superpower to isolate him, and the duck-billed fire dragon helping to absorb the surrounding heat and store it in his body, Lu Yin would have been unable to bear it. Now his forehead was covered with fine sweat, and his back was soaked. If he hadn't believed in the ability of the game console, Lu Yin would have doubted whether Huoshinmo deliberately tricked him into this, and then killed him. Grumble. Vulcan Moth lifted up to Lu Yin, made sure that he was still following him, then turned around and waved his wings towards the magma below. Then, a miraculous scene appeared. After the magma was blown away, it was no longer magma, but a white barrier like a shield, and there really was a strange small space under this magma. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin finally felt the last worry in his heart. With a flash of thought, he directly controlled his body and rushed towards the white light curtain. Shish. Soon, Lu Yin passed through the light curtain, and the surrounding environment changed immediately. This is the interior of a semicircular sphere, with a white light curtain on the periphery, and the bottom of the sphere is a solid land. This piece of land it's not flat, and it seems to be filled with a lot of strange stones. And in the middle of the land, an orange crystal that was constantly burning with this red flame was stuck there. When Lu Yin was looking at the environment inside the strange hole, the Vulcan Moth stopped the flapping of his wings, plunged into the lava, and then appeared where Lu Yin was before. And now, Lu Yin has moved to the crystal in an instant, with a strong curiosity in his eyes. This is the treasure that Vulcan Moth said. Lu Yin can be sure that he does not know the gem in front of him, or even heard of it. It should be an item unique to this world, and it has not appeared yet, so there is no information record. Making sure he had never seen this strange crystal before him, Luyan turned on the radar function of the game console. The radar function of the game console also comes with a treasure firm function. Prop. Lava Crystal. Function. 1. To help below level 3 the powerful fire-type elves instantly recover all injuries, which can help god-level elves recover their injuries quickly. 2. The combination of the distant fire element and the strange mineral soil can give birth to evolution stones. 3. It acts as evolution, and the effect is comparable to the best fire stones tend to help the elves realize and master the profound meaning. Fuck. Seeing the power of the crystal in front of him, Luyan expressed that he was stunned. What kind of fairy props are these legendary props? The first one is a divine tool. It instantly restores all the injuries of any fire elves below the 3rd level of gods. Even god-level fire elves can help speed up the recovery. This effect is simply unbelievable. After that, if he has a fire-type elves who are injured, can they be brought here directly to recover? As for the second item, Luyan turned his head mechanically and looked at the ground around him. There were a lot of ores stuck on the ground. Before, his attention was on the lava crystal. He didn't look carefully. And it should be all fire stones. This is a wave of riches. Luyan swallowed his saliva unsteadily. The scene in front of him was really exciting. He is standing on now is a large circle with a diameter of 100 meters, and the area is not small. There are evolution stones with a corner all exposed on it. How many and these? Evolution stones are definitely not just ordinary low-grade evolution stones. There must be middle-grade evolution stones, high-grade evolution stones, and maybe even top-grade evolution stones. This is against the sky. If these evolution stones are sold, how much can you exchange for high-grade fire stones and top-grade fire stones? It can be used as a strategic material, or to win over tools of the heart. As for Luyan himself, the third function of the lava crystal is not a decoration. It is comparable to the evolution effect of the best fire stone. He has it. But what moved Luyan the most was the fourth function of this lava crystal. Can help the fire-type elves to understand the fire-type profound meaning. It's not a problem, but you can also help to master it. Mean that it can increase the chances of fire elves entering the god-level realm. Thinking of this, Luyan released the 9 tails in the game console for the first time. Chapter 129 A lot of evolution stones. The fossils of the beasts were discovered. 5/5 ask for customization. As soon as the 9 tails appeared, they made a cheerful cry towards Luyan, but this time, it did not jump directly into Luyan's arms as usual, and its attention was attracted by the lava crystal. 9 tails walked to within 3 meters of the lava crystal, then narrowed her eyes and fell directly to the ground, raising her head and making a sound of enjoyment. Huh. At this time, Luyan was surprised to find that on the game screen in his mind, a rising arrow appeared on the head representing the 9 tails. He immediately opened his avatar and found that the 9 tails were now in a special state. 9 tails. Comprehend the profound truth. 90% of the fire element, 90% of the super energy, 90% of the fairy, and 90% special status. Master the remaining progress of the fire element profound truth. 10%. It still takes a month to comprehend. Sure enough, it can help master the profound truth. Luyan was overjoyed. Lava crystals can really help fire elves understand the profound meaning of fire. And looking at the information, 9 tails only need to stay here for a month to master the profound meaning of fire. Doesn't this mean that after 1 month, 9 tails can become a champion elf? Before and after stepping into the Heavenly King level, the difficulty of becoming stronger is completely different. Before stepping into the Heavenly King level, the elves only need to accumulate enough the experience and strength can be improved step by step, but it will be different when it touches the threshold of the King level. Of the elite high-rank peak quasi-king peak. With the growth of time, I see that they have more and more battle experience and more skilled mastery of unique skills, but they still can't take the most critical step. The reason is, these elves can't comprehend the profound meaning. Only the elves who have comprehended the profound meaning and the elite and high-grade strength can cross the threshold of the Heavenly King level, continue to become stronger, and continue to accumulate experience. This is also the reason why many people favor high-qualified elves. Addition to the advantages that high-qualified elves can become stronger faster and learn new tricks more easily. In addition to the advantages, in the case of not using foreign objects, in a sense, the elves' aptitude does represent threshold and go online. After all, someone like Sakagi who can train a low-caliber giant needlebee all the way to a very strong level, who has broken through the aptitude several times in a row, can't come out of a few people in one era. Of course, this has no effect on Lu Yin. Perhaps aptitude is a shackle that is difficult to break for other people's elves, but these do not exist in front of him. His game console can help elves ignore the limitations of aptitude and accumulate experience all the time. For example, Lu Yin's wind speed dog is only an elite level qualification. Under normal circumstances, this wind speed dog needs to rely on its own external force to understand the fire type profound meaning after its strength has risen to the top of the elite before it can continue to become stronger. But Lu Yin, you can use the game console to continue to become stronger when the wind speed dog has not mastered the profound meaning. This is the physical strength, and also the control and increase of the use of unique skills and energy. Driven by this kind of growth, the elves who enter the next realm in advance will be able to passively comprehend the profound meaning. Therefore, in front of Lu Yin, the elves do not have the shackles of aptitude. The quality of aptitude is really just accumulation for him. That's it. Of course, if there is a way to help the elves comprehend the profound truth in advance, and even master the profound truth, Lu Yin can't ask for it as much as he even comprehends and masters the rules. Just like how the Nine Tails are now. This lava crystal came too soon. Lu Yin stretched out his hand to support his chin, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help showing a smile. Nine Tails are the strength of the peak of the king level, but because it has mastered the superpower system and the fairy, the experience is not full. With its strength, if you want to break through the qualification limit and enter the championship level by increasing the classics, unless you can find a group of grass-type elves with championship level strength to kill him in seconds, or I will level him up every day, and it will take a long time. But now, with this lava crystal, I don't need to do anything. Just wait a month, and the Nine Tails will naturally become a champion elf. And during this time, I can completely level up other elves and grow quickly. When the Nine Tails grow to the champion level, then I can go to a more powerful secret realm, and other elves can also be assigned more and more advanced elites to speed up their growth. This creates a virtuous cycle. After analyzing a lot of information, Lu Yin sighed more and more about his good luck this time. Speaking of so far, Lu Yin thought of Victini's elf egg again. Speaking of which, the lava crystal seems to be the distribution point of the fire element. If you put Victini's elf egg here, how long will it take to hatch? Lu Yin's eyes became brighter. He did what he thought of. He immediately took out Victini's elf egg and placed it next to the lava crystal. Type of elf egg. Victini qualification. Master level second god. Incubation period. 1 month. It has shortened so much, and it has actually changed from 10 years to 1 month. Lu Yin was overjoyed. He had a hunch that in a month, his strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. And all of this is brought about by the lava crystal. We have also found a suitable place for Victini to hatch, and then we just need to wait. Lu Sasuo said, all this is Yuanzi lava crystal, so there must be no loss here. But then I need to reach an alliance with the alliance. There will definitely be many people exploring the secret realm. Although there is a place like this under the magma, no one can find it. But don't be afraid at 10,000, just in case, I still need to be prepared. After thinking about it, when Lu Yin decided to make a deal with the alliance, he proposed to block the volcano. It's very easy to do this, just give a report that this is a dormant volcano. Since it is a dormant volcano that can be resurrected at any time, there is a danger factor, so the blockade becomes a matter of course. Of course, this may also affect the Alliance's assessment of the value of Lu Yin's secret realm, and it will also cause him to earn a lot less money in the future. But these don't matter to Lu Yin. All he wants is a chance to enter other similar secret realms. As long as a copy is generated in the game machine, he will earn blood. Other than that, I kept the 9 tails, the fire god moth, the duck-billed fire dragon, the wind speed dog, the flaming monkey, and the flaming chicken, which can not only speed up the comprehension of the profound meaning or master the profound meaning, but also prevent unexpected accidents and ensure that nothing goes wrong. Anyway, I can summon them anytime from the console, so there's nothing wrong with leaving them here. He thought of it, he did it. Lu Yin turned on the game console, and planned to summon all his fire elves. The next moment, his movements stopped. He noticed an exclamation mark on the console's radar. This radar is amazing. If Lu Yin actively controls it, it will find all the props within a certain range, but if Lu Yin does not control it, it will only call for active reminders when it finds valuables and precious props. Is there any precious good things here besides lava crystals? With a hint of anticipation, Lu Yin clicked on the thunderbolt. Top-grade firestone. Location. Exquisite firestone. Location. Fossil. Sidoran. Location. Lu Yin. Holy crap, mythical beast fossils. Chapter 130 Lu Yin's shocking conjecture about the secret realm. 1/5 ask for custom. Gouda. God fossil. Lu Yin was shocked. Is there such an exciting place as the fossils of divine beasts? So far, apart from a few scientific researchers and wealthy collectors, not many ordinary people would have a problem with them. Fossils generate interest. Fossils, even if they are mythical animal fossils, there will not be too many surprises. Usually they are sold for money. But Lu Yin is different. Although he also doesn't have any special love for fossils, he knows that in the near future, the fossil resurrection technology will be developed. At that time, fossils will no longer be mere fossils, nor just a tool used by archaeologists to study ancient history and culture. This also represents one after another elves waiting to be resurrected. Therefore, the Cytolane fossil is equivalent to a Cytolane that can be resurrected, a divine beast that can be resurrected. It's too exciting. Lu Yin tried his best to hold back the excitement in his heart. He first released all his fire-type elves in the game console, so that they could become stronger in this environment. Then he greeted the wind speed dog. Wind dog, come, use dig for this location. Dig about 3 meters deep, you should be able to come across a fossil and carry it back to me. Digging trick is still the best at wind speed dog. Roar. Without any hesitation, the wind speed dog raised its 2 front feet to gather khaki power, and then used the digging trick at the position Lu Yin said. Bang! Soon, a big hole appeared out of thin air, and the wind speed dog disappeared at once. After about half a minute, there was a tremor on the ground. Dong dong dong. With an abnormal noise, a huge fossil emerged from the hole dug by the wind speed dog, and finally was completely exposed to the air. Roar. The wind speed dog jumped up from under the mouth of the cave against this fossil, and fell to Lu Yin's side dexterously. Feng speed dog, well done. Lu Yin touched the head of the wind speed dog, and then looked at the huge fossil in front of him. Fossils in reality are of course different from those in games. Fossils in reality are physical fossils that have been transformed into elves according to their original appearance. Looking at the fossils, you can easily distinguish the species before the fossils. Moreover, the hardness of the fossil is very high, and neither ordinary people nor spirits can destroy it, so Lu Yin can rest assured that the wind speed dog will casually attack this fossil. As expected of the fossil of Sidoran, it looks huge at first sight. Lu Yin walked around the fossil for several times, and couldn't help but nodded, because it was just a fossil. The game console could not obtain the information of Sidoran. Otherwise, Lu Yin was still in a good mood. Which field is this mythical beast in now? After observing for a while, Lu Yin waved his hand and put the fossil of Sidoran into the game console, then held his chin to think. Next, I just need to wait for the fossil to come back to life. At that time, I can have one more divine beast, or one with strength. However, today's harvest is. Give me a wake up. Glint of essence flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. Each secret realm has strict divisions. According to the standards announced by the Alliance, the division of the secret realm is based on the strength of the most powerful elf when it appeared. This is also the upper limit that the secret realm can withstand the strength of the elf. It now looks like that should be just one of those things. When the world will rewards the secret realm, it also emphasizes the level, which shows that the world will also recognizes the classification of the secret realm. Then is it possible that the level of the secret realm is determined by the will of the world? More he thought about it, the more Lu Yin felt that his speculation was reliable. Otherwise, the elf world and the blue star world had only just been connected for half a year. There was only one unanimous answer on how to achieve a 100% consensus in the limited division of the secret realm. The alliance between the two worlds has long been lost. I know where I got the correct answer for the division of the secret realm made by the will of the world. Then this thing is understandable. If the truth of the matter is this, then... Lu Yin turned his head sharply to look at the lava crystal next to him, and a heart became extremely hot. He had a very scary guess. But this speculation is very likely to be true. The premise of this guess is that the level of the secret realm is indeed divided by the will of the world, so there must be a standard. Of course Lu Yin will not attempt to analyze the standard of the world will, but he can analyze a range. First of all, with the rigorous attitude of the will of the world, there must be strict and essential differences between the secret realms of different levels. The difference between elves, strength and aptitude is one aspect. But the resources and background in it can also be said to be a value assessment, or it can be one aspect. According to this logic consider. Call. Lu Yin's rhythm may have been a little hasty. The secret world rewarded to him by the will of the world is the secret volcano island. Now he has discovered a strange small space in this secret realm, and he has also discovered a similar artifact, like lava crystal in this small space. Precious items that generally exist. With the might of the world's will, it is impossible not to know the existence of this small space, but the volcano island is still only a first-level secret realm. Is it understandable that there are similar small spaces and similar precious items in other secret realms? Otherwise, why are these secret realms rated as secret realms? And if so, there are secrets in those level or even better secret realms. These secret realms are definitely more precious than lava crystals. Could it be the remains of a divine beast, a human heritage from ancient times? Thinking of this, Lu Yin's heart thumped wildly. If things are really the same as he guessed, it will be too exciting. But there is a premise that the level of the secret realm must be divided by the will of the world, and he already has more than 5 points of confidence in this point. Wait. Lu Yin suddenly thought of a possibility and forced himself to calm down. If things are as I guessed, then the secret realm is actually far more difficult than what the public sees. Then here comes the problem. Do the top leaders of the Alliance know about this? The truth. If you don't know, there are a lot of leaks waiting for me to pick them up. But if the Alliance knew, then I would be too happy. Those small spaces are likely to have been discovered by them, but for reference. The degree of concealment of this small space I have found now, also maybe some slip through the net. I still have a chance. Lu Yin rubbed his chin, and there was a flash of wisdom in his eyes. It seems that this transaction with the Alliance is indeed inevitable. Not only do I have to get the qualifications to enter the secret realm of those levels. Now it is even more necessary to observe the behavior of those in the Alliance after entering the secret realm. I believe that everything will be answered by then. Then don't do anything about blocking the volcano, otherwise it will become 300 taels of silver here. Anyway, Juwei and Vulcan Moth are guarding here, don't be afraid of secrets being discovered. Tisk tisk. I am really looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Union Headquarters. Chapter 131_China District Alliance Conference. Lu Yin, there are so many backers that I can't believe it. 2/5 ask for customization. Yanjing City, the headquarters of the China District Alliance, all the counselors are gathered together and are discussing some things. These members are the most powerful group of people in the China District Alliance. After discussing some issues on the agenda, everyone intends to take a short break. One of the bosses took a sip of the dish, then suddenly stretched out a pen to order on the table, and said with a smile, "Since everyone is here, by the way, let's talk about the hot topic on the internet. Lu Yin. It's time to play when you're bored." The big guy who opened his mouth was a champion trainer named Lu Zetian, who belonged to one of the top fighting forces among the more than 1 billion people in the China Alliance. This big man has always been known for his tough attitude, and the alliance in China is mainly responsible for the diplomatic coordination with other alliances in the Blue Star world. When Lu Yin's announcement of the will of the world appeared, he happened to be holding a meeting at the headquarters of the alliance, so he ruthlessly took the limelight in front of the members of the Foreign Education Department of the alliance. For this reason, he has a good impression of Lu Yin. He is indeed a good young man. Hearing Lu Zetian's words, someone at the side immediately answered, and it was another boss. "In the past 6 months, in the competition with the elf world for the first place, our Blue Star world has been at a great disadvantage. This has greatly affected the momentum of the people of the major alliances in our Blue Star world. Now this world announcement that Lu Yin is competing for is just right, it is worthy of recognition. And just now, I received a letter of thanks from the Elf World Kanto Alliance, saying that I would like to thank Lu Yin for helping their region solve a big trouble. Our China Alliance has once again made a splash in front of everyone in the two worlds. This kid, not bad. This big boss and famous Li Yun is also a champion trainer, and a diplomatic member of the China Alliance who is responsible for meeting with the various alliances in the elf world. Li Yun and Lu Zetian have always had a good relationship. Now that Lu Zetian mentioned Lu Yin, Li Yun immediately understood his attitude. Thinking of what Lu Yin had done recently, it really made him feel that his face was related, so he stood up to Lu Yin's platform. That's right, the platform. Never mind. In which world, which place, as long as there are people, disputes cannot be avoided. There are between worlds, regional alliances, and even cities in an alliance will compete for some resources. For example, Lu Yin represents the China District Alliance, and ordinary people in the Blue Star world breathe with pride, but the quick-witted members of other regions may not think so. Even some Chinese district councillors who did not deal with Hengcheng may not be happy. Therefore, the platform is very necessary, which is related to how much benefits Lu Yin can get. All of a sudden, there were 2 councillors standing for Lu Yin, and they were the 2 most powerful and influential councillors, and the atmosphere at the scene became a little weird for a while. Originally, I didn't care much about this so-called small talk. There were 2 big bosses who spoke, but just at this moment, a person who was unexpected by everyone also spoke up. Lu Yin, it's really good. The current #1 elf doctor in the China District Alliance, Yi Feng. This Yi Feng is Hu Jiyi's teacher, so naturally he is very close to Lu Yin. Yi Feng's strength is nothing compared to the other members present, he is only a heavenly king, but no one can ignore his influence, so when he speaks, many people are silent, and they all consider their attitude towards Lu Yin. This is 3 heavyweight members standing for Lu Yin. Then the simple things will become no longer simple. In the 3rd position of the table twitched slightly. Originally, he had already figured out how to reward Lu Yin. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. This was because Lu Yin was young, promising, and famous on the internet. But now in this situation, he knew that he would definitely not be able to do it. I didn't expect that this kid named Lu Yin also had a backer, so that Li Yun and the others could bring the reward to the conference table to discuss. This is my negligence. Inside Wang Haiquan, Lu Yin's status was instantly elevated by several levels. As everyone knows, Li Yun and Lu Zetian are also very surprised now. They spoke for Lu Yin, but they had been suppressed by the elf world for a long time before, and now because Lu Yin strived to be good, and he was pleasing to the eye, they wanted to give this up and Comer a little bit to step down. But I didn't have too many ideas. But when Yifeng opened his mouth, things changed completely. It was different. However, what shocked the big boss was, another member of the Congress said, I also think this nice boy. Everyone should know, let's fight the development zone. This member's name is Xie Yun, and he is mainly in charge of the Alliance Gym. Lu Yin is the owner of the Hengcheng Gym, and he is in charge of it. Well. The congressman frowned. The battle development area is the next project they are going to discuss. This new organization, in their opinion, has the potential to become a gym after the gym. They are trying to discuss how to introduce this system. How can Lu Yin compete with the gymnasium? The development area was related, but before anyone could ask, Xie Yun took the initiative to say, latest news, the eldest lady of the famous Jade family of Hezhong wants to build a battle development area in Hengcheng. The reason is, Lu Yin. The eldest lady of the Guardian family seems to be very interested in Lu Yin. Now, we don't need to think about how to introduce it at all. The person in charge of the battle development area has taken the initiative to find us. The congressman was shocked. What they were surprised about was not the battle development area, because the battle development area has not really been built yet. They just analyzed that this mode has great potential. But what the result is, it still needs to be verified by facts. They were surprised that Catalia would actually do this for Lu Yin. The patriarch of the Garter family is one of the strongest people in the elf world, a proper master-level trainer. Catalia, the eldest lady of the cattle family, expressed her desire to look at Lu Yin, and the potential and strength shown by the latter now is enough to be worthy of Catalia. If the two come together, does this also mean that there is a master trainer standing behind Lu Yin? Thinking of Yifeng, Li Yun, Lu Zetian. Well, this Lu Yin's energy is terrifying. Lu Yin, I don't know why I have so many backers. I actually have quite a few backers, such as my readers. So, how can you send some flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets to support a wave? Chapter 132_Finder of New Properties. The top leaders of the alliance were shocked one after another. 3/5. Cough. Wang Haiquan let out a light sigh and said with a smile, Lu Yin is indeed an outstanding young man. His parents are both alliance martyrs, so he deserves commendation and affirmation. Some of our members have discussed it, and we decided to give a rank reward from the very beginning. But now that I hear everyone say this, it seems that we still have some ill considerations, so let's give a rank reward. The rewards given by the alliance are 7 levels. At first, Wang Haiquan wanted to give Lu Yin a rank reward, but after hearing what Li Yun and the others said, he knew that a rank reward was definitely not indispensable. And in order not to offend anyone, he also said that he planned to give the rank reward from the beginning, which was considered to be saving face for himself. Don't underestimate this little difference. The degree of reward that can be obtained at different levels is completely different. That Wang Haiquan wanted to give out, the alliance will give Lu Yin a selection qualification for a Heavenly King level elves, but the types of elves that can be selected are the worst types. Most of them are more common ones such as big needle bees, big butterfly. At the beginning, the compensation that Lu Yin received for the selection of Heavenly King level elf because of Lu Tong's disappearance was actually the reward level, but later he met Hu Zhe. Hu Zhe helped him with a few words, so the reward became a rank, and he had the opportunity to choose the rarer elves in Casey. And the reward is even more scary. The rewarder can already choose the quasi-god whose aptitude is at least at the level of the king. Level elves, or elves with champion level qualifications. As for the category of champion qualifications chosen, champion grade elves are definitely something that can be encountered but not sought after, and some are good enough to get them, but if you want to choose a type, it is purely a dream. As for the reward, this reward is rarely received, and the alliance will give the trainer the highest selection authority to develop all the elves with the qualification of champion level and below. The rewardee can reserve a certain kind of elves, and the qualifications are the worst. The king level, as long as the alliance has it, it will be sent to him as soon as possible. This is just the elf option, The rest include alliance currency rewards, some privilege rewards and honorary title rewards, and each level is different. Because of this, even if there are so many people speaking for Lu Yin now, Wang Haiquan just said that he would give a grade reward. Hearing Wang Haiquan's words, some of the surrounding counselors nodded, some frowned but did not raise any objections. Obviously, everyone had reached an agreement and decided to give Lu Yin level rewards. Rank rewards, the rewards that even these counselors are eager to get. If it weren't for Lu Yin's special circumstances this time, even if his achievements were higher, it would never be so easy to get. When he left, Yifeng spoke again. He smiled and said, "Haha, I don't think this reward is enough." The bigwigs of the House of Representatives all looked at Yifeng and became suspicious in their hearts. Yifeng is a research scholar, and he has never been interested in fighting for power and profit. In addition, because of his special status, he basically has no enemies in the alliance. Now he suddenly stood up and made it clear that he wanted to gain greater benefits for Lu Yin, which was a bit intriguing. It is not impossible to sell a face and a leaf maple to get a bigger reward. But there are also some people who are not happy, because Lu Yin can get high, and it will affect them more and more, and it can even be said that they are dividing their interests. After all, at a certain level, many things can't be settled by money. In the eyes of some people, money is just a bunch of numbers. Elf resources, prop resources, are the things that truly powerful people value. The House of Representatives was a little silent for a while, and everyone was weighing the pros and cons. Whether to pick up the plane and hand over Yifeng, or keep the existing resources, so that they and others can't plan for the next moment, so they don't have to worry about it, because Yifeng took out a report, said, "This document is a report submitted by Lu Yin to the Hengcheng Research Institute and passed to me privately by Dr. Hu Jie. Originally, this report needs to be certified first, and after the correctness is certified, it will be submitted to the headquarters of the Alliance Research Institute for review. Only after the review is passed and the authenticity is confirmed, will it be shown to everyone present at the end. But now, I decided to tell everyone first, so that everyone can locate Lu Yin's value." Research report. The House of Representatives looked at each other. It's really surprising that Lu Yin still does research, and it's a plus. But the gap between reward and reward is too large, and the weight required is also very large. Even if Lu Yin is really talented in research and publishes a package, he can't make them agree with the weight. It seems like a guess. When it came to the congressman's idea, Yifeng continued, he published a document saying that a new elf attribute was found. Boom. It really was a sentence, and the audience exploded. New attribute. As soon as Yifeng's words came out, even the two sitting on the main table and the second seat opened their eyes that had been closed before, and they couldn't hide their surprise. This is the discovery of a new elf attribute. This kind of discovery may not have much impact on the public. At most, there will be more content to learn in the future, and an elf with an additional attribute can be selected and cultivated. But it means something different for the League. Not to mention anything else, if the China District Alliance has first-hand information about a new elf attribute, it will definitely be able to earn a lot of benefits in a short period of time. Moreover, the China District Alliance will earn money in front of the Elf World and the Blue Star World. Get enough prestige. Li Yun and Lu Zetian's eyes have become hot. They can imagine how many other district councillors will come to ask them if this is true. It's definitely a long-face thing. He just reported to Lu Yin, "This kid is too exciting to give another big gift," and if Lu Yin really discovered a new elf attribute, then his value in elf research is not just a bonus item, but highlights. A researcher who can discover new attributes before the age of 18, who could have guessed that his future will be the future Yifeng? A Heavenly King level trainer who is less than 18 years old, indeed a genius, amazing and admirable. But for the people who are here, who are standing at the top of the world, they can only be regarded as outstanding and worthy of recognition, but there will be no more emotions. They have seen too much, even when they were young. Otherwise, how could they step into the world's top ranks? As for the talented researchers, it is not unheard of, Yifeng's apprentice Huzhe is one of them. It's also not worth their fuss. But when these two talents are put on the same person, even if these big guys are not calm now, this is definitely an excellent compliment to each other. Lao Yi. The old man sitting on the main seat suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked aloud, is the new attribute reliable? Chapter 133 From casual chat to focused discussion. The truth of the secret realm. 4/5 ask for customization. Reliable. Hearing the old man's question, Yifeng nodded firmly and said, although the certification process has just begun, for some special reasons, I, Yifeng, can use my reputation to guarantee the accuracy of the document. It is absolutely correct. Yifeng was 100% sure of the authenticity of Lu Yin's research report. He was so sure that it was not just to support Lu Yin. A man at his level, every word and deed mean many things. He said these words, indeed, because he recognized Lu Yin. No one knows that Yifeng is actually researching the problem of fairies and attributes recently. He has been doing this research for a while, and the starting point is the magic spark, the power of the moon, and the magic of fairies such as round pupils. Yifeng found out that these tricks have something in common, so they linked them to study, and finally came to the conclusion that there is a new attribute. Conclusion. It's just that he has not yet started to study the study of elves, and to study the particularity of this attribute. And now, Lu Yin took out the Fairy Department Attribute Report. Very detailed, and some of the data involved are 100% consistent with the data summarized by Yifeng's own investigation. In this case, Yifeng also brought in the information of this attribute to conduct basic certification for some of the elves and unique skills mentioned, and the final conclusion was still a 100% match. It was because of these 2% that he dared to use his reputation to guarantee the authenticity of this report. His House of Representatives stopped talking. A researcher like Yifeng paid the most attention to his reputation and credibility. He had guaranteed this, and naturally no one would doubt it. Now all that's left is amazement. Lu Yin is too evil. As long as Lu Yin doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely be one of us in the future. A congressman said, I suggest giving him a reward. Although his credit is barely enough, the higher part can be regarded as a reward and encouragement from the alliance. Old Fox. Hearing the congressman's words, the others groaned in their hearts. Everyone knows that this matter has been discussed so far, and it is a sure thing to give Lu Yin a reward. Now that this person speaks, won't he win the favor of many people at once, but although they know this tricky, the remaining members will naturally nod against. No matter what. Is it to show the promising Lu Yin in advance, or to take care of Yifeng's face? They can only choose to agree. Everyone has the same idea, then give a rank reward. Wang Haiquan gave a conclusion. However, this reward was not enough in Yifeng's opinion. He is a researcher, and in his eyes, Lu Yin found that the value of new attributes is different from others. I remember that according to the regulations, the Alliance will send people to Lu Yin's secret realm to exchange places, right? I propose to tell Lu Yin the truth of the secret realm, and tell him the true background of the secret realm. Yifeng proposed a new proposal, but as soon as he said it, he received a lot of opposition. No. I disagree. Absolutely not. The attitude of the House of Representatives was very consistent. Even Li Yun and Lu Zetian did not speak this time. Of the secret realm and the real background of the level realm, these two things are too important to be revealed easily. Everyone present knows that the true background hidden in any secret realm is enough to be a heavenly king level trainer, or even a champion level trainer. This kind of thing, one less person knows, and people know it later, it means with a lot of benefits. No. Yifeng frowned. He also knew the vampire characters of the people in front of him, and the suggestions made should be opposed, but he did not expect these people to react so violently. Then don't tell him the truth, but there will be preferential treatment in the exchange of secret places. According to the rules, the Alliance will give him 3 exchange places for the 3 secret realms. I know that the unspoken rules are all for the secret realm that has already discovered the background, but this time, I hope to have a secret realm qualification that has not been discovered. All the members of the House of Representatives hesitated. Yi Feng's proposal is not impossible, although the alliance is a loss to some extent. After all, the secret realm has not been found. The alliance knows, and has mature methods to find these. As long as Lu Yin is willing to change, the alliance can only make money, and there is no chance of losing. After all, the background is the greatest wealth of the secret realm. It is precisely because of the problem of the background that when the alliance proposes to exchange places, it is 1 for 3. This is not only to prevent the new secret realm acquirer from rejecting it, but also to prevent them from knowing after the fact. The truth, I feel that I have lost too much, and I have complaints about the alliance. That's it. The end. The old man sitting in the first place made the final call to end the discussion. Give Lu Yin 3 places to enter the 3 secret realm, and one of them is definitely the first level secret realm poisonous swamp. As for the truth of the secret realm, according to the agreement between all of us, unless it is a champion trainer, or the owner of the secret realm finds out the truth, it must not be rumored. The chat about Lu Yin, let's end here, and now start the next topic. Yes. All the members of the House of Representatives nodded in unison, agreeing with the result. The one who didn't agree with what to do was the strongest master trainer in the China League, and it was impossible for everyone to offend him and Yi Feng at the same time. And the choice of the name Du Yuanzi also satisfied everyone. The Poison Origin Swamp was a secret realm discovered by the Alliance 2 years ago. Until now, it has not yet found its foundation. In the eyes of many people, this secret realm probably has no foundation. If Lu Yin has the qualifications to enter it, they don't believe that Lu Yin can do things that the Chinese alliance collectively cannot do. Alliance headquarters, knew the meeting begins. On the other hand, Lu Yin didn't know that a meeting about himself started in small talk, but the discussion was extremely intense. His name has been mentioned many times, and now it has been remembered by many bigwigs. The discovery report of the fairy, the attribute has made him recognized by Yi Feng. His guess about the secret realm is actually quite correct. The secret realm does have secrets. These, Lu Yin doesn't know. Now he has left the secret realm and returned to the Lei Feng Pagoda. Then Lily found him. Gym Challenge Book. The gyms that challenge me are Dead Leaves Gym and Raven Gym. These 2 gyms, are interesting. This is really interesting. Of course I choose to agree. Chapter 134 accept the gym challenge. Set off to find the Millennium Ghost. 5/5 ask for customization. The challenge of Dead Leaves Gym. The Raven Gym challenge. Reaching out his hand to catch the phone that Lily handed over, Lu Yin narrowed his eyes when he saw the 2 gym challenge information received on the screen, then stretched out his hand to rest his chin and said, the reason why Cammersley challenged me is very likely. As you guessed Lily, it should be for the name of the gym. Women, especially pretty women, are so boring sometimes. Bauer showed a dangerous smile. What did you say? Serena showed an unhappy expression. Master, you can't kill everyone with one stick. Lily, women and girls are not the same. May, hey, I'm cute, so it shouldn't matter if I'm pretty. 2Z, unintelligible disaster. Catalya said that she was very self-disciplined and didn't want to be angry, she just wanted to throw a coyote at Lu Yin. Haha, I mean there is something wrong with this woman Cammersley. Lu Yin immediately changed his words, and at the same time changed the subject. I don't understand this Dead Leaf Gymnasium. I don't know what this Ma Zishi wants to do. Standing on me to become famous or... There was a dignified look in Lu Yin's eyes. Could it be that it was Team Rocket's test? Not many people should know about the relationship between Ma Zishi and the Rockets for the time being. But Lu Yin happened to be one of those who knew. Lu Yin's fear of Team Rocket was originally even more profound for the alliances in various regions. This organization is well deserved as the #1 villain organization in the elf world. There is more than one master trainer in Team Rocket, and it is a world-class organization. Not only is it amazing in the Kanto and Chengdu regions, but it also has a secret influence on local organizations in other regions. Being targeted by this organization too early, although Lu Yin is not afraid, he doesn't like this trouble either. Forget it, the soldiers will block the water and cover the soil, don't think so much. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Yin didn't bother to think about it anymore. With this time, it's best to use it to improve his strength. As for whether or not he has been targeted by the rockets, you can see the difference in a match against Ma Zishi. Accept it to me. Lu Yin put the phone back into Lily's hand and smiled. As a gym owner, I am not afraid of any challenges. The battle between the electric gyms sounds pretty good. Okay, the owner brother. Lily nodded obediently, turned and ran towards the second floor, where she was going to use the special computer provided by the Alliance. Challenges like this between gym owners, the Alliance does not have hard and fast rules. It all depends on the gym owner himself. Now that Lu Yin has made a decision to challenge, he needs to issue a challenge statement. And this matter now returns to the gym girl. The housekeeper's Lily handles it. 10 minutes later, after Lily's manipulation, Lu Yin's statement of accepting the challenge was verified by the China Alliance and sent to the Kanto Alliance and the United Alliance. The two alliances handled this matter very efficiently. Soon, Lu Yin will face off against the Kwantung Alliance Deadleaf Gym Master Ma Zishi in 7 days, and the United Alliance Leiwen Gym Master Card in 8 days. The news of Misray was announced on the homepage of the official website of the 3 regions. Finally, because of Lu Yin's current popularity and Camisly, this announcement was published on the homepage of the official website of the Alliance. So many people know about it. Discussion on the internet for a while. And these people's comments on Ma Zishi and Ka can be said to be polarized. Hoo, the Gym Master Challenge and Lu Yin's game can be watched, perfect. Expect. Wow, I didn't think it was the gym in the elf world who challenged our master Lu Yin first. One of the challengers is actually Miss Xiaojue, a world-famous model. I am her fan and support this competition. Do you guys want to see a power-packed game? Wait for the game in 8 days. Did no one mention Ma Zishi? Ma Zishi, witch clown jumping from the ravine. Ma Zishi is the master of the Kwantung Alliance's Dryleaf City Gym, and it is said that his strength is not bad. Cut, I think this Ma Zishi is a man who is fond of the fame of Lu Yin's pavilion owner, and just wants to take the opportunity to hype himself. Agreed. Upstairs, Lu Yin Pavilion Master's Heavenly King level elf is still 9-tailed, and the electricity type elf is relatively weak. This Ma Zishi is under the banner of competing with electricity type elves. Obviously, he wants to take advantage of Lu Yin's reputation as a master. That's right, unlike our little Jur, who is a world-famous model, she must just want to feel the power of the main power elves of the Lu Yin Pavilion. I think Ma Zishi is going to be cold. I see the performance of the owner of Lu Yin in Lampulchi today. It seems that the strength of the electric dragon is not weak. By the way, Lu Yin also sent an electric elf that he has never seen before. It seems to be very strong. By the way, does anyone know what kind of elf this is? Asked together. The discussion on the internet quickly became crooked, and everyone began to discuss what kind of elf Lu Yin's electric shock monster was. Lu Yin didn't know about these things. At this moment, he was discussing with Bauer in the room about a major issue of depth. The problem, I'm not in the mood to take care of these. Yai, Tuzi, let me go, I'm going to find brother Lu Yin. Tuzi, only this is absolutely impossible. I hate you. It doesn't matter. Soon, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, Boa, as the host, brought Mei, Tuko, Catalia, Serena and Lily have a good time in Hangcheng. Lu Yin would also accompany them when he was free, but sometimes, he also had to deal with the challenges of some trainers. With the reopening of Hangcheng Gym and its reputation, there have been more and more challengers recently. This made Lu Yin even more eager to recruit apprentices. There are too few trainers who are worthy of his own actions. When the time comes to the 4th day, it is time to part. Serena and Lily, one is the apprentice of Hangcheng Gym and the other is the little housekeeper of Hangcheng Gym, they naturally won't leave. The other 4 were to leave. Bauer is going to work at the Hangcheng Alliance Police Department, and will only return to Leifeng Tower after work. Catalia has something to do. I have to go back to Hezhong. Mei and Tuko are going to continue the challenging journey of the Kanto Alliance. Light Ball Plaza, everyone said goodbye again. Mei, goodbye everyone, I'll be back when I'm done with the Kanto Alliance. Tuko, it's a pleasure to meet you all, see you soon after the reward. Goodbye, goodbye. Lu Yin stood aside, patiently watching the scene in front of him. He would go to Kanto with Yayi and Tuzi later. Recently, he has been paying attention to the journey of the 3 of Ash and 3, knowing that they are now leaving for a port on a liaison ship. They are going to arrive at this time as exactly the place where the 1,000-year-old ghost exists. I don't know what is so special about this 1,000-year-old ghost compared to the 200-year-old Ninetales. I'll rush over in advance to take a look. And that, Ghost Girl and Maiden Rock, I don't know what's so special about them. Chapter 135 Game Console Address Book Function. 3 treasures were discovered. 1/5 Ask for Custom. Silver Mountains Light Ball Plaza. Came here through Hangcheng Guangzhou Square number 22 and returned to the world of elves. What do you say, where are you going next? Lu Yin asked Yayi and Tuzi that his destination was a port near the Golden City, and now he asked whether he wanted to see if he would go along with the 2 girls. Brother Lu Yin, Tuzi and I are going to the nearby Victory City first. Yayi didn't hide anything, she told Lu Yin the result of her discussion with Tuzi, and at the same time she asked expectantly, where are you going? Mei and Tuko plan to go to Jobin City, which is the closest to Baiyan Mountain, to challenge. The master of Jobin Gym in Jobin City, Sakagi, is known as Daddy Sakagi, and he is recognized as the strongest gym master in the Kanto Alliance. The main goal of the 2 women this time is to learn some experience through the battle with Sakagi. The badges are only going to fight for temporary badges. The place I am going to is different from yours. It seems that we are going to separate here. Lu Yin smiled, but his heart felt a little uneasy because he heard the decision of the 2 women. The 2 women have the aura of protagonists to a certain extent, and they may have some conflict with Sakagi, the leader of the Rockets. Oh, we're breaking up. Yayi lowered her head in disappointment, and then said in a low voice, Brother Lu Yin, why don't we join you and meet a gym that you can challenge on the way? Tuzi and I will go to challenge again. Buddy. Tuzi was a little speechless, although she had gotten used to the Nympho Mei Yi in the past few days, but it would be too hasty to change her decision casually now. Don't change itinerary just because of me. Lu Yin reached out and touched Yayi's head. To be honest, he was used to being a little sticky by this girl these days. Thinking about doing anything by yourself, there is a boy with big breasts clapping his hands and saying that he is so powerful and handsome, it feels really cool. He may be a little uncomfortable when they are separated next. But he still has a lot to do, and he will use a lot of incredible abilities in the meantime. For the time being, he didn't want some trump cards to be known to too many people, so he could only choose to separate from Mei. It's okay, you can call me every day. Lu Yin smiled and said, and you can also send me a WeChat message about beautiful things, and I will get back to you when I have time. That's all it can do. Mei nodded listlessly. Seeing this, Lu Yin and Tuzi looked at each other tacitly, and both smiled and shook their heads. But before I leave, I want to ask you one thing. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly became serious. With this thing, I don't have to worry about you being in danger. Oh what? Blood. You each give me a drop of blood. Lu Yin asked the 2 women for a drop of blood each. The 2 drops of blood are used for the game console to absorb. The game console has a built-in communication function. As long as Lu Yin can get a person's blood, the game console can record the other party in the address book. Through this address book, Lu Yin can know the situation of a person at any time, but the premise is that the person has enough trust in him. This trust can also be described in terms of favorability, just like a game, very mysterious. Blood. Yayi and Tuzi looked at each other blankly, but the two women now regard Lu Yin as a friend, so they didn't ask too much and raised their hands. It is more convenient to leave the blood collection to Lu Yin. He has superpowers, this is just a trivial matter. Soon, Lu Yin got Yayi and Tuzi. The two names appeared in the address book of the theater. Address book, Yayi, favorability 85 usually 9 temporary location, by Yinshan Guangchogang mood, depressed elf, monarch snake. Tuko, favorability 70 location, by Yinshan Guangju square mood, speechless elf, confidential. Seeing the two people's information, Lu Yin nodded. There are two values for the favorability. After all, this is the real world, not a game. One person's favor with another person can not always be constant, but may change. Because of some details, or the environment at the time, talk, etc. A little fluctuating. The front value is a person's favorability for Lu Yin most of the time, while the latter is the favorability degree that changes with the mood. And Lu Yin can check the other party's information through the address book, which is also related to the favorability. If the favorability level exceeds 60, he can obtain the other party's current position. If it exceeds 70, he can know his mood, and if it exceeds 80, he can know what kind of elves the other party is carrying and what kind of strength they are. After finishing this matter, Lu Yin and Yai Tuko waved goodbye, hurried towards the depths of Baiyan Mountain, and then found a hidden location to activate the map function of the game console. Here it is. A place with maiden rock. Half an hour later, at the exit of a forest, Lu Yin sat on the back of the wind-speed dog and observed the surrounding environment, his eyes finally locked on a cliff near the sea. On the opposite side of this cliff, there is a stone statue of a girl standing in the sea. Girl's rock, it really is here. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He jumped off the back of the wind-speed dog, he took out the elf ball and put the wind-speed dog away, and then used teleportation to transfer directly to the cliff. According to the time, the three of Xiaoji should still be on the liaison ship now, and Lu Yin didn't want to meet them, to save time to add some accidents, so he came here early. According to his calculations, DC should be on the girl's rock by now. Girl rock. Came to the edge of the cliff, Lu Yin observed the maiden rock, which was blown up by the waves, from a close distance. The next moment, a strange color flashed in his eyes. In his mind, the game console's own radar suddenly reacted. Turning on the radar, Lu Yin found that there were 3 messages on it. Item: suppressing evil stone description. A strange stone that can suppress the entrances and exits of the spiritual world and the real world. Location: 10 meters ahead. Props: top-grade spirit talisman description. It can increase the attack power of ghost spirits by 10%. Location: 30 meters behind. Props: top-quality immutable stone description. A stone that can make the elves not evolve but stimulate their potential to become stronger. Location: 5 centimeters to the left. Lu Yin was shocked. He originally just wanted to see how strong the ghost girl who has been working for thousands of years is, and whether the ghost girl really exists. What the hell are the 3 treasures that suddenly burst out? Wait a minute. The last prop is only 5 centimeters away from me, isn't it? Lu Yin swallowed his saliva, turned his head mechanically, and saw an old woman with a pale face and wrinkled face looking at him with a strange little lan. Fuck. Even if you know that you are a ghost, this will scare people to death. Chapter 136 _ The Truth of Millennium Ghosts. Ghosts. This uncle is a true battle, this big. What the hell? 2/5 custom. Hush shish ghosts. Little guy, do you recognize me? Was an unexpected expression on the old woman's face. This was the first time in 1,000 years that someone knew of its real existence. And listening to Lu Yin's words, it seems that he came here specifically for it. I don't know you, but I came here specifically to find you. Lu Yin had calmed down at this moment. Hearing Gui Si's words, he smiled and said, I have always heard that there is a legend of the girls' rock circulating here, and there are often rumors of girl ghosts appearing on the mid-year festival every year. I guess, either the locals deliberately created rumors to curb popularity, or there are ghost-type elves playing pranks. I've always wanted to conquer a ghost-type elf, so I came here to try my luck. I didn't expect there was a ghost. Lu Yin was just lying, but when he lied, he wasn't inferior to Meng Yao and Gui Si, and most people couldn't tell. After he finished speaking, he looked up and down with interest at the mother-in-law incarnation of DC, and said with a smile, DC who can talk is very worth conquering. Very valuable. In Lu Yin's opinion, the value of this ghost is simply insane. Name: Ghost Attribute, Ghost Poison Feature, Floating Hidden Feature, Mist Level, Elite Top Grade 59 Qualification, Master Level Intimacy Degree, Carrying Items, Top Quality Invariant Stone, Has Skill, Hypnosis. Tongue: Resentment, Black Eyes, Curse, Shadow Ball, Eat Dreams, The Wave of Evil, Same Fate, Misfortunes Don't Come Singly, Nightmare, Shadow of the Night, Strange Light, Raid, Tat, Slightly. Special note: this is a 1,000-year-old ghost who just became a spiritual messenger wandering in the world 1,000 years ago. Because the first ghost he encountered was unable to escape, he automatically gave up his identity. 1,000 years ago, in order to help the ghost girl fulfill her wish, Gui Si spent her potential to learn human language to travel the world, and during the period, she relied on the best immutable stone to accumulate enough potential. Thousands of years have passed, his aptitude has been improved, from the original king level to the master level. His physical quality can immediately become a racial value and can already be compared to Gengar, the difference is only the physical difference. Although his strength is limited to the elite high grade, but has fully comprehended the mystery of ghosts and poisons. Help it fulfill the wish of transcending ghost girls, it will follow you faithfully, and let go of its heart and be willing to evolve. My darling, this ghost is too defiant. Seeing Gisi's data, and the longest special explanation ever, Lu Yin said how calm he is on the surface now, and his heart is excited. Let's not talk about the characteristics and flashing appearance. This talent is simple, and it can be compared to the Bictini he only got some time ago. But when I think of it, this is the talent that Gisi has relied on for 1,000 years to transform without spending 1,000 years, it seems reasonable. Of this ghost is actually a messenger of the world. Lu Yin always thought that the messenger of the spiritual world was only the demon of the night, but now it seems that he is one-sided. As for the existence of the spiritual world, the elf world has many strange secret realms and spaces, which is suitable for human ghosts and elf ghosts to live in the spiritual world. Existence, he is not surprised. I just didn't expect that the ghosts have never evolved, and the purpose of coming to Maiden Rock every year is to complete their own tasks. The special instructions mention the method of conquering this ghost, that is to say, if I want to conquer it, it is useless to fight, I can only choose to fulfill its wish. In that case, I have to find a way to save the ghost girl. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Yin's mouth twitched. He remembered the plot in the anime. If you want to save the ghost girl, isn't it necessary to find her fiancé? Who went out to fight? This is a bit messed up. Where did he go to find this person is not mentioned in the anime. Could it be that he missed the ghost? Gia. The old woman pretending to be Gisi didn't know Lu Yin's troubles, and she gave out a gloomy smile. Human, do you think you can beat me? Lu Yin looked up at Gui Si and raised his brows. You don't think I'm your opponent? Gia, I'm not. A simple ghost. Gussie returned to his original appearance, showing two sharp teeth sticking to Lu Yin's face, and said gloomily, even some Gen ghosts are not my uncle's opponents. Oh yeah. Was a smile on Lu Yin's mouth. I want to subdue you even more than you said. Voice fell. Lu Yin threw 3 Pokeballs. 9 tails. Vulcan moth. Electric dragon. Come on, give this Grandpa DC a good lesson. Swish. 3 white rays of light flashed, and the figures of Juwei, Vulcan Moth and Electric Dragon appeared on the cliff. Juwei was to the right of DC, Electric Dragon was behind Gussie, and Vulcan Moth fluttered and fluttered on the cliff. Ariel beyond the cliff. On the opposite side of Guisi, is Lu Yin. 1 person and 3 elves surrounded Guisi, forming an encirclement, eyeing tigers. Guisi. The smile on Guisi's face gradually solidified, especially after feeling the momentum of the 3 elves around him. His heart became cold. Mai actually dispatched 3 Heavenly King-level elves in front of this outrageous young man with such strength. This uncle is not uncommon for geniuses in the past 1,000 years, but I have also encountered such a genius human being. This is about to be surrounded the trend of fighting. Shouldn't this uncle recognize a wave of cowardices and roll his eyes? He smiled and said, human, according to the rules, it is not one-on-one. How can you send 3 elves to fight in a group? Be careful, this uncle goes to humans, the league will report you. Oops. Lu Yin patted his forehead and showed a patted expression. It's not that you said that you were not a simple ghost. Even Zheng Ghost can't compare to you. I was scared. You're so good. One-on-one is definitely not enough. You're spreading your teeth, right? Ghost. To you, big-headed ghost. Guisi is indeed a little cowardly. Lu Yin's electric dragon broke through to the Heavenly King level after killing the giant sting jellyfish that day, just like Vulcan Moth and Nine Tails. Although Guisi has understood the profound meaning, and its attack power is comparable to that of the Heavenly King, but because it suppresses itself and does not evolve, its strength is not at the Heavenly King level. One-on-one it can also try, 1-on-3 is looking for abuse. Cough. Guisi smiled awkwardly, suddenly widened his eyes, and rushed towards Lu Yin. Hey, this uncle has lived for 1,000 years, and I haven't seen any battles. Fighting with 3 of them is enough, but as long as I can catch you, this uncle will not. The next moment, Guisi's voice stopped abruptly, because Lu Yin's eyes shone with bright blue light, and then an invisible big hand grabbed its body. My lord is nothing. Tell me. Ghost. Over, is this uncle going to be cold today? Chapter 137_Naz. Lu Yin, I don't even dare to write novels like this. 3/5 ask for customization. This human is still a superhuman. And he's still a king-level power user. This time, my uncle is really going to end. Feeling the strength of his mental strength wrapped around his body, DC wanted to cry without tears. Although with its strength, it is not difficult to break free from the shackles of Lu Yin's superpower. After all, Lu Yin is a human being, and it is an elf, which is inherently stronger in strength. But after breaking free, looking at the ill-natured faces of the 9 tails around him, DC felt that he should learn to be good. I don't want to fight. Yes, I don't want to fight. DC showed a wretched smile and said with a smile, it's too hurtful to fight, it's not good, it's not good. Oh, so it is. Lu Yin nodded, withdrew his mental power, and then showed a teasing smile on his face. You mean, if you don't fight, you want to follow me? This won't work. Ghosts instinctively refused, but after noticing the way the electric dragons were about to move, it showed a crying expression. This is really not good. I have a reason why I can't go with you. Oh, for what reason? Lu Yin frowned, knowingly asking. Hey. Ghost smiled, and instead of answering in such a hurry, he instead asked Lu Yin, human, you came here to try your luck because of rumors, but it's actually a lie, right? Oh, how can I see? Lu Yin showed an interested expression. The IQ of this ghost in front of him is unexpectedly high. This uncle has lived for 1,000 years. During this 1,000 years, I traveled all over the world, and I know more than you can imagine. More. Just like this Kanto Alliance, there is a place called Ziwan Town, where there is a world-famous elf tower. There are quite a few ghost-type elves in this elf tower. You really want to conquer the ghost-type elves, you should go there, not here. Clap clap. Lu Yin clapped his hands and praised, smart. It's all right, he. DC showed a complacent smile, and then it heard Lu Yin say, "I really came to try my luck." The rumors of ghost girls appearing from time to time have been circulating for thousands of years. I just think that if this is really a ghost-type elf, it should be quite powerful if it cannot be caught for 1,000 years. Look, isn't it because I met you? As for recognizing you, do you think it's very difficult for a psychic? Lu Yin was still talking nonsense with his eyes open, and at the end, he asked DC back. It's better not to get an axe in front of humans than a lying elves. Sure enough, Gui Si's smile stiffened on his face again, and he believed Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin was indeed aimed at it, but there was no definite news at first, so it seems that it is still a net, cough. DC was embarrassed. He decided to change the subject, and said in a vicissitudes of life, "Young man." Lu Yin raised his brows, and his tail showed a threatening expression. Although DC has lived for 1,000 years, but for ghosts, age is meaningless at all. What do you want to do by pretending to be an old man? Handsome guy, this handsome guy. Gui Si immediately changed his mouth, complaining in his heart that the nine tails are really violent. Well. Lu Yin nodded with satisfaction and motioned DC to continue. It's really narcissistic. Gui Si complained to Lu Yin in his heart, and then suddenly showed a strange smile. Human, do you really think that the appearance of the ghost girl is me pretending to be? Lu Yin's heart froze. As soon as Gui Si's voice fell, a burst of cool air suddenly blew from the side. The cool air was very soft, but it seemed to blow directly into the bones, and it seemed to blow directly into the soul. Feeling this situation, Lu Yin turned his head sharply and looked in the direction where the cold air was blowing. There was the location of Maiden Rock. And just above the girl's rock, there is an illusory figure floating. Seeing this figure, Lu Yin's expression became very exciting. His pupils shrank suddenly. Sighed. When Gui Si saw Lu Yin's expression, he immediately showed a smug smile, which was exactly the same as what he wanted to see. But what Gui Si didn't know was that Lu Yin was not surprised by the existence of the ghost girl at all, because he already knew about it. Surprised him was that the ghost girl looked like Nima. No way. No one who writes novels dares to write like this. Looking at the image of the ghost girl, Lu Yin silently took out his mobile phone, then turned on the screen, and clicked on the Gym Master Exchange website within the Alliance. Entering the website, he clicked on the information bar of the Master of the Eastern Alliance Gymnasium, found the golden market in it, and clicked on the image of Nazi. Shoo! A bunch of basic information appeared along with Nazi's photos. After seriously looking at Nazi's photos, I looked up at the ghost girl's image. Well, Lu Yin confirmed it. Nazi is still the same. Nazi, whatever. Age, appearance, or the elves she is good at, they are all exactly the same as what she knows. But the image of the ghost girl in front of her is exactly the same as Nazi. What's the situation? Is it because the two women have long purple hair, so they look the same? Lu Yin said that he is a little confused now. Sighed. Gui Si noticed Lu Yin's movements behind him, and finally noticed something strange. He restrained his smile, floated to Lu Yin's side, and glanced at the real content on the phone screen. It doesn't matter if you look at it, just look at it. This is to scare a ghost to death. DC is no longer calm. How could Lu Yin have pictures of the ghost girl before her death? No, how can such high-definition photos come from 1,000 years ago? Could it be the descendants of the ghost girl after 1,000 years? But this is also not right. Gussie knows some things about the ghost girl. She knows that her parents are dead, she has no relatives, and there is only one life left. I have never met my fiancé since I was a child. Later, I finally got married and had a family, and the fiancé went out to fight and didn't come back. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't be a Wang Fu Shi. Could it be that there is something tricky about the girl on Lu Yin's cell phone photo in this incident? Could it be the reincarnation? But that's not right. If the ghost girl is reincarnated, why does the ghost girl still exist? Human. DC looked at Lu Yin, hoping that this smart human could explain it by himself. Wait a minute. Lu Yin waved his hand at Gui Si, then his eyes narrowed, mobilizing all his mental power. The game console can detect humans, and it can detect spirits, so it should also be able to detect ghosts. Come on then, regional space, a copy of The Secret Realm. Chapter 138 _ The Shocking Truth of Maiden Rock. The wind and clouds gather in Ziwan Town. 4/5 ask for customization. Ding! It is detected that the host has a 1000-meter orientation God's perspective, the space is limited, and the secret realm is generated. Ding! The temporary secret realm is generated, and the copy is formed. Ding! The copy is successfully formed. Hearing the sound of the game console sounding in his head, Lu Yin showed a knowing smile, and then thought, open the map. Shish! A strange map appeared in Lu Yin's mind, and there were several patterns around it, representing the ghosts, 9 tails, fire god moth, electric dragon, and a human-shaped head. Seeing this human-shaped head portrait, Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my guess is correct. Then some things should be answered. With a hint of it, Lu Yin clicked on the human-shaped avatar. Ding! Human ghost. Nazi Yihan remarks. This is a ghost formed by one of the 3 souls of the human body, one of the 3 souls and 7 souls, and is born by relying on the anti-evil stone. 3 souls. Fetal light, cool spirit, ghost spirit. 7 souls. Corpse dog, Fuya, sparrow yin, swallowing thief, non-poisonous, defilement, and smelly lung. Fetal light, the main god, the main life. Shuangling, the main intelligence, ability, detection power, etc. The ghost, the main desire. Shigo, special explanation. This is a ghost that has existed for thousands of years, born from one soul. If you want this ghost to live, you need to complete her mission, break free from the shackles of the evil stone, and let her and the other 2 souls who have reincarnated within one day. Soul fusion, otherwise it will disappear forever. The mission of this ghost is to cooperate with the evil stone to guard one of the entrances to the spiritual world, and you need to find a substitute, the Dark Night Demon. If it was normal, when he saw the information displayed on the game console, Lu Yin would definitely admire the power of the game console, praise it for giving a detailed explanation, and even give a solution. But this time, he just wanted to shout, fuck, 3 times. In front of me is really too mystical. All 3 souls and 7 souls have come out. Well, there is a spiritual world in this world. This Lu Yin knows that the spiritual world has appeared more than once in the anime, and Xiaoji was almost captured. Then the soul must also exist. But the 3 souls and 7 souls is not the Taoist theory of the previous life, but looking at the explanation of the game console, Lu Yin thinks that this Nima is too reasonable. Think about that in the Golden City. Natsi's character, she has no desires and no desires, so it's because she lacks the ghost who is in charge of desires. To explain it in scientific terms, Natsi is an almost absolutely rational person without much sensibility. Fortunately, she is still young now, plus she has only lost 1 soul, and has everything else, so she has not completely lost her desire. After all, the 7 souls also carry people's joy and anger. Love, evil, desire. So, this is the truth. Lu Yin has a feeling of being surprised by his cognitive outlook. But combined with the known information, compared with the information given by the game console, it seems that everything is okay. Then this thing becomes very interesting. Lu Yin quickly calmed down, and a wise light flashed in his eyes. To put it simply, now I just need to find the night demon and let it guard here. Then Natsi's soul trapped in this evil suppressing stone thousands of years ago can be liberated. Next, as long as you can only help this soul return to Natsi's body in 1 day, her 3 souls and 7 souls will become complete. And if I can do this, Natsi's way of thinking about problems will become more humane, and she can become friends with me. And she can join the rockets and help me block the rockets, but the rockets won't doubt her. Lu Yin changed his mind and thought of blocking the rockets. Originally, Lu Yin believed that he was neither a bad person nor a good person, so he did not have much hostility towards the rockets. As long as there is no conflict between the two sides, he is too lazy to deal with the rockets. But recently, he first got the news that Anbo was angered to death and Anning turned into a vegetative state from anger, so he found some clues. He speculated that the rockets might have something to do with his parents' disappearance. There is the possibility of revenge. So half an hour ago, when Lu Yin heard that Mei and Tuzi were going to challenge Vibrant Jim, he was very cautious, because he had put the rockets on the opposite side in his heart. And now, Natsy's appearance gave him the idea of putting nails in the rockets. Of course, the premise must be to ensure Natsy's safety. Thinking a little far. Finding that he seemed to have a tendency to think farther and farther, Lu Yin couldn't help laughing and shaking his head. Now he still thinks about how to find the night demon. And once the problem of the ghost Nazi is solved, he can also conquer the ghosts, which is the interest in front of him. Thinking of this, Lu Yin released his superpowers and used his telepathy to respond to the ghosts beside him and said, DC, don't be surprised, what I tell you now cannot be heard by the ghost girl. Guisi blinked his big eyes and replied in his heart, my uncle understands, you say it. You should have seen the picture on my phone. This person. At the same time, on the other side, in the high sky of a certain forest, Haruko and Xiaoqi are sitting on the back of the fire-breathing dragon and flying towards the direction of Ziwan Town. Go. Seeing that Ziwan Town was getting closer and closer, Haruko couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Aki, what are we going to do in Ziwan Town now? To become stronger. Xiaoqi raised her head, her expression was calm, but flames burned in her eyes. Haruko, wait until Ziwan Town, you will stay in the spirit center, I have something to do when I enter the spirit tower. Why don't you take me there? Haruko frowned slightly, she wanted to ask why, but in the end she didn't say anything. She knows Xiaoqi, so she understands that if she can know something, Xiaoqi will take the initiative to tell her, otherwise, it's useless for her to ask. On the other side, an old figure came out of a cave, looking down at Ziwan Town below, his eyes mainly focused on the elf tower. The time has come. Just seize this opportunity, maybe you can take that step. Damu, I will definitely catch up with you, surpass you, and tell you how wrong your decision was. At the same time, in Ziwan Town, a large number of people in capital uniforms broke into it. Once these people entered, all signals from the outside of the town were cut off, and everyone was under control. Not only that, they also directly broke into the center of the elf and controlled Joey. Among them, a man with purple curly hair led people into the famous soul house in the town, and arrested the old man Fuji. Old man, please lead the way and hand over the keys. This time, our rockets are going to the spiritual world to make a fortune. Chapter 139_Emergency. Lugia attacks Hengcheng. 5/5 ask for customization. Team Rocket. Aren't you afraid of causing chaos? If the passage to the spiritual world is opened, then. Old man, this matter has nothing to do with you. The purpose of our rockets is to dominate the world, not to destroy the world. We will handle it. Now, show me the way. Lu Yin is not clear about the events that happened in Ziwan Town. At this time, he just put some information that he knew into reasoning. Tell ghosts. After listening to Lu Yin's words, Guisi didn't have the same feeling as he did, the feeling that his 3 views were completely destroyed, but he showed a clear expression. As the original messenger of the spiritual world, he has survived for 1,000 years, and DC knows a lot of things. So the truth of the matter is this. DC grinned, but there was obvious bitterness in the smile. In this way, this uncle's time for 1,000 years has been wasted. I just need to find a dark night demon. The voice of DC was very soft, except for Lu Yin, who was very close to it. No one else nor the elves could hear what it was saying, including the ghost girl. However, the ghost girl saw DC's expression, so she asked worriedly, DC, what's wrong? Ah, nothing. DC reacted and showed his signature smile, but this time, his smile was a little more free and easy. It's this human, it's your fiancé's news. Soon, we will be able to find her, and then you will be able to die. Really? The ghost girl suddenly showed a surprised expression, followed by a bright smile. Seeing this smile, Lu Yin couldn't help being taken aback. It's a very rare thing to see the cold beauty of the iceberg and the super queen Nazi smile. Click. Lu Yin controlled the camera function that came with the game console to record this scene, thinking that leaving this photo in the future would be considered an alternative skill. But Lu Yin will definitely not be equal. Because of his actions, a series of interesting chain events have been triggered from outside. Well, I believe it won't take long before you can be freed. Guisi smiled and nodded, thinking in his heart, my uncle is also relieved. After Lu Yin explained some situations, Guisi has already reflected it. The ghost girl in front of her was just a soul, and this soul was sealed by someone in the evil suppressing stone 1,000 years ago to suppress a portal from the spiritual world into the present world. The spiritual world and the present world must not communicate, otherwise it will cause a huge disaster. This is something that all the messengers of the spiritual world know, so the ghosts also know the seriousness of this matter. The ghost girl couldn't escape. DC didn't react much before now, and it's mostly just a piece of sealed memory. Speaking of which, this ghost girl doesn't even remember her own name. I should have thought of it earlier. Guisi secretly scolded himself for being stupid, and he was stupid for 1,000 years. Fortunately, he did not waste the 1,000 years. The human language kept shrinking and smooth, and he also learned a lot of human language and learned a lot of secrets. The most important thing is that I met an interesting person like Lu Yin. Human, I can agree to your request. Guisi looked at Lu Yin and said with a serious expression. Good. Lu Yin showed an expected smile. Before, he made a deal. In the following days, Guisi will stay in this girl's gorge, and he will find a night demon to help the ghost girl liberate and send it to the girl. Go back to Nazi. After doing all this, ghosts will follow him. Now I have got a reply from Ghost. That's a good feeling, I'll go next. Lu Yin nodded. He planned to act immediately. First go to Ziwan town not far from Maiden Gorge, where there is the existence of the Elf Tower, and there are many ghost-type elves haunting. There might be a dark night demon there. If all goes well, this matter can be resolved in a few days. However, sometimes the unexpected happens. Drip drip. A sudden sound from the mobile phone in Lu Yin's pocket. This is the sound that the gym or the Alliance only makes when they initiate emergency contact with him after encountering an emergency. What's the situation? Lu Yin frowned. He didn't take it lightly. He took out his mobile phone and connected it as soon as possible. Drop. Phone was connected, and Lily's anxious voice came from the opposite side. Jim brother, it's not good. There are many sea elves gathered in Hangcheng Bay, and they may attack at any time. What? Lu Yin was surprised and asked in surprise, how could such a thing happen? Could it be that there are guys like Granny Jin in Hangzhou who do things? The end of the speech, there was a flash of anger in Lu Yin's eyes. If things were really as he guessed, he wouldn't be a little restrained as he did in Lamperkey. Silly hat. No. Lily said nervously. The situation we are facing in Hangcheng is much worse than the one that Lamperkey encountered. Listening to the news from the front, there are many champion-level and king-level overlord-level elves appearing. And the elf leading the team is still the legendary god of the sea, Lugia. What? This time, Lu Yin was also frightened. Lugia leads a large number of sea elves to attack Hangcheng. Nima, it's not a dream to play such a big game. At this time, Hangcheng Bay Beach. The nearby trainers and the situation have all gathered here, and everyone is holding on to the pokeball in their hands, watching vigilantly at the various sea spirits scattered along the coastline not far away. Normal times, the trainer might be lucky to have encountered so many sea elves as soon as they appeared, and there were many rare and powerful sea elves among them. But this time, all the legs are trembling, the palms are sweating, and panic is spreading. There are too many sea elves on the sea, and all of them have red eyes and look very angry. And these, behind the elves, there are 3 imperial elves such as the water arrow turtle and the strong crocodile, and there are also many tyrannical carp dragons, sting jellyfish, etc. Ferocious elves, not to mention the giant elves like the whale king and the giant winged flying fish. These elves have a powerful momentum, and the oppressive force that gathers together is like crushing everyone's hearts again. But the most despairing thing is these. In the sky directly above the elf, that silver-white figure that seems to be ordering everything. The legendary sea god, Lugia. Chapter 140_Hengcheng Crisis. 2 worlds in focus. Ancient black technology weapon. 1/5. Damn, why did it suddenly become like this? Yeah, I was fishing before, thinking that if I was lucky, I could catch a good elf, but it became like this in a blink of an eye. You said, can we stop it? No, I don't know. Are you going to run away? Where can we escape and our family, our wives and children are behind? Damn, hasn't the support from the Alliance come yet? Is the support useful? This is Lugia leading the team. Nima, I never thought that I would see the legendary elves under such circumstances. What on earth did Lugia and the others attack our Hengcheng for? I don't know. There should be some action in the Union Military District. We can delay a little time. By the way, the owner of Lu Yin is the owner of our Hangzhou city. Why hasn't he come yet? There is news on the internet today that the owner of Lu Yin has gone to the elf world through the Lightball Plaza, and he should not come back now. Damn, why at such a time? The breath of despair is spreading, but no one retreats. All the trainers present are holding pokeballs, always guarding against the attack of the sea spirits. But everyone is more hopeful that a miracle will happen. Now that Lugia hasn't commanded the sea elves to launch an attack, they feel that there is still a chance. At the same time, the internet has also been noisy. The events in Hengcheng have been continuously reported on the internet, and some reporters even rushed to the scene to broadcast the situation in a timely manner. Since the Rampergi incident had just happened not long ago, now suddenly a situation even more serious than that incident has occurred, with even more spectacular scenes and the appearance of the legendary spirit. It was quickly known to everyone who made a fuss. This time, 2 worlds, countless regions, and countless people have been on the internet. Oh my god, this battle is too scary. It's really Lugia. I saw a live divine beast, and it's still a powerful being like the sea god. Originally, I wanted to try my luck at the Festival of Winds. Don't get excited upstairs, now Lugia is on the opposite side of us humans. I'm not a mythical beast, to tell the truth, someone definitely angered Lugia, otherwise the current situation would not be possible. Is the war between elves and humans about to begin? I don't know if Hengcheng has any luck. Lamperky is so good, there can be a Lu Yin to help solve this matter. I don't see it. The situation encountered by Hengcheng and the situation encountered by Lamperky are not at the same level at all, not to mention Lugia, there are still some overlord-level elites on the sea. Just one can cause more damage than that giant stinger jellyfish. Come on, Hengcheng. Speaking of which, Lu Yin seems to be the master of the gymnasium in Hengcheng. He doesn't seem to be at the scene. Maybe he saw the god of the sea appearing, so run away. Fuck the keyboard man upstairs. The owner of Lu Yin just happened to go to the elf world. I believe he will return to Hangzhou soon to share weal and woe with everyone. That's it. The owner of Lu Yin Pavilion is willing to help even Lamperky's favor, so how could he give up his hometown? Don't talk about this. Is there anyone close to Hengcheng? If you have the strength, go and help. If the battle starts, it will definitely be a disaster. If this happened to our Smecta alliance, there is absolutely no need to be nervous. A powerful trainer has already taken action to suppress all these elves, and then distribute them to the people. China district. How sad. Whose is the stupid dog upstairs? My family. I am sorry this stupid dog ran out on his own. I'll take it home and slaughter it to feed the pigs. I'm not afraid that the pig will not digest it on the road. It's my fault. Haha, the Smecta Alliance has only one champion trainer, so it's too embarrassing to show shame. No need for Lugia, on the spot, any overlord level elf can destroy you all. On the internet, people are chatting. At this time, in the conference room of the China District Alliance, all the bigwigs showed solemn expressions. What the hell is going on? The congressman in charge of handling the relationship between humans and elves asked anxiously. This time the attack of the sea elves is too sudden, how could Lugia suddenly lead such a thing? The priority is not to find the cause, but to deal with it. Li Yun said with a sullen face, if this matter is not handled well, the impact will be too great. We have lost all shame to other alliances in China, and the most important thing is the impact. Let the troops stationed near Hangcheng go into battle. Lu Zetian said solemnly. Old Wu sits there, let him stabilize the situation first, and arrange a turnaround at the same time, all of us have to go. Although this Lugia is not a god of the sea, but it is also a first-level god, the power of a first-level god is far beyond our imagination. Yes, we must all miss it. The old man in the main seat said. At the same time, let Lao Wu prepare to mobilize the number 3 weapon. Do you want to mobilize the number 3 weapon? The congressman was taken aback. Weapon number 3 is a kind of black technology power that cannot be understood by modern society. It is a kind of black technology power that the China District Alliance found from the ruins built by an ancient human when it was exploring a secret realm. Over the years, the China District Alliance I have been trying to study the replica of this weapon, but it has never been successful, and the progress can be described as slow. This also makes these people realize that the technology and knowledge mastered by ancient human beings obviously far exceed modern human society. But even so, the ancient humans and ancient civilizations disappeared in history, but the elves survived. Which is much better than the modern human civilization, is no match for the power of the elves. This is also the reason why humans and elves maintain some kind of peace now. Humans have ideas, but they don't have enough strength, while elves love peace from their hearts and don't want to dominate the world. With the current strength of the China Alliance, use number 3 the weapon cannot be restored afterward, and can only be used as a one-time item. But now that the situation in Hangcheng is serious, the Alliance can no longer hide it. Get ready, let's get started, it's better to get there before Lugia leads the sea elves to attack. Leader of the old man stood up, and his still clear eyes shot out a shocking light. But at this moment, the network screen on the TV screen in the conference room changed, and Lugia raised her head and let out a howl. Ow! Shish! Hearing Lugia's cry, the sea elves seemed to have received a signal, and they all took action. Seeing this scene, countless people who were paying attention to this incident stopped their movements, and a heart was raised in their throats. War is about to start. Shish! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far from Lugia. It attracted everyone's attention. This person is Lu Yin. Chapter 141 _ The chat group of priesthood elves. Group leader, Arceus, 2/5. Let's turn the clock back 20 minutes. Lu Yin just received a notification from Lilia. Lugia attacked Hangcheng with a large group of sea elves. Lu Yin asked in shock. Yes, the museum owner brother, the Alliance has issued an urgent notice to you, so I am in a hurry to inform you now. Lily said in a panic. Furthermore, Sister Boar and Uncle Zhang took the people from the Union Police Station to the ocean line. What am I? Lu wanted to scold someone. This is Lugia. Adult Lugia, at worst, is a first-level god. Stepping into the god-level realm, a realm is a level. First-level gods are not existences that human beings can resist. What are they doing? Of course, if they think so, Lu Yin also knows that they are only performing their duties, and if it is really Lugia leading a large number of sea elves to Hangcheng launch an attack. As long as they are determined to destroy, no matter what. Bauer and Zhang Lan are useless wherever they are. Damn it, Lily, you stay in Lei Feng Tower, I'll be right back. Remember, you and Serena must not run around. Lu Yin gave some serious instructions on the phone, and then hung up the phone. You heard it too. Lu Yin took out the pokeball and took back the 9 tails, and quickly said to Gui Si, I want to go back to where I came from first. You wait here for a while. If I'm still alive, I'll come to you to fulfill the promise. After finishing speaking, Lu Yin did not wait for Gui Si to answer, and directly activated the device in his hand. Shish. A strange layer of light enveloped Lu Yin's figure, and when the light disappeared, his figure disappeared. Ghost. What are you doing so quickly? I want to tell you to go and have a look. Well, just wait here, I hope you are all right. On the other side, Hengcheng number 22 Light Ball Plaza. Shish. Lu Yin's figure appeared on the square of light balls. He didn't care, he threw a pokeball directly, and then took off. Wind Speed Dog, go in that direction. The figure of the Wind Speed Dog appeared in the air, supporting Lu Yin and galloping in one direction. Seeing this situation, the 444 policemen who were holding the light ball square next to them were about to make a move. Fortunately, some people next to them responded quickly and immediately stopped them. Don't get excited, it's the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion. Master Lu Yin is back. Is it because of the situation in Hengcheng Bay? That's the god of the sea, even the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion. The owner of Lu Tong is a good owner of our Hangzhou city. Now the owner of Lu Yin is better than others. If someone dares to say something about the owner of Lu Yin in the future, I will fight with him. Me too. Let's go, the owner of Lu Yin is not afraid of death, and we are not afraid of death. Originally, many people who wanted to escape through the light ball square were infected by Lu Yin's actions, and they all rushed in the direction of Hengcheng Bay. The 444 guards looked at each other in the light ball square, and one of the young people took out the pokeball. I'm going too, you guys stay here. Keep your ass. Another policeman said angrily. Hengcheng may be gone, what about the light ball square? Go. Yes, let's all go. When Lu Yin rushed to Hengcheng Bay. At the same time. A secret realm between the Elf world and the Blue Star world, the secret realm of Tianqing Mountain, the top of the mountain, Feng Wang, who lives here, raised his head slightly and looked down at the clouds below, as if he wanted to see everything through here. Message of disaster. Who's roaring? Lugia. It's just ridiculous, abandoning the pride of the priesthood elves and choosing inheritance. It really is the beginning of the depravity. How long has passed since ancient times to cause disputes? Ho-Oh flapped his wings and stood up, and a strange light of fire emerged from his body. The power of light, with my message, spread to everyone. At the same time, on the other side, the pillar of the sky in the secret realm somewhere in the Fengyuan area and the Hua area, the cracked sky seat standing on the top of the bead opened its dark eyes. This feeling is two bastards, Kyogre and Groudon. No, it's Lugia, what is she going to do? Ho-Oh's message should be about Lugia. Of Risikuza, followed by a strange wave that spread from the top of the pillar of the sky. Near Shanao Tianguan Mountain, in a secret realm, Dialga and Palkia opened their eyes one after another. Group chat information. Did the boss have an order? It's King Feng. Go in and see. In the Hezhong area, in a super-secret realm full of thunder and a super-secret realm full of flames, Leshiram and Zekrom stopped their training and understanding of priesthood. There is a group chat message. It's King Ho, look. At the same time, all over the world, all elves with priesthood stopped their movements and entered a strange chat group. This group is Arceus with the world tree as the center and priesthood as the signal source. Take the rules as the network line, refer to. The one built by the human network seems to be tall, but in fact it is a means for all the elves with priesthood to chat in the world. The creator of the ocean, Kyoka, the creator of the land, Groudon, the god of wisdom, Yuxi, the god of emotion, Emrador, the god of will, Anorm, Regilock, Regay, and Regis Quill. The patriarch of the three divine birds, and the three holy beasts all joined the group chat. Ho ho, have everyone joined the group, then let's talk about this incident. Lugia, the god of the sea. Suicune, listen to big sister, Lugia, the god of the sea here. Emperor Yan, listen to the eldest sister, Lugia, the god of the sea here. Lei Gong, listen to the big sister, Lugia, the god of the sea here. Lugia, the god of the sea, I just discovered the situation, I will ask my wife. The fire bird, the god of fire in charge of the priesthood. Our eldest brother went to ask the eldest sister-in-law, everyone wait. God of ice, our eldest brother went to ask eldest sister-in-law, everyone wait. God of thunder, our eldest brother went to ask sister-in-law, everyone wait. Dream, Meow's dog food is shameful. Meow and Sui Jun, you 666, why every time Hu and Lugia talk, you can't miss your dog legs. Lu Yin, it would be great if I could join the Beast chat group, the rhythm is invincible every minute. But the author did not give this opportunity. So I can only ask readers, gentlemen, to take a wave of comfort and comment on the votes. Chapter 142 Gossip of the Clergy Elves. Big brother and little brother have distinct levels. 3/5. Dream, I look down on you, I am not happy, I'll ask my best friend to beat you. Suicune, I am sorry, Miss Dream. Emperor Yan, I am sorry, Miss Dream. Lei Gong. 3 divine birds. Celebi, you guys are too funny, hee hee, Dream big sister, come and play with me. Dream, after a while, Karachi is about to wake up, and when it's time to get together, I discovered an interesting thing recently. Humans may want to make me a girlfriend again. Dialga, this is a very powerful word. I can't help but want Arceus, the leader of the group, why don't you give me a few more? Palkia, why, one can't beat me, I want sisters. Dialga, I'll be afraid of you, hee hee, you're just too naive and want to play with yourself. Palkia, I can't bear it, you will die for me. Dialga, warp up. Gyo Kagrudin, 2 idiots go to space again. Gao Kagurado, damn, don't talk like me. Gao Kagurado, how about a fight? Split space. Gao Kagurado, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Meloda, everyone, stop talking about these digressions, isn't their business now. Tianchi, Sister Meloda, come and play with me, come and play with me. Meloda, Tianchi, my sister is now in the Chengdu area. Will I go to Carlos to see you later? Dianchi, okay sister, remember to bring me some fun and delicious food, it's too boring at home. Meloda, okay, sister, remember. Darkrai Nightmare God, it's not to say don't gossip. Meloda. Dianchi, well, Brother Nightmare bullies people. Keyguard, it's not good to bully little girls. Yveltal, although I don't like Zygarde, this time I agree. Xerneas, apologies Darkrai. God of Dreams, Dake, admit it, you don't have enough emotional intelligence. So you can only bring nightmares to people. Darkrai, I'm obviously absorbing demons too. Giratina, stop arguing, you've been watching the screen for so long, why aren't you talking about business? Chiami, wait for the god of the sea to ask for more information. God of the sea, I will come, the news is clear, my child is lost. Sanyan God. 3 divine birds. 3 god pillars. 3 holy beasts. Lexiram, it's understandable for your wife to be robbed by humans. Zekrom, in any era, there are few people who have an evil heart. Kaikongza, but you can't make things too much, many people are very innocent. The corner of the mouth of the priestly elf who was very chatty peeking at the screen twitched when he saw Rikongza. You are not the most domineering one, although you are playing the role of a peace messenger, but when did you not bring harm to the innocent Kyogre and Grudo with tears in their eyes? See God, I'm going to the scene now, my wife is so anxious that she is about to lose her mind, and she may not be able to control her senses properly, so I will try my best to persuade her. Feng Wang, I've already said it would be great for your wife to raise children in the Whirlpool Islands. If you have to go to the Blue Star world, something happened. Dream, are you gloating? Pooh, I'm not so boring, I just don't want humans and elves to quarrel again. Giratina, Poseidon, I'll turn the world around and see if I'm sure it was humans who took your child away. Can someone take your child away from your wife's nose? God of the sea, my child hasn't hatched yet. At that time, my wife went to patrol the nearby waters, and when she came back, she found that the elf egg was gone, and there were human footprints around, so it's suspected that human beings did this, and when she was excited, she directly summoned the nearby elves and rushed to the nearest human gathering place. Melota, so there is no definitive proof and target. God of the sea, that's why my wives launched the attack to force them to see if any humans surrendered themselves, but I don't think she can bear it for long. Zygarde, who else is around? Come and see, don't make it too big. Latios, I'll go and see. Celebi, I'll go through and see. Kizakuza, Paluji, you are fast, go and see. Palkia, I'm not free, I want to teach Diaruga to be a good elf. Diaruga, hee, it can't go. Group owner Arceus, Palkia e Diaruga. Show me both of you. Palkia, who dares to order me? Diaruga, it's funny, no one can stop me from beating up Palkia. Dianchi, worship the group leader. Please look familiar to me. Three divine birds, worship the group leader. Please be familiar with me. Three divine birds, worship the group leader. Please be familiar with me. Diaruga, Palkia, the gods of space and time who are preparing for a battle in the warp or panicked, they were just a moment ago. The mouth is fast, I didn't expect the boss to suddenly appear to speak. What's going on? Just when the hearts of the two elves were getting cold, the dream in the group suddenly jumped out. Dream, look at the way you are kneeling and licking, I look down on you, see how tough Diaruga and Palkia are, and I appreciate them. Us, please don't. Diaruga and Palkia were even more uneasy, they looked at each other and sent a private message to Arceus immediately. Boss, I haven't seen it before, absolutely no offense. Arceus, come over now. Yes, boss. Arceus responded calmly, and then said in the group, God of the sea, allow your wife to destroy, but restrain the elves from hurting people. Find the culprit and punish it severely. Recently, there are a lot of human beings just around the corner, showing their strength and attacking their ambitions. The priests and elves, yes, boss. If Lu Yin was in the group, he would definitely scold Arceus for being brainless. Human beings are ambitious because they are seduced, they have desires. You show great power, and for good people, they will be more restrained, but with ambition and desire, they will only grow more eager. This is simply it is to lure those careerists, and some careerists can also throw out the beast threat theory. A pity, these, the sacred beasts who have mastered their powerful strength never consider these. In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. At this time, Lu Yin finally arrived at the scene, just to see the scene where Lugia issued an attack order. Damn, don't you give me a chance to figure things out. Chapter 143 Lu Yin makes his move. Spiritual leader first step. 4/5 ask for customization. It's really Lugia. I don't know why it's crazy, it suddenly brought so many elves to attack Hangcheng. Lu Yin had already arrived at Hangcheng Bay, and he was shocked when he saw the endless sea spirits of all colors and the silver-white figure in the sky. Compared to the current situation, what happened to Lampolchi soon was just pediatrics. Ow. Lugia got the message of her husband, the god of the sea, and immediately tweeted and issued an order to attack. Shoo. All the sea elves who were about to move all acted at once, some boarded the beach and headed directly to Hangcheng, and many elves joined together to stop the waves at the back, trying to turn the next Hangcheng into the home of their water elves. See this scene, countless trainers standing at the front threw pokeballs. Come out, Frog Flower. Fight, Lizard King. Big Needle Bee, look at you. Haruga, come on. Countless elves were placed on the beach, and their eyes watched vigilantly at the water elves coming from the waves. At this time, Luyin knew that he had to stand up. I haven't figured out the situation yet, the battle has begun. Now I can only try to see if I can communicate with Lugia. It is best to know the purpose of her commanding the sea elves to attack Hengcheng. Luyin sighed in his heart and decided to stand up immediately. He has a game console as his backing, so he is full of confidence, and he is not panicked. Shish. Luyin used teleportation to come directly to the sky not far from Lugia, and shouted at it, "Lugia, please wait." Ow. Lugia, who was completely angry because of the loss of her child, completely ignored Luyin, did not listen to what he was saying, and continued to command the elves behind him to attack. Ya really wants to destroy the coastline ahead. Once a powerful existence is provoked, it is so unscrupulous. Damn. Seeing that Lugia was ignoring him, Luyin cursed inwardly, and immediately released his superpower, hoping to connect with Lugia by telepathy. At the same time, he was not idle, and used the game console to scan Lugia's data. Hope the console can surprise me. Name: Lugia. Attributes: Flying superpower. Features: Oppression has hidden features. Multiple scales has levels. Level 1 God 9 qualification. Level 1 God intimacy. Carrying items. Heart of the ocean increases sexual attack by 50%. Skill: Blow away. Weather: The wind blows. Sunshine flames. Dragons dive. Supernatural: Ask for a rain cannon. Cyclone attack. Destroy the dead light. Punish. Divine bird strikes. Special note: this is a first-level god elf who has mastered the rules, the wife of Lugia, the god of the sea, and fell into a state of rage because of the loss of the child. Find its child Lugia Pokeball, and you can get its friendship with the god of the sea. Damn it, it's because the child was lost. And she's still a mother Lugia, no wonder she's so irritable. Seeing the content written in the special instructions of the game console, Luyin instantly realized that it is normal for a great being like a mother to be angry because the child is lost. Especially a powerful being like Lugia, it is easy to understand that he has written radical behavior. It directs so many sea elves to attack Hengcheng. Could it be that the person who stole Lugia elves' eggs is in our Hengcheng? It's not that we Hangzhou people did it. So arrogant, do you pay me a favor? Luyin spit out a few words in his heart, he was just enjoying the pain. Lugia was so crazy because she lost the little Lugia elf egg. To solve this problem, she must find the little Lugia elf egg. But the point is that the game console doesn't tell you how to find the elf egg. This is very troublesome, but no matter what, we still have to stop Lugia from attacking. Seeing that the human side and the ocean elf side were about to face off soon, Luyin knew very well that if the two sides really wanted to fight, the matter would change completely, and it would be more troublesome to solve later. As the owner of the Hengcheng Taoist Pavilion, he still wants to do his best when he can protect himself. Electrical induction doesn't work either. It seems that we can only use a more radical method. Several attempts to use superpowers and Lugia for telepathy were unsuccessful. Luyin decided to use the last resort, and he released the mental power he had just replenished in his mind again. Ding! It is detected that the host has 1,000-meter orientation god's perspective, the space is limited, and the secret realm is generated. Ding! The temporary secret realm is generated, and the copy is formed. Ding! The special copy is loaded successfully. The sound of the game console kept ringing in his mind. Luyin didn't pay attention to it, and just silently said, "Login." Shish. A Pokeball appeared out of nowhere in his hand. Giant sting jellyfish. It's up to you this time. Luyin pressed the switch in his hand, followed by a flash of white light, and a huge figure appeared in the middle of the human trainers and the sea elves, facing the sea elves. The appearance of the giant stinger jellyfish made the originally anxious and depressing scene quiet, as if a firecracker was drenched in a basin of water when it was about to explode. But soon, the human side reacted. Giant sting jellyfish. It's the master of the Lu Yin Pavilion. You know, look across from Lugia, I've already seen it. The owner of Lu Yin is worthy of being the owner of our Hangzhou Taoist Pavilion. He is responsible. Now if anyone says bad things about the patriarch Lu Yin again, I'll turn against him. I hope that the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion can stop this crisis. Everyone present was excited. Even people online were excited. It's not because Lu Yin has the ability to decide the situation of the battle. Lu Yin's current strength is only a king level 9-tailed and the giant stinger jellyfish he just conquered. Lu Yin was only a heavenly king level trainer, and in front of Lugia, he was still insignificant. But Lu Yin is the master of the Hangzhou Taoist Pavilion, standing in a leading position, he can easily become the backbone of people's hearts. The most important thing is that Lu Yin performed miracles continuously during this period. All have a trace of sustenance on him. Feeling the change in the surrounding atmosphere, and having rushed to the scene, Hu Ji's eyes flashed a strange light. If Lu Yin can solve Lugia's problem this time, I am afraid that he will be on the altar. Will become a spiritual leader sought after and followed by countless people. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Chapter 144 Shock the audience. Negotiate Lugia. 5/5. Destroy the light of death. Surfing. Let the other side calm down first. Lu Yin's slightly indifferent voice came out from afar, reaching the ears of the ignorant and the elves. The human trainers did calm down a lot when they saw Lu Yin, but those sea elves didn't care about that. In addition, Lu Yin needs to attract Lugia's attention. It is necessary to show a certain strength. Fog. The huge stinging jellyfish waved its 80 sticks, huge tentacles. It did not hesitate when it heard Lu Yin's instructions, and opened its mouth to condense a huge golden ball of light. Shish. After the energy was gathered, under the attention of everyone, the huge stinging jellyfish ejected a huge stout orange-yellow energy beam. Shish. The beam of light fell 3 meters away from the sea elves at the front, and a line was drawn from north to south, making all the water elves in the front listen. These elves belong to the vanguard and are generally not strong, and the destruction and death of the giant stinger jellyfish is a strong enough deterrent to them. After the elves at the front stopped, a large-scale chain reaction was immediately triggered, and all the elves in the back stopped one after another. Seeing this situation, some powerful individuals wanted to take action against the giant stinger jellyfish. The giant stinger jellyfish is just huge, but its strength is still at the level of the king, and it is true that it has a lot of elves. But being big also has big benefits. Example, now, the giant stinger water mist waving its tentacles and slapped it on the ground, and a huge wave appeared out of nowhere to take it off. This is just a very common surfing trick, but the huge stinger jellyfish it turned into a terrifying tsunami. Boom! The mighty huge wave crashed into the front of the water elves in an instant, and the large area of the sea elves were washed backwards, and in turn crushed the sea elves behind. The originally mighty sea elf suddenly seemed to be in a hurry at this moment. To achieve this level, either an elves with absolute strength can do it, or only the giant stinger jellyfish can do it by relying on its size advantage. But those powerful sea elves naturally couldn't watch their own side being suppressed, and they took action all at once. Swish! Dozens of white freezing rays shot out from the rear lineup of the sea elves, and swept across the huge waves created by the giant stinging jellyfish. Bang! Huge wave was completely frozen, and the huge stinging jellyfish on the head was unavoidable. This is the gap in strength. The few elves who shot before, the most heavenly king, and many of them are champion elves. The power is very strong. Seeing this situation, Lu Yin was surprised. He took out the elf ball that he had never taken back and aimed it at the giant stinger jellyfish. Stinger jellyfish, well done, your mission accomplished. Pulling the giant stinger jellyfish back into the pokeball, Lu Yin gave an encouragement, and then looked at Lugia not far away. Lugia, let's have a good chat. Your purpose shouldn't be to destroy, but to find yours, isn't it? Lu Yin's tactics were very successful. Although the strength of the giant stinger jellyfish was equally vulnerable in Lugia's eyes, His huge body and the movement it caused still caught Lugia's attention. Lugia had already faced Lu Yin's existence, so she heard him mention, children. These two words, there is an immediate response. Shoo! Lugia flapped her wings, and almost instantly flew from a distance to Lu Yin, staring at a pair of scarlet eyes. Human, you know where my child is. Call. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief, and when he heard the voice in his mind, he knew that this matter was stable for the time being. There are only two things he has to do next: buy time and find the little Lugia elf egg. If you can find the little Lugia elf egg, then Hengcheng's crisis can definitely be solved directly. Everyone is happy, but if you can't find it in the end, it is necessary to buy time for the Alliance to respond. These people at the scene now are really only enough to be cannon fodder. I don't know where your child is. Lu Yin closed his eyes and used telepathy to have the most primitive conversation with Lugia. But I think you should talk to me. You can see me as the human leader of the city in front of you. Maybe I can help you. I don't think war is your goal, it's more important to find your child, isn't it? But I don't believe in you humans. Lugia was surprised by the anger in her heart and said, back then, in the Whirlpool Islands, a group of humans tried to snatch my unhatched child. Your human weapons are simply vulnerable in my eyes. They were defeated by me, and I mercifully let them go. I came to this sea area because I was worried about the children. Now that something like this has happened, I'm not believing you humans. Lu Yin. How can you, a female elf, be as unreasonable as a woman? You have encountered bad human beings in the Whirlpool Islands, and now you are wondering what the logic of the nearby Hengcheng is in the accident. People are different, okay. Ya cursed for a while, and Lu Yin asked speechlessly, so you're not sure that your child is here? Yes, but this is the closest human city to my habitat, and my suspicions are absolutely right. Your suspicion is right, but why don't you ask clearly, in case you are wronged? Lugia was silent for a while, and then said, we just intend to destroy your city and give a warning, we don't intend to hurt people. I thank you. Speechless, but what could he say? Lugia has strength, and all is so self-willed. He could only continue to persuade. Lugia, you have no definite evidence, only suspicion. It's okay to worry about your children, but what if it's all just a misunderstanding? You can't deny the existence of the eventuality. You are called the god of the sea, shouldn't you pay more attention to peace? Yes, you are powerful, but in case the disappearance of your children has nothing to do with the human beings in our city, you have brought disaster to them. How will humans see you in the future, and how will the elves see you? Listen to me, stop the war first, and don't let the situation worsen. We'll settle this matter calmly. Our number one goal should be to find your child. Ninetales. Name: Ninetales. Special attributes: Fire Super Fairy. Feature: Igniter has hidden features. Sunshine has special features. Transforms into a body transformed by goblins, energy and superpowers. Level: Heavenly King 69. Qualification: Heavenly King Intimacy. Carrying items: Stone. Skill: Hypnosis. Lightning flashed. The power of the moon. Trick. Hit sparks. Mental strength. Wagging the tail. A little. Special reminder. This is the Ninetales who have been trapped for 200 years. They are extremely loyal and have been waiting for the return of the owner who has been killed, without destroying her original Pokeball. Conquer her, and you will have her allegiance until the moment of your death. Appearance. Chapter 77. Summer reading is fun every day, charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Ninetales. Name: Ninetales. Special attributes: Fire Super Fairy. Feature: Igniter has hidden features. Sunshine has special features. Transforms into a body transformed by goblins, energy and superpowers. Level: Heavenly King 69. Qualification: Heavenly King Intimacy. Carrying items: Stone. Skill: Hypnosis. Lightning flashed. The power of the moon. Trick. Hit sparks. Mental strength. Wagging the tail. A little special reminder. This is the 9 tails who have been trapped for 200 years. They are extremely loyal and have been waiting for the return of the owner who has been killed, without destroying her original Pokeball. Conquer her, and you will have her allegiance until the moment of your death. Appearance. Chapter 77. Summer reading is fun every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Chapter 145 Writing a first-level god, stunned everyone. Luyin and Lugia stared at each other in the sky, and their conversations were all done by telepathy, so no one or the elves knew what they were talking about. The expression on the face of one person and one elf did not change in the slightest. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The human trainer will naturally not act rashly, especially after seeing Luyin's shot. Everyone has a point of expectation in their hearts, and no one will take the initiative to move the tight thread at this time of nerves. As for the sea elves, the collision between the giant stinging jellyfish and those powerful individuals created a huge ice wave. Due to the blocking of the ice wave, the sea elves also temporarily stopped their attack, waiting for Lugia's new order. So the scene turned into a stalemate again. And all of this was created by Luyin. Shoo. A certain moment, Luyin and Lugia opened their eyes at the same time, and they looked at each other, their eyes intertwined in the air. Afterwards, Lugia flapped her wings and turned in front of Luyin in an instant, with her back to Luyin. Seeing this, Luyin was also polite and sat directly on Lugia's back. Seeing this scene, all the people and elves who were paying attention to the results of the negotiations between Luyin and Lugia were stunned. Luyin, actually sitting on Lugia's back. Nima, it's too mysterious to have a human sitting on the back of a first-level god under the attention of all the people. Did I have hallucinations? Me, I think I might be too. It's so exciting. Lugia actually took the initiative to let the pavilion master Luyin do it on its back. Nima, this situation is changing too fast, I can't react at all. Is this the first time in history that someone has achieved a first-level god? Looks like, maybe, probably, isn't it? The owner of Luyin Pavilion is awesome. Broken sound. Is this a reconciliation? Has the master of Luyin already negotiated with Lugia? Lugia's command of the sea elves to attack is just a misunderstanding. The performance of Luyin and Lugia was so unexpected that everyone was stunned. Not to mention other things, let's just say that Luyin can do it on the back of a first-level god elf. Luyin and Lugia's performance, does it mean that this time the storm should have passed Hengcheng and Hengcheng? Are humans safe? Actually, it's not just human trainers, but the sea all look up at Lugia in the sky. Want to know what their gods plan next? Ow! Lugia lowered her head, and the spirits let out a cry, giving a new order. Then it stopped staying, flapped its wings and led Luyin to leave the area quickly, and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Hearing the meaning in Lugia's cry, the sea elves on the sea retreated towards the sea behind them, retreating a full 100 meters before stopping. But they still did not disperse, they just retreated. Seeing this, some smart people have figured out what this means. It's not over yet. How do you know? If this matter has been resolved, those sea elves will definitely disperse, not just retreat. Retreating can only be regarded as a signal to suspend the attack. I agree with your point of view. It should be that the owner of Luyin and Lugia understood the reason why it attacked Hengcheng after talking with him, and the two sides reached some kind of agreement. Thanks to Master Lu, he is the only one who can calm down Lugia and talk to him. Indeed, Lugia is obviously angry and has no strength. It doesn't pay attention to you at all. By the way, does the agreement also include Lugia asking Luyin's pavilion master to be her back? Quote. Why don't you deliberately act stupid when you are so serious? It's obviously what Lugia wants the owner of Luyin to sit for. Whether this matter can be solved or not depends on the owner of Luyin. By the way, we still don't know the reason why Lugia attacked our Hengcheng. I see. You know. How do you know? Idiot, look at the official website of the Alliance. Just now, the owner of the library Lu Yin released his confidence and was pinned by the official alliance. I went to Lugia and lost the child. Fuck, no wonder things are so big. This is the child of the god of the sea. Let me see. Chia suspected that it was done by humans in Hangcheng, so he stopped the sea elves from attacking, but the master of the Luyin pavilion raised a few doubts, and Lugia recognized these. Doubtful, so the two sides agreed that Lugia would let the sea elves suspend the attack. Within 2 hours, the owner of Luyin pavilion needs to find the child of the god of the sea, otherwise Lugia will restart the battle. Grass mud horse, which wicked guy stole Lugia's child? Stand up for me and see if I don't kill him. Hurting others and harming ourselves, is the child of the god of the sea our hands. Don't doubt your own people first. The owner of Luyin also said that it may be a misunderstanding. Next, there will be an internal investigation by the Hangcheng Alliance Police Department. We just need to cooperate with the investigation. 2 hours. Master Lu, you must do your best. The reason why Lugia attacked Hangcheng was directly posted on the internet by Lu Yin. He did this to let the top officials of the alliance directly intervene in the investigation and let everyone start self-examination. In case this is really a human thing, then let that guy pay the price. However, Lu Yin hoped that this matter should not be done by human beings, so that if he helps find Lugia's child, he will definitely get its friendship, not a remedy. About half an hour later, Lugia brought Lu Yin to the sky over an island in the east of Hangcheng Bay. Lugia's speed is very fast. If it wasn't for Lu Yin's superpower to wrap his body, the airflow driven by the flight could hurt him. The back of a first-level god is not so easy to sit on. Lu Yin sighed in his heart. Countless people. Nima, don't sit, let me come. After the emotional end, Lu Yin sat on Lugia's back and looked down from a height of 200 meters. See it in its entirety. With Lugia's strength and superpowers, there is absolutely nothing on the island that can hide it. So little Lugia's elf egg won't be here. Lugia, take me to your lair to have a look. Chapter 146_Lu Yin. I would like to call you Maori Kogoro Lugia. Is it here? Lu Yin took a serious look at the surrounding environment, and now he is in the lair where Lugia placed her child's little Lugia Pokeball. The place Lugia found was hidden, a cave in a cliff face on the island. Moreover, this cave extends in all directions, and it takes a lot of time to get to the innermost part. After passing through the tunnel of the cave, there is a hollow karst cave, and the bottom of the karst cave is full of seawater. There is a huge rock pillar in the center of the sea water, and Lugia's lair is built here. This kind of place, if it is not familiar or deliberately looking for it, it is really not a place that can be accidentally entered. Then, on the sea below, Lu Yin saw evidence of Lugia's suspicion of humans, a kayak made by humans. This Nima is proof. It's okay for the beast to be so sloppy. The kayak below is really indescribable. Lu Yin has a speechless expression on his face when he sees it. Lugia noticed the expression on Lu Yin's face and thought he was 100 mouths. So he asked with a trace of anger and a feeling of smugness, "Human, do you still deny it now? This is your human vehicle. It must be the guy who stole my baby was too excited to leave this evidence." "What kind of evidence is this, you are stupid?" Lu Yin instinctively wanted to complain, but when he thought that this guy under him could easily destroy the existence of a city when he was angry, he still held back. He decided to use a more advanced way of complaining. "Lugia, you really don't have the talent to be a detective. If you live in the world of Detective Conan, then it must be a good match with Kogoro Mori. It's ridiculous." "Human, what do you mean?" Lugia turned his head to look at Lu Yin, although it didn't know what detective talent, what Detective Conan, or what kind of Mori Kogoro. But she keenly felt that what Lu Yin said was not a good thing. "I mean, got it wrong." Of course Lu Yin wouldn't explain it foolishly. He changed the subject smartly and said, "Look for yourself, that. Is the kayak covered with seaweed and moss?" "Seaweed and moss." A suspicious look flashed in Lugia's eyes, and he lowered his head to look down. With his eyesight, he could see clearly without flying down. Yes, there are these things on it, but what does that mean? This is a big problem. Lu Yin shook his head and explained, you are not human, so you don't understand. Humans go out to sea, use cruise ships and ships in the distance, and also use them in the near future, yachts, this kind of kayak, generally only. Lu Yin gave Lugia a popular knowledge of human ships, and said, this island is very far away, although it only took you half an hour to fly from Hangcheng to this place, that's because your speed is too fast. If human beings are sailing, don't even think about it for a long time. Impossible in a kayak. And this kayak shows seaweed and moss all over it, indicating that it has been unused for a long time. Humans use tools and must be cleaned regularly. If I guess correctly, there may be an underground cave under the sea, and it is only a coincidence that a kayak enters here. Coincidence. Lugia was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized something. Lugia is not stupid. On the contrary, its IQ is very high, and some things are unexpected. Just because it is not a human being and does not understand human common sense, it is not that its IQ is not enough. Especially when it first discovered that its child was missing, it remembered going round and round. At this time, when it saw the tools of human beings, its anger swallowed its reason, so it didn't want to understand. But now hearing Lu Yin's explanation, it's somewhat already understood. The kayak was just a coincidence. At this moment, Lu Yin continued, besides, if a human wants to steal your child, he will definitely ride in a flying elf. Isn't that easy? Leave the kayak, is it waiting for you to find it? Anyone who can steal your child is not so stupid. When I first heard you point to evidence, I thought you found human footprints or left some hair or something, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Lugia, how can it be? Said that this time it seemed to be really sloppy, and he knew that he might have misunderstood humans, and that his children might not have been stolen by humans. Lugia forced himself to calm down and said with telepathy, there are you humans here. If you use the tools, it means that there will be people nearby, and you humans still haven't put aside your suspicions about this. I know, isn't this just to help you investigate, so that you, we humans, will vent your anger? Lu Yin waved his hand and spoke very casually. After knowing that this matter probably has nothing to do with human beings, he felt a lot more relaxed. As long as they don't irritate them, they are actually pretty easy to get along with, they are the greatest peace protectors. Lugia. Seeing Lu Yin's performance, Lugia is a little confused. This human being is so special, unlike any human she has seen before. Other human beings are either ambitious and want to gain their power, or their eyes are hot and very excited, as if they have seen faith, and there are some human beings who will be afraid when they see them, fearing their power. There are only a few people, will be full of fighting spirit, and want to challenge them one day. But it was the first time he had met someone like Lu Yin who treated him normally. Lu Yin didn't know what Lugia was thinking. He was seriously looking at the lair that Lugia had built. He always felt that this lair had a strange feeling that could not be described. Wait. Lu Yin finally found the source of the strange feeling. He moved to Lugia's lair in an instant, and looked at it carefully. What's wrong with human beings? Have you found anything? Lugia asked with concern. Hearing this, Lu Yin did not answer, but instead asked, how many children do you have? 1. Lugia replied, I only have one child. 1. Lu showed a smile. I think I know the truth. Truth. Lugia was stunned for a moment, then asked excitedly, do you know where my child is? Almost. If I'm not mistaken, your children never left the island. Chapter 147 _ show reasoning in front of the beast. Lu Yin. Everything starts with the heart bat. 3/4 ask for customization. Where? Where is my child? Lugia put her head in front of Lu Yin and asked excitedly, now it doesn't care if she has it. I got it wrong, it's the most important thing to find the child first. In some secret place nearby. Lu Yin's eyes flickered with wisdom, and he said an unexpected, but reasonable answer from Lugia. Secret realm. Is there a secret place nearby? Lugia showed a puzzled expression, followed closely, and raised its head again, with a dazzling blue light in its eyes. Swish. Lugia's powerful superpowers spread over the entire island almost instantly, and all corners are within its perception. Soon, it raised its head, with a look of surprise in its eyes. In front of the powerful spiritual power of a first-level god, except for the secret realm controlled by the priesthood, other ordinary secret realms have nothing to hide. There really is a secret realm, and this secret realm is still the closest to the lair. Lugia was stunned. He was surprised that Luyin was able to discover a secret realm that he had not discovered, and he was even more surprised that the entrance to this secret realm was actually above its head. If Luyin knew what Lugia was thinking, he would definitely tell him. Don't be surprised, it's just dark under the lights. With Lugia's powerful strength, how could it be possible to think that there is an entrance to a secret realm under its nose, and even when searching with superpowers, it would subconsciously ignore it. Human, how did you know there was a secret place here? Lugia looked at Luyin curiously. Equally curious are the clerical elves who are paying attention here because of Lugia's affairs. By this, Luyin reached out and nodded his head, and said with a smile, I'm relying on reasoning. Just now, I found many traces of pressed spheres in your lair, but I asked you before, you said you only had one child, so what caused the other traces? What is? Lugia asked instinctively. It's the elf egg of other elves. Luyin gave the answer. He picked up a small light blue hair wrapped around the nest, and said with a smile, it all starts with a heart bat. This is the trace of others who have been here. If I'm right, this is its hair. Heart bat. Lugia was stunned, but quickly reacted. The heart bat is an elf of superpower and flying type, and the entrance to the secret realm is directly above his lair. If a child with a heart bat accidentally falls through the entrance and exit of the secret realm and falls into the heart bat, he will find it again. There's a good chance it gets the elf eggs wrong and takes them all away. Thinking about this, Lugia was relieved. The heart bat is a kind of love-loving, very gentle and peace-loving elf. If it accidentally mixes up and takes away its own child, at least there is no need to worry about safety issues. While relaxing, Lugia's curiosity was also aroused, and she asked curiously, with just one hair, you can be sure that the heart bat did this, and that there are secret realms around you? Lugia is a good question. Dream clapped her little hands happily, I'm also very curious about this. Melota, this human seems to be very intelligent. Dianchi, I watched the elf TV series filmed by humans, is this just reasoning? I feel that he is smarter than those people on TV. Yveltal, would you like to arrest him and shoot a good-looking TV series, the kind that doesn't look good and doesn't give you a meal? Doting Dianchi, sister god of destruction, is this okay? Zygarde, Yveltal, don't teach bad children, be careful. Forget it, order, pay attention to order, priesthood elves can't act arbitrarily. Dianchi, sister order, you are so serious. Kigald, sister means that you can tell this person well, don't use violence, educated children should not use violence. Little Dianchi, you are a princess, you should pay more attention. Dianchi, understood, sister order, then I'll give her diamonds so that he can play TV shows. I have money. Hoopa said that in human society, people can do whatever they want with money, but what does it mean to do whatever they want? Arceus, Hoopa doesn't seem to have enough seals for you, yet he dares to bring bad children. Hoopa, boss, I was wrong. The gods and beasts, terror is so worshipped. On the other hand, Luyin didn't know that because of his IQ show, he was inexplicably targeted by the top gang of divine beasts in this world. Now he's answering Lugia's question. You didn't pay attention to this cave when we came in. Luyin said confidently. When I came in before, I found that this cave extends in all directions, it doesn't look like it was formed naturally. And the further you go in, the bigger your mouth gets. Observe carefully, you can find that this passage has been excavated. Heartbat is a super energy and flying elf like you, Lugia. It has light blue hair on its chest. It can emit sound waves of different wavelengths from its nostrils, and this wavelength is enough to destroy rocks. Heartbats usually also like to inhabit uninhabited forests or caves, and have a strong colonization. I guess there are a lot of heartbats in that secret realm. They used to pass through the entrance of the secret realm to come here occasionally, and they have long since found a cave suitable for their own living. I should have been frightened by your first-level god's aura, so I haven't come out for a long time. Gathering all these phenomena, I reasoned that there is a heartbat here. This time, your child's disappearance is just a coincidence. After speaking, Luyin used teleportation to come back to Lugia's back, and said with a smile, "Of course, reasoning is just reasoning, no matter how reasonable it sounds, is there? Seeing is believing is convincing. Wouldn't it be better for us to go to that secret realm and see?" Ow! Lugia nodded, and did not care about Luyin and put it on her back. Her wings flashed towards the rock wall above, and then rushed directly into the wall. At this moment, a series of voices sounded in Luyin's mind. Ding! Special spatial fluctuations are detected. Start recording. Ding! It takes 20 minutes to record. The record is completed, and the game copy of Bat Forest can be generated. Ding! The secret map is being generated. Ding! The secret map has been generated. Mystery, Bat Sen. It's almost as I thought. Chapter 148_Fantasy. This human is funny. A war on the verge of breaking out. 4 quarters ask for customization. Mystery, Bat Sen. It's almost as I thought. Hearing the voice in his head, Luyin smiled lightly. The secrets of the level and above may be due to the special stability, and there will be portals that can be mastered. Other words, the doors of the secret realm can be controlled by people or elves. You only need to find the secret realm key, just like the volcanic island owned by Luyin, but the following secret realm situation is somewhat different. The scope of this kind of secret realm is very small, and many times, the elves in it are very single, and the people living in it are often a group of people. Moreover, the entrance to the secret realm will be integrated with the surrounding environment, making it difficult for ordinary people and elves to find it, just like the current bat forest. It sounds like an environment suitable for heartbats and rolling bats. The same is true. After Lugia took Luyin through the portal, he appeared under a very huge towering tree. Looking up from the bottom, you can see that the tree seems to cover the entire surrounding forest. On the branches of this big tree, there are full of pairs of heartbats, and in that tenderness, they continue to send out beautiful courtship sound waves. Seeing this situation, Luyin's mouth twitched violently. I can understand why the child of the heartbat accidentally fell into the hole of the secret realm. This is a problem of probability. But now, Lugia is very embarrassed. Although he hasn't found little Lugia's elf egg, he can already be sure that he has made a mistake this time, and has really wronged mankind. Thinking of those, because of the sea elves gathered near Hangcheng Bay, it is even more embarrassing. Went there, I was aggressive and full of anger. I wanted to ask the teacher for guilt, but now I find that this matter has suddenly turned into a misunderstanding. This is not bad. How will she speak to make those sea elves retreat? Or else she will maintain a high and cold attitude and know nothing, but it will be more embarrassing to say go. In fact, not only is she embarrassed, she is silently paying attention to this situation. The other priesthood elves in the incident were also embarrassed for her. The face of the beast has been lost by her. Okay, King Feng, oh God, your mother-in-law can do it. God of the sea, this. She is really sloppy, I'll educate her after the matter is over. Dream, I pay attention to this human being throughout the whole process. He is very interesting. I am not afraid that Lugia won't say anything. He has a good mentality. I plan to find a chance to get to know him. Meloda, I'm also very interested. Maybe I can make a human friend, not necessarily. Giggard, The question now is how to wrap things up or we'll be embarrassed. Dianchi, my sisters, this little princess has a bold idea. Hangcheng Bay, time has passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and now it has been 1 hour and 45 minutes since Lugia left. According to Lu Yin and Lugia's agreement, in another 15 minutes, the sea spirits below will attack again. Atmosphere became depressed again, quite a kind of calm before the storm feeling. However, unlike the previous situation, this side is no longer in a position of being suppressed by panic, but has been able to compete with the sea elves. Xiao Yin, this is all brought by you. Zhang Baoer looked at the position in front of the human trainer, with pride flashing in his eyes. In military uniforms, these are the official trainers of the China District Alliance, and they are also one of the heritage of the China District Alliance. Addition to these sergeants, there are many people in suits and leather shoes. These people can only be seen on TV at ordinary times. Any one of them is a heavyweight. They are the top combat power of the China Alliance. Especially that, the old man standing at the forefront, he is even more brilliant. The pillar of the District Alliance, the power of one person, is a part of the heritage of the China District. These are the same people who were there before. The members of the parliament who were meeting in the capital just flew to Hangzhou by special plane not long ago. They were able to arrive, thanks to Lu Yin's stabilization of Lugia and the sea elves, and bought enough time, otherwise Hangcheng will only be a pile of ruins now. This is also the reason why Zhang Baoer is proud of Lu Yin. Sister Baoer, do you think the museum owner brother can come back? Lily, who was standing beside Boa, asked worriedly. Yai, Tuzi, and Catalia were standing beside Lily. They all rushed back one after another after getting the news on the internet, without the slightest hesitation. Because of Lu Yin, they wanted to give a gift to Hangcheng. Power, I don't know. Baoer shook his head, and there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes, but I believe he can create miracles again. Once the war starts, the human race will lose. On the scene, everyone knows that in the absence of Lugia, the overall strength of the human side is actually stronger than that of the ocean elves, much stronger. But even if in this way, no one dared to act rashly, even the old man headed by. If you take action now, you can really suppress those sea elves, but after that, how vast the ocean is, how many sea elves are there? And behind these sea elves there is a Lugia standing behind them, that is a first-level god. Judging from the records of only a few first-level gods in human history, human beings have no power to resist them. First-level gods are only one level stronger than second-level gods, but this level is heaven the difference. What's more, above the first-level gods, there are powerful elves who hold the priesthood. War is the last choice. Everyone hopes to see Lu Yin create another miracle. Although it is difficult. Even a first-level god can't find his own children, how can you, a weak human being, do it? But everyone has a hope in their hearts. How long until? The leading old man suddenly opened his mouth and asked the old man in military uniform beside him. 2 minutes left. Old man in military uniform held a pocket watch and said solemnly, in 2 minutes, those sea elves will definitely attack. This is their respect for God. 2 minutes. The old man closed his eyes, but soon opened them again, and a sharp flash flashed in his eyes. Get ready to fight. No matter what, you can't lose the first battle. Weapon number 3 is also prepared. Well, even if Lugia will come, let it know, to the spirit of human beings in our China that will not admit defeat. Yes. Old man in military uniform nodded, and then gave an order to the people around him. Soon, the order was passed on layer by layer, and everyone knew that the war was about to start, and their nerves were tense. Time mercilessly continues to move forward. The sea elves on the sea were about to move again, and they had already begun to advance towards the sea ahead. War is imminent. At this moment, a loud cry came from directly behind the ocean elf. Ow! Hearing this voice, all the people who were waiting for the battle raised their heads and looked at the blue sky in the distance. There, a silver-white figure was rapidly magnifying. Lugia is back. Then Lu Yin will also come. Let's go. Chapter 148_Lugia, is there anything else, please? Lu Yin, would it be beneficial for me to refuse? 1/5. Ow. The loud chirping sound came from the sky in the distance, attracting everyone's attention, and at the same time making the sea elves who were already preparing to attack stop their progress. Huh. At the scene, under the gaze of everyone and the elves, including some netizens who paid attention to the incident through the webcast, Lugia's figure continued to enlarge, and finally appeared clearly. But at this moment, the most attractive thing is not Lugia, but the figure on its back. Lu Yin. Master Lu Yin is back too. Great, the war has been stopped. Long live the Master Lu Yin. How the war was organized. You idiot, don't say that I know you. I ask you, if the owner of the Lu Yin pavilion hadn't helped Lugia find its child, or proved that the loss of Lugia's child has nothing to do with us humans, Lugia would still bring him back. That's right, it's good not to throw the sea directly to feed the elves. What you said is a good way, I can't refute it. So, the owner of the hidden pavilion is just here to solve this incident. That's right, that's what it means. The crowd, which was originally depressed, suddenly became lively, and the depressed atmosphere was quickly relieved. Everyone quickly realized that this war would most likely not end. And everyone clearly reached a consensus, this time, thanks to Lu Yin. He is young and talented, but he has a great spirit of sacrifice. He is a real good man in Hengcheng. In this regard, Lu Yin said, the game console understands. Come on. Just kidding, it's really dangerous. He will definitely instantly move to a secret realm to hide. Sacrifice. Nothing, but it's a good ending now. Call. At the forefront of the human race, the headed old man still had a calm expression on his face, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This matter is troublesome, even if he is a master-level trainer, his heart is already uneasy. After all, his opponent is Lugia. Although the China Alliance has the number 3 weapon, and even the stronger number 2 and number 1 weapons, this kind of thing is used once and has no trump card. Behind Keluchia is the more powerful sea god Lugia, the sea god and many younger brothers of the 3 divine birds. Besides, the priestly elves must be in the same spirit, and if humans use abnormal means to attack the other elves, the final result may be even worse. Fortunately, none of this happened. The future, this boy may be able to enter the realm of legends. The old man raised his head and took a deep look at Lu Yin on Lugia's back. At his level, even if he heard a lot of news about Lu Yin in the conference room, he was only slightly surprised, and he was also pleased that the Wad District Alliance had successors. But this time, the old man has already begun to hide. Because Lu Yin's future is definitely broader than his. Give Lu Yin 2 rewards. Old man suddenly opened his mouth, and the dull voice reached the ears of every member of the council, with an unquestionable taste. At the same time, tell him the truth about the secret realm. He has the qualifications. The 7 kinds of rewards set by the China District Alliance. The level reward is more of a symbolic reward, because the reward includes terms such as allowing the recipient to be selected by the master-level qualification elves and helping to provide traces of divine beasts. Not only that, the recipient will also receive the honorary title of the official master of the Alliance and enjoy all the treatment of the official champion trainer of the Alliance. This reward is too big, it needs to be approved by all the counselors, or Lu Yin has to give credit to the entire human race. Therefore, even if Lu Yin has outstanding merits now, it is impossible to be awarded a level reward, but if he gives an extra reward and tells the truth of the secret realm, his merits are enough to get this reward. Hearing the old man's words, all the members didn't speak, and they didn't even show any strange expressions on their faces, as if they agreed. No way, at this point, some people don't agree or dare to stand up against it, otherwise. It's obvious that they want to make enemies with Lu Yin, a rising star in the future. No one is so stupid who can become a boss. Are you there? On Lugia's back, Lu Yin looked at the scene below with a smile on his face. From today onwards, he can be regarded as a hero of Hengcheng, or even the entire China League. To be honest, he never thought he would have such a day. Being a hero is too tiring, he has no interest in that. But he gave him the title for free, and he didn't mind carrying it. He never denied that he liked being sought after by others. Lugia, I'm leaving first. Reaching out and patted Lugia's neck, Lu Yin planned to use teleportation to leave. Everyone must be waiting for him to bring back the exact good news. But before he could act, Lugia stopped him with telepathy. That human, I still have something to do. I want your help. There is something else. Lu Yin raised his brows, feeling a little speechless in his heart. This Lugia has too many things to do, right? He is not that one of Xiaoji, the expert in solving the problem of divine beasts. If Lugia still has something to ask him to find him, it is not good. If Lugia can send a little brother of the three gods to protect him, he will be happy to help. Of course, these. Lu Yin also thought about it in his heart. The boss has spoken, what can he do? If there is anything else I can solve, just say it. Lu Yin patted his chest. I think it might be easy for you. Lugia turned her head and gave Lu Yin a deep look, because you are a very smart human being. Lu Yin. This is because Lugia has affirmed her IQ. Should I open a bottle of champagne to celebrate, actually? Rocky seemed a little embarrassed to say it, but finally made up his mind and said with telepathy, This incident, I don't know if you have any way to reduce my responsibility. Reduce your responsibility. Lu Yin looked at Lugia in shock. He was stunned. The legendary elves are so shameless. To put it bluntly, isn't it just you, Lugia? How can you shirk the responsibility for the fault of the elves, and you want me, a human, to give you ideas the way as to daydream? Don't even think about it. Lu Yin decided to refuse. He didn't want to wipe Lugia's ass. But before he could speak, he heard Lugia continue. If you can do this, according to you human rules, I will pay you. Lu Yin. Precious elves, and divine beasts will be given to the rewards given by the first-level gods. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva, and then grinned. Don't worry, leave it to me. This matter, I'm doing it right. Chapter 149 _ The all-powerful pot-bearer rockets. Sakagi is stunned. 2/5. Would you like to help? Lugia turned her head again in surprise. When she asked before, she was too embarrassed to continue to look at Lu Yin, so she turned her head back to the front. Of course I'm friends with you after all, you say so. Lu Yin laughed and didn't forget his relationship with Lugia Pan when he spoke. Of course, his ultimate goal is to get paid. Friend. Lugia looked at Lu Yin with some unexpected eyes. This is the first time it has heard someone want to be friends with it. So fresh, but it seems nice to have such a human friend. In fact, when he found the little Lugia elf egg in the heart of the bath, Lugia already recognized Lu Yin as a friend. Thank you, human. Lugia said a little moved. This time things are a bit big, and if it gets out that I made a mistake, things will only get worse. That's why I asked you to find a way. Things will get worse. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment, wondering if Lugia was not afraid of losing face. Actually, Lu Yin really misunderstood Lugia this time. As a first-level god, it may value its own face, but it is a divine beast, and the divine beast must have a strong and generous heart while possessing powerful power. If possible, Lugia is also willing to tell the truth, apologize to the human beings, and tell the sea elves that they have worked hard. It also planned to do this at the beginning, but when it arrived at Hengcheng Bay with Lu Yin, it received a message from the god of the sea. The priesthood elves hoped that it would not do this. As for the reason, I probably understand. Lu Yin stretched out his hand to support his chin, and there was a flash of wisdom in his eyes. You are afraid of losing your credibility, right? You are the god of the sea appointed by the will of the world. You are not only an elf, but also a guardian of nature. If the truth of what happened this time comes out, you apologize, no matter what. Either a human or a fine sea elves will accept it. So what if you don't accept it? After all, the powerful first-level gods have apologized, haven't they? But in fact, whatever. Humans and elves have grudges in their hearts. Human beings will question you for being too sentimental, they will worry about your next time, and they will even be afraid of elves. Elves also question whether their leaders are worth following. So, once you bow your head and tell the truth, it will be a huge blow to you, or to all first-level gods and divine beasts, and it will also affect the relationship between humans and elves. That's right. That's right, that's what happened. Lugia nodded heavily, and what Lu Yin said was the result that Hwang and Mengmeng had summed up in the beast group after they calmed down. So they asked Lugia, the god of the sea, to inform Lugia not to do that. Not a gesture, but it's a consideration for the peace factor of the whole world. I understand. Lu groped his chin and nodded. The power of the priesthood elves comes from the will of the world. It is normal for them to have such scruples when they have some authority in the world. Wait. Lu's eyes suddenly froze, and he realized something remarkable. So, if I do this well, won't I gain a lot of goodwill from priests and beasts? Then you have to deal with this. A brainstorm suddenly erupted in Lu Yin's mind. This is definitely not the fault of human beings. As a human being, it is impossible for me to abandon my morals to lick these divine beasts, and make us humans feel wronged. So what is the common enemy of humans and elves? The ultimate alien beast has never appeared before. Wait. Below, the humans and sea elves started to riot. Lu Yin and Lugia have both returned for 3 minutes, but they have not spoken, which makes them wonder what the situation is now. There is no accurate answer to this matter for a second, and everyone has to worry for a second. What's going on here? Why hasn't the pavilion master Lu Yin got off Lugia's back? Do you think this matter has not been resolved? Lu Yin, the owner of the pavilion, is now trying to convince Lugia. Don't be amused, just because Lugia's words don't agree with the character of preventing the ocean elves from attacking Hangcheng. If the matter has not been resolved, can the owner of Lu Yin still have a chat with him? Then what are you talking about? This. Stop arguing. Look, the pavilion owner Lu Yin stood up from Lugia's back, as if he was going to say something. Cough cough. Lu Yin stood up on Lugia's back, cleared his throat, and then released his superpower to simulate many loudspeakers, and said, "All the human compatriots present, and the elves, hello, it's Lu Yin. Now, as Lugia's spokesperson, I will tell everyone who is the master of this incident, and let everyone understand, who is the culprit in all this now." Using the identity of a human to speak on behalf of the god of the sea among the elves, this is the first step for Lu Yin to make sure that both humans and elves will initially believe the authenticity of his words. We'll see his storytelling skills later. The culprit. Did anyone really do this? Damn, it almost caused a war, and the person who did this should be cut with 1,000 swords. Crowd, and the leading old man and the congressman also frowned. This matter is really artificial, but Lugia is still willing to let it go. Compared with humans, the ideas of the elves are more unified. Their thoughts are simple, and now they know that their actions are okay with Lugia. At this time, Lu Yin continued, the culprit in this incident is Team Rocket. There may be humans or elves who don't know what Team Rocket is. Let me give you some popular science. Team Rocket is a human criminal organization that emerged in Guandu continent decades ago. This organization has gathered a group of bad guys among humans. It's like many evil spirits with brutal nature among the elves. It was the rockets that caused it all. Kanto, Jobin City, Jobin Gym. Sakagi. Sakagi is stunned. He was watching a good show through the live broadcast. Why did the rockets suddenly become the culprit in this incident, and he was called and beaten by everyone? This thing has changed too quickly. Chia took action. Why doesn't he know about this? Chapter 150 Inches Sacrificing, the rockets to benefit you and me. Sakagi believed it himself. 3/5. It's all because of the rockets. Lu Yin gave a speech with emotion, pointing his finger at the rockets. Choosing the rockets was his decision after careful consideration. There are very few real evils in this world. Team Rocket was not a pure evil organization at the beginning. It could only be regarded as an ambitious and ideal private organization, and it just did not deal with the official Kanto League. Only Lu Yin still admires the founders of the Rockets, Uncle Lu and Mama Sakagi, and the current leader of the Rockets, Sakagi. Sakagi, I thank you. This is the reason why the Rockets grew too fast in the early stage, and there is an alliance. The oppression of the team, naturally mixed with some garbage, coupled with the domineering style of the Rockets, the reputation has become very bad. Later, they used violent means to capture elves wantonly, destroying the default rules of nature and human society, and even robbed human elves, and even experimented with elves. It's not justice, but Team Rocket must be evil. Considering these, and considering the hostile position of Team Rocket and himself, taking Team Rocket out to take the blame is for Lu Yin. There is no psychological burden. In fact, Team Rocket had already taken action over Lugia when they were in the Chengdu area of the elf world, but it was out of a human-friendly mentality and wanted to protect its own children, so it chose conceal. Lu Yin revealed a big story, and said it in great detail. This was not made up by him, but a fact. At best, art was processed. Before deciding to take the blame for the Rockets, he suddenly thought of what Lugia had said about his encounters in the Chengdu area before, and then he thought of the plot in the anime. It seemed that the Rockets had a Dr. Nanbo who led someone to capture Lugia's child. Who shot in Chengdu was Rockets, so Lu Yin asked Lugia what happened at the beginning, but the facts did not exceed his expectations. Although Lugia did not know any Rockets, he remembered to shoot. All of those people were wearing uniforms with the writing on them. It was indeed Team Rocket who shot. If this matter is based on a causal relationship, it is Team Rocket that caused Lugia to hide in the Blue Star world, and then caused a series of problems. Rocket's back. It's not wrong to say this. Lu Yin has no psychological burden to say it. Damn Team Rocket. The Quantum Alliance is so bad, it actually allowed such an evil organization to run wild. It's still better for our China District Alliance. When I went to Kanto and Chengdu to travel before, I heard the locals talk about the Rockets, how domineering and brutal, but by all means, I didn't believe it at that time. Now I know I was wrong. These guys are even Lugias. Be careful and dare to fight. It's really rampant. Damn, absolutely can't let the strength of the Rockets develops to China. We must resist it. Not only the China District Alliance, but also the alliances in the world we star must boycott it. Lu Yin explained the cause and effect too clearly, and it was foolproof to mess around, which led everyone to believe what he said. No one would have suspected this. Perfect. Hearing the voices of the crowd below and the thoughtful expressions of some ocean elves, Lu Yin couldn't help but want to give himself a compliment. This pot is deducted from the Rockets, and the benefits are too many. The first is to save the image of the China District Alliance in front of humans in all regions of the two worlds, but they know that this matter has nothing to do with the humans of the Chinese district, and this is also the image of saving the Blue Star world. At the same time, Lu Yin's words can make them hate the Rockets organization from today. It is best to start a comprehensive boycott movement. It's already a hostile relationship, so why are you still holding on? This is the truest thought in Lu Yin's heart. As for throwing the blame to the Rockets, will the Kanto League and the Chengdu League lose their face? Hee. Lu Yin said, what does this have to do with me anyway? People from the Kanto Alliance and Chengdu Alliance are under the brainwashing popular science of the Alliance. I didn't have a good impression of the Rockets. Now it's better to hate the Rockets. It's better if the Guangdong Alliance and the Chengdu Alliance can make up their minds to deal with the Rockets. Lu Yin also made a lot of thugs for nothing. The remarks also have the meaning of letting the elves understand a truth, letting them understand that human beings are divided into good people and bad people, and there are many good people and few bad people. To this end, he gave a very good and immediate example of elves, evil elves. Elves with large and small evil attributes, such as Heluga and Majula, have bad personalities and are rejected in the elves' circle. Rejection. To sum up, it was a perfect operation that Lu Yin threw the pot to Team Rocket. Complete Lugia's request perfectly. Wait a minute, you can get the promised reward from the first level god. They have good feelings and recognition. It can make the China Alliance from sinners become a victim and become famous at the same time. It can make human elves hate it. Team Rocket, resist the forces that are hostile to him. Anyway, it means sacrificing a Team Rocket for the benefit of you and me. Sakagi, you should also be paying attention to this matter. Lu Yin touched his conscience and found that his beating was extraordinarily powerful. Free to help you stand out in front of the whole world and make a wave of advertisements. Don't thank me for going there. Kanto Alliance, Jobin City. Showed an unprecedented sluggish expression, and then with a gloomy face he called the current head of the Chengdu area of the Rockets, Bishes. Drop. The phone rang a few times and was quickly connected. Sakagi suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice, Bishes, that's how you helped me manage the team in the Chengdu area. Ah, what? Who just got on the phone, was stunned. Why did Sakagi come to be held accountable? Recently, he clearly followed Sakagi's news and didn't do anything major. He himself stayed in the research institute to concentrate on the dark ball of ancient black technology. Quiet. Good. Did something happen? Bejas asked cautiously. He is an ambitious person, but he will hide it well until he has enough strength. You don't know yet. Sakagi is even more angry, but he also knows that it is not a matter of accountability now. The key is to make things clear. Whirlpool Islands, Lugia, you know. Sakagi asked in a deep voice. He remembered that the location Lu Yin mentioned before was here. Whirlpool Islands, Lugia. Vicious showed a confused expression, but then he seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly replied, You are talking about Dr. Nanbo taking people to the Whirlpool Islands to find Lugia. Nanbo turns out to be you. A gleam of fire flashed in Sakagi's eyes. I asked you to study the dream gene. You did research, but you went to the Whirlpool Islands to find Lugia. This matter is really done by the Rockets, or without my leader's knowledge. Okay, you all did a great job. Sakagi was angry. He believed Lu Yin's remarks. Lu Yin, the first time I lied in my life, I was so successful.